the September place to be. This is Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Saratoga Racecourse in Saratoga Springs, New York. Closing week continues. Fan Appreciation Week has a nicer ring to it. Just 5 days left, but 5 really good racing days left at the track they call the Spa. Just outside the paddock, welcome everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. This is day 36 of 40. We are going to stretch this thing out as long as possible. 11 races today, 13 on Saturday. The main event this afternoon, PG Johnson, really good addition. 2-year-old fillies taking center stage. Much more on that coming up. But first, we have to move. Horses on the track for the opener. And just like yesterday, we're starting with hurdlers once again. This is the race that was canceled last Wednesday, rained off. Mickey Walsh Novice Stakes, long distance, 2 3/8 miles. Turf course is good. Freddie Flintshire, current favorite at 2-1 as I welcome in my co-host, Joe Clancy. Our steeplechase expert, editor of the Saratoga Special, champion jockey, Richie Migliori. Great to see you, Joe. This race that was supposed to take place last week, what is the significance of today's event?
It's named for Mickey Walsh, who was a Hall of Fame steeplechase trainer and kind of a fixture on the New York circuit. They had a farm down in Southern Pines, North Carolina, and would always come up to New York when the jumpers were a big part of New York. He was always in the Oklahoma Annex over there by where Kenny McPeak is now, and trained really good horses. He won a race. There was a feature here called the Saratoga Steeplechase Cup before my time even, and he won it 6 times. So it's kind of a cool, he's in the Hall of Fame. It's kind of a cool way to recognize him here.
And here, I think the first race we covered together, we watched Freddie Flintshire win like week 1, week 2 of the meet. Here he is again. What do you make of his chances, a current 9-5 favorite?
Yeah, that was July, right? Here we are in September. but yeah, he did this very well. And I remember saying he's going to be tough in a novice stakes at the end of the meet. And if he comes back and runs that kind of race, it's going to be very tough to handle. Probably gives up a little experience to some of these horses, but you know, I think again, if he repeats that effort, it's going to be tough to handle against some horses with a little more experience, like Decisive Triumph and some of the others coming in.
This is a great moment. We saw Parker Hendricks, the jockey, straight out of high school, literally just graduated, his first win at Saratoga. He was fired up. A moment he'll never forget, a moment the Hendricks family will never forget. Big sister Liza with Parker after that victory in July. Liza's with us now. Liza, that was so much fun to watch. So can your brother and Freddie Flintshire do it again?
It was an amazing moment, and I hope he does do it again. It is a tough race, though, much tougher race than he was running in here in July, the race that we saw. So he steps up in company, and we'll see if he'll be able to make that step up. It'll be very telling for his future if he'll be able to compete with a little bit better company. But he is deserving favorite coming in off of 2 wins. A horse that I'd like to mention that Joe mentioned as well that might be giving a little bit of value is the 5 Decisive Triumph. He comes in very good form. He's been very consistent. Mark Beecher, his trainer, he knows how to get them ready and only really brings them up here when they're prepped and ready to go and in their tip-top form. So he'll be competitive in here, and we saw his jockey, Jamie Bargery, win just yesterday up here. He's been on fire, winning at Colonial Downs, a few races down there this summer as well. So he's going to be one to beat as well, and he's going to set the pace in this race. Their plan is to go to the lead, and if Jamie's able to get him on the lead and have him settle there, he'll be very competitive, because when a horse in a race this long is able to get the lead and kind of conserve some energy for those tough turns, they go around a few turns and a lot of ground. So if he's able to conserve that energy, he is going to be tough in here. Parker will be coming a little bit off the pace, as he mentioned to me this morning, so we'll see how this race plays off, but I'm going to go with a little bit of a value play with the 5 Decisive Triumph.
Didn't pick her brother's horse.
Scary.
I'm going to tell Parker. Liza didn't pick her brother's horse. 2 3/8 miles, Joe. Long, long race.
Yeah, it's a little different than some of the 2 1/16 we saw earlier in the meet, and it does change it up a little. They start on the backside. It's another fence. It's obviously more turns, more chances to lose ground, and it does play a little differently than the 2 1/16 for sure.
Joe, why do they bring them to the first fence? All the horses are brought to the first fence by the jockeys.
I guess it's more tradition than anything. They certainly know they're steeplechasers, but that's the idea. You walk them up to a fence to let them look at it, and I think in the old days it would be, hey, we're going to jump this later. In some countries they actually have a practice fence, which I think would be really a bad idea, because if your horse jumped that badly, how are you going to start in a real race with much confidence? But in America, they walk them up to the fence, let them look at it, and then swing back in to get ready for the start.
We're going to see steeplechase action at Aqueduct for the first time since
1974.
Yes.
When Leo O'Brien rode the last winner over fences at Aqueduct. The
Trainer of four-star Dave.
Yep.
1974. How bizarre is that going to be, seeing steeplechase action at the Big A?
I think it's pretty. I mean, I think it's great to try to get the game to new venues. They used to do it a lot there. The turf courses should be very similar to here. I think that part's fun. And again, a little bit of history. They are trying to dig up some of that film, and maybe they won't get that race, but they'll hopefully find some old races from Aqueduct. And I think it's great. Again, the more places we try to take the game, the better.
Any complications, Joe, in terms of this race having been canceled, rained off last week, and having to push things back 7 days?
Yeah, probably more for the trainers than anything. And most of these people, are based on farms in Maryland, Virginia, or whatever. And a couple Leslie Young's horses stayed here. Some other horses went home, and shipped back. So I think that the logistics of doing that, horses probably don't seem to mind. They probably wonder why they had the long van ride last week. But whatever, they're back. I'm happy to see the race came back, because when it was rained off, you worry a little bit if something happens and you lose a horse or two, and then maybe you can't fill it.
Freddie Flincher, 6-5. And you went with Decisive Triumph as well, yes?
Yeah, we'll see if he can make that lead stand up. And I know he's on his toes here, and Jamie Barber probably wishes he was a little less on his toes, and see if he can get him to shut off once he gets in front.
Liza didn't pick Parker Hendricks, her brother, Freddie Flincher. Blasphemy. 6-5, the favorite, Freddie Flincher. 8 of them. 2 3/8 miles. And Joe, what are we in a holding pattern? What's going on here?
Yeah, it's just a little longer than usual in terms of the walk-up here. Yesterday they had a couple false starts, and maybe they sort of said, okay, we're going to do this a little more deliberately to not have that. And you'll see them come up here and they'll sort of turn to their right and walk across where they line up in post position order. Those 4 cones you see, the horses are supposed to be in those 4 cones now. We just lost the shot, but there's 4 cones there that the starter Hector Soler is looking at once all the horses in between those 4 cones.
Flag is up. John Embrial with the call. Post time for the first 2 3/8 miles over the hurdles. It's post time for the opener.
And we have a false start there, so we will do it one more time.
False start. 5-yard penalty. Repeat, first down.
Yeah, maybe the horse that caused it has to jump an extra fence or something, maybe. But yeah, again,
what made that a false start?
There were a couple horses in the back that weren't quite up there, and the horses that were in the front were going to end up too far forward. They were going to be outside the box in the front way, and the other horses were going to be outside the box in the back. So again, he's trying to make sure it's a 2 3/8 mile race. It doesn't have to be a bell-clanging, wild 6 furlong start, but it's got to be fair, and that's where. And again, we see a few horses getting sideways, and that makes it tricky.
The irony: Richie McLeary has a great starting gate feature later in the show.
Yeah.
On Saratoga Live.
This has got to be so difficult for these riders, because you see some of the horses when they turn the right way, they're ready to go,
Yeah.
and it's not like driving a car. I mean, they'll grab the bit and be very difficult to handle.
Yeah, exactly. And the starter's doing the best he can to make sure it's fair. But again, if you've got a horse that's too keyed up, they don't always do the right thing. So hopefully they do it this time.
The crossover, Joe. Yesterday we watched a horse who had ran 3rd in the Arlington Million. We try again. They're off.
As they go for the first of 9 jumps in this steeplechase event. The early leader here is Decisive Triumph, as all 7 horses have cleared the initial jump. Decisive Triumph is the early leader here, with Lidford racing in second and Perfect Tapatano on the outside in third as they go around the far turn for the first time. Freddie Flincher, the favorite, sits in fourth here in mid-pack. And then we come back to Theocrat, who's in fifth, as the field comes for the top of the stretch. And the leader here is Decisive Triumph, who's challenged on the outside by Perfect Tapatino. Lidford is in behind in third. Then Freddie Flincher. On the far outside is Fast Vision. Then comes Theocrat. And trailing the field is Scorpion's Revenge. Up and over. Jump number 2. As they come past the stands and the fans, for the first time, Decisive Triumph continues to lead here by a length and a half. Perfect Tapatino remains in second, and Lidford is in third as they approach the next fence. And Decisive Triumph is up and over, as is the rest of the field. And now they're moving into the clubhouse turn. It is Decisive Triumph who continues to lead here. Perfect Tapatino on the outside with Lidford in third. Freddie Flincher content to race in fourth. He's about 4.5 lengths off the lead. Followed on the inside by Theocrat. Then comes Fast Vision. And at the back is Scorpion's Revenge. They're on the backstretch once again. And it is Decisive Triumph who will take the field over that next hurdle. Decisive Triumph is the leader here, and all have cleared. Decisive Triumph on top here with a Perfect Tapatino on the outside. And they're going for another fence here. And they have all cleared. Decisive Triumph in front right from the start, continues to show the way here with a Perfect Tapatino on the outside, and now getting closer. Perfect Tapatino makes a move here to go up and challenge Decisive Triumph for the lead. And Freddie Flincher has gotten closer now in third. Freddie Flincher is sitting just off those front two. Lidford runs in fourth. Then comes Fast Vision in fifth, followed by Theocrat, and the trailer is still Scorpion's Revenge. They're coming into the stretch once again with Decisive Triumph holding on to the lead here. It is Decisive Triumph in front. We have 4 fences remaining, and all are over that one. It is Decisive Triumph who continues to show the way here. And now Freddie Flincher is in between horses and moving up. We have 1 lap remaining. Decisive Triumph holding on to the lead. Then it is Freddie Flincher, Perfect Tapatino, and Lidford. Those 3 are all together. And then we come back on the inside to Theocrat as they go around the clubhouse turn for the final time. Decisive Triumph is the one to catch. Decisive Triumph has set the pace right from the start. Freddie Flincher is on the outside of Lidford. Those 2 are right together, second and third. Then comes Perfect Tapatino and Theocrat. They're together. And now we have just 2 jumps remaining. And it is still Decisive Triumph holding on to the lead here as they go up and over the next to last jump. And now Decisive Triumph has gotten away here to lead by 2.5 lengths as Freddie Flincher runs in second and runs after Decisive Triumph. The field has cleared all of the hurdles, and they have Decisive Triumph to catch as they go into the far turn. And then it is Freddie Flincher and Theocrat. There goes Theocrat now, making a move to take over the lead on the far turn. It is Theocrat in front. And then comes Freddie Flincher and Decisive Triumph. And now they're at the top of the stretch with Theocrat, the one to catch. Freddie Flincher's on the outside. Theocrat the leader. Freddie Flincher trying to get to Theocrat here. It's Theocrat and Freddie Flincher, and they are right together with Scorpion's Revenge now up into third. It's Theocrat trying to pull off the upset. Freddie Flincher is in second. Theocrat, Freddie Flincher on the outside. One last try. They come on for the finish. Theocrat pulls it off at odds of 12-1. Freddie Flincher was second, and Scorpion's Revenge finished third in the Mickey Walsh Novice Stakes.
Exciting, exciting finish. Theocrat, an upset, holding off the favorite, Freddie Flincher, in the Mickey Walsh. Wow.
Yeah, Kerry Bryan goes 1-2. I don't think they would have said Theocrat would have beat Freddie Flincher at home. Very savvy ride by Bernie Dalton. He kind of gunned and took the initiative, leaving the back, and then the horse hung on. Well done. Coming out of a win. Has enough experience, or had a little more experience than maybe Freddie Flincher, and saw it out here at the end.
I love, whether it's steeplechase racing or flat racing, when a rider makes a decisive, bold move. Bernie Dalton just said, you know what, I'm going now. Got the drop on his uncoupled stablemate and Freddie Flincher and was able to hold him off.
Yeah, for sure. And he's Bernie is, he doesn't like it when we say this, but he's 50-something, so he could be Parker's father. And he taught him a little bit of a lesson there, I think, maybe. Good race, though. You saw decisive triumph. He never quite could get away. Jamie tried to kick away going down the back the last time. It wasn't going to hold off either of these two for sure.
Back-to-back wins, Theocrat. Aside from the move on the far turn, what do you think the key to victory was this afternoon in triggering the 12-1 upset?
I think just traveling. I mean, he actually kind of he got away from that pace a little bit, so he was able to use that punch. And maybe if he was up there even closer, he doesn't have the punch that he needed. The horses run enough over jumps. He actually came in here at the high weight 159, which you pick up weight in this novice condition for races that you win other than maiden. And he had all three of his wins were not maiden races, and did that nicely really. And again, it's. I think experience will tell eventually. Some of that talent, but you see these horses that are one or two races removed from maiden race, just like on the flat. They get found out a little bit once they start running against winners again. So.
Did Freddie Flincher underperform, or did Theocrat really step up today?
I think Theocrat really stepped up in terms of especially he's only had one start in America, but it wasn't at this level. In terms of he was a handicap hurdle, sort of middle ground, equivalent to a starter allowance or a claimer type race, and he really stepped up and delivered a really good effort. Freddie Flincher was kind of the talking horse after that effort here at the beginning of the meet. That was brilliant, but it was also against fellow first level allowance horses. And he gets in here today and got to go against some way more proven horses, and he'll advance again off of that. There's a novice race at Aqueduct in it's only 2 weeks now, so I don't know if he'll come back there, but he'll improve off of that race again and be a decent horse this fall.
First time since 1974. You mentioned Carrie Bryan running 1-2. How uncommon is it that you have trainers that are handling the hurdlers, the jumpers, and she has some horses, some thoroughbreds as well?
Yeah, she's got her stable's really grown. She was with Jonathan Shepard, we know, and her stable flat end jumps has really grown. She's gotten a lot of kind of recent reaction from some flat owners sending her some horses. I know the Wyckoffs have actually sent her a few. We can let the cat out of the bag. Cross Border is in Carrie Bryan's barn as of last week, so be kind of interesting to see what some of this happens. And the crossover is great. It's very good for the game to see some flat crossover and have owners. We see jumpers get purchased out of flat barns a lot, but it's nice to see the flat owners kind of stick it out and bring horses, kind of follow their horses to steeplechasing.
He's pointing towards a 2-mile race, I believe, at Monmouth, right? The John Forbes.
Yeah, it's at the Far Hills meet at the end of October. It's a flat race. There's a 2-mile flat race at the race meet in Far Hills in October that they've named in memory of John Forbes, which is neat. I would assume Carrie will pop him over a few jumps too to see what happens. But
Cross Border we're talking about?
Yeah.
Wow.
So, yeah,
New York bred, 2-time Bowling Green winner.
Yeah.
One time he crossed the wire in front, the other he didn't, but still a 2-time Bowling Green winner. Joe, thanks so much.
Thanks
Once
for
again,
having me.
great stuff all summer. We look forward to doing it again next Saratoga.
All right, thanks for having me. No, it was great. The steeplechasing loves to come to Saratoga. We know we're guests on some kind of holy ground, so it's kind of nice to put on a good show.
We've enjoyed it. Joe Clancy, everyone, joining us here covering the steeplechase events. 1 down, 10 to go. Flat racing rest of the way. Race 2 starts the early pick 5. Today's schedule brought to you by Claiborne Farm. Featured event, race 10, the P.G. Johnson. Race 7 starts the late pick 5. Main track is fast. Turf courses are good. Temperature in the mid-70s. Still haven't signed up? Come on, it's closing week. Get involved in NYRABets.com. Use that promo code TOGA200. Earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NYRABets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. When we return, he has already captured 4 Grade 1 races this summer. Todd Pletcher, and that's how many he'll run in Saturday's Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup. Of the 4, there's only one Grade 1 winner. American Revolution, New York bred, Grade 1 Cigar Mile winner. What will he do in the Jockey Club Gold Cup? That's next. Just getting started on Saratoga Live.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, multi-millionaire Shivaji, plus these standout performers. Now his biggest book in the past decade will be 3-year-olds in 2022. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Blood Horse Plus, available through bloodhorse.com, provides exclusive, timely, and unmatched content to subscribers, including Fox Sports, Blood Horse branded weekly programs, a detailed stakes winners section, behind-the-scenes videos from Blood Horse staff, on-demand access to deeper horse statistics, and a $5 monthly credit to equineline.com. Upgrade to Blood Horse Plus today.
Exciting steeplechase race to start the day. You're watching Saratoga Live. Brought to you in part by Naira Bets, but ain't track anywhere anytime with Naira Bets. Get started at nairabets.com today. Picnic area always buzzing. As we're joined by Paul LaDuca, I get it. It's a horse racing show. That's not where we're starting. How on God's green earth did Brandon Nemo make that catch off the bat of Justin Turner last night that would have tied the game?
Yeah, listen, and here's the crazy part is I was telling my buddy yesterday, I said, if one guy can hit DeGrom, it's Turner, because Turner is just so clutch, and he always hits good pitching. When he hit that ball, you could see DeGrom went to the ground, thought it was gone. Nimmo went back different. Most guys will go back and try to leap. He sort of went back. I don't even know how he went back. He went back to catch it almost with two hands, and then he caught it. And when you look, it was a home run. And
yes!
I could imagine Citi Field was going berserk because when stuff like that happened in Shea, I would think Shea would come down. But Citi Field is built a little bit sturdier than Shea was.
This is a sensitive topic for me. I was not happy. So yeah, let's just stick to the horse racing and do so by meeting the field for the 104th Jockey Club Gold Cup. There is the field, 8 deep, mile and a quarter. Todd Pletcher trains half of them. $1 million purse. Let's meet him in post position order. Number 1 is Tax. Remember him, the Jim Dandy winner here 3 years ago.
Yeah, and he's only ran once in 2021 and then came back in July at Delaware, won nicely on a sloppy track. He's got a lot of ability. Is he ready to step up again?
Yeah, just 7 total races since that 2019 Jim Dandy. Tax, number 2 Olympian. Razor sharp heading into the Whitney, Paul, and just didn't fire.
Listen, he's got to answer the question whether Churchill Downs is his favorite racetrack or just draw a line through the Whitney and he'll be better second time over this racetrack.
We know he's better than that. Statement race for Olympiad. And then Chess Chief number 3, or check that, Team Valor's untreated, first of 4 for Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, ran terrific in the Suburban when he set the pace. He also set the pace in the Pimlico Special, but he's versatile, doesn't need the lead. Gets Jose Ortiz, who was on board for his last victory, albeit though that was an allowance race at Aqueduct.
Looking for a first Gold Cup win. Jose Ortiz, there's Chess Chief, 5-time winner, but all of those at Fairgrounds in New Orleans.
Behind Art Collector, who jogged in the Charlestown Classic and does have a race over this racetrack. Dallas Stewart has a a keen eye to getting a horse to run as the long shot to run in the number. So maybe this horse could run underneath at a big price.
Never dismiss Dallas. Number 5, American Revolution, Grade 1 winner, second leg of the Pletcher relay team.
Yeah, he loses Luis Saez to first captain, but he picks up Joel Rosario, who has just been incredible in stakes races here in Saratoga. American Revolution, very, very skilled horse, was second best to the Olympiad last time in the Foster.
Aforementioned first captain, tough as nails in the Suburban, defeated a nose by Dynamic One.
Yeah, you don't really want to play the jockey game, but you wonder. Luis Saez used American Revolution's regular rider. He took over first captain in his last 2 starts, and he had a dirty beat to Dynamic One in the Suburban. And this is a colt that seems like he's getting better and better, sort of like Shug's horses do.
Keep me in mind, ran in last year's Travers, idle for 11 months, now with Todd Pletcher.
Really interesting. This horse having that layoff, comes back as a 4-year-old to win, going a mile and a furlong on a track that had been so demanding early in this meet. It's got to help him move forward. His 3-year-old numbers were good enough to compete here. He should be better even at 4.
And Dynamic One, Suburban winner. Todd Pletcher's patience, Paul, has been key with him.
It has been key. You know, this horse ran the Kentucky Derby when Medina Spirit won. And listen, in the Wood, he was second to Bourbonic. So, you know, he was a promising 3-year-old. Took a little time off after the Travers where he just didn't run. He won the Curlin last year. But as a 4-year-old, he really has grown up. Races have gotten better and better and better. And he seems like he likes to fight now.
You know, this is important. This could be a final prep for the Breeders' Cup Classic for those who run well. And Olympiad, the question is, Mig, which version are we gonna see? The one who was so good in the Stephen Foster at Churchill Downs, or the colt who was just flat out dull in the Whitney?
Well, maybe he was dull in the Whitney because he was chasing Life is Good, and he was put into kind of a long, sustained drive, and I think it just kind of starched him. You know, I ran track as a kid. There was a kid that wanted to be in best in the States going a mile. I chased him for half a mile, and I quit. I mean, it does happen. You're doing your best, and you just can't gain, and it kind of tugs the heart out of you. Olympiad looks to get a different trip. I think he'll be forward, going easier than he was last time on the hard chase with Life is Good. I'm not ready to throw Olympiad off for one subpar effort.
Couldn't agree with you more. I mean, listen, I've never ridden a horse in the afternoon like you had, Mig, but after watching so many races over the 40 years, yeah, I was betting as a 10-year-old. I apologize. But horses that are on a chase, like a horse like a Knicks Go or like a Life is Good that are that fast, it's really tough to chase them and have any kind of energy late in the race. So I kind of want to draw a line through the Whitney, but again, he ran some good races, some great races, sprinting here at Saratoga Lafitte. I just need to see it going long.
And Mott knows what he's doing in the Jockey Club Gold Cup, 3-time winner, Mighty Cigar, 95, flat out, Ron the Greek back-to-back, 2012, 2013. Will Olympiad provide a 4th for Bill Mott as we welcome Acacia Clement to the show? Acacia, so instead of just looking back at the races and which Olympiad shows up on Saturday, maybe it's the preparation in between the Whitney and the Jockey Club Gold Cup. What have you noticed in his training?
He has been training well, as he always does, Lafitte. And it's interesting, as you mentioned, he was dull in the Whitney last time out in the race. And I think that's a perfect way to describe it, because he was dull in the paddock leading up to it, especially in comparison with a horse like Life is Good, who looked like a fire-breathing dragon in the paddock. Now, in this most recent work where he went solo, he has been really just cruising in the mornings. I did notice that his rider set him down a little bit coming out of the turn and asking him just a little bit with hand motions. It wasn't an all-out drive, but it wasn't the easiest. He finished up really well. He galloped out well. He looks incredibly fit. It's interesting looking back to notes from last year and even before that too. He's a horse that he's a little bit of a handier type of build. And I remember seeing him in January at Gulfstream when he kind of kicked off that tremendous tear and streak that he went on. And I said, I think he should be able to handle 2 turns. Little did I know how he would flourish and develop. For me, the question of 1.25 miles in the Jockey Club Gold Cup is a little bit of a question mark. He doesn't have Life is Good in this race, but he does have some very talented runners, and he will have to bounce back after that effort. I think he's got it in him, but I am moving a little bit hesitantly given what I saw from him last time out, Lafitte.
All questions will be answered Saturday. Exciting closing week. You see the rundown. Today's PG Johnson. More on that in a moment. Tomorrow, Grade 2 Prioris female sprinters, Jockey Club Gold Cup Flower Bowl on Saturday. Marquee events for 2-year-olds, Spinaway Sunday, and Grade 1 hopeful closing day. Terrific. Week 8 schedule here at Saratoga. Back to the hurdlers and Theocrat. Richie able to pull off that big 12-1 upset over Freddie Flincher.
With a decisive move by Bernie Dalton after the last fence, seemed to get the little bit of a drop on the two, Freddie Flincher, who re-rallied gamely, but Theocrat got the jump, and Bernie Dalton got a Grade 1 winner earlier than the meet for his wife on a horse that he actually drove the van here from South Carolina. Nice. So he's a hands-on guy, but a tremendous exercise rider, too.
How about a Kerry O'Brien exacta that you get back $34 for $1?
That'll work with the 6-5 favorite in there. The Mickey Walsh Novice Theocrat, $27. Turning the page, race 2, first flat race of the afternoon. Canoe looks good in maroon. Start of the early pick 5, $20,000 claiming sprint 3/4 of a mile dash. Number 2, Bronx Bomber, the 2-1 favorite. Horses in the paddock. When we return, apprentice Jose Gomez, young, talented, bright future, absorbing everything he possibly can. His first summer here at Saratoga. Won a stakes race. Rides a live one in the second, Ragtime Blues. That's next on Saratoga Live. We'll be right back.
Introducing a stallion as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Spire speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Nairo Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Nairo Bets.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple Grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal-bred.
Prolumo is the all-natural, non-medicated, targeted therapy top horsemen choose to reduce bleeding caused by strenuous exercise.
We use it for preventative, and also we start horses on it if after a race or after a workout they bleed. The success has been tremendous.
Prolumo's active ingredient, Noto Ginseng, has proven hemostatic properties. Consult your veterinarian prior to administering. Go natural. Visit Prolumo.com to order today.
You're watching Saratoga Live. Great to have you with us on Fox Sports 2, Yaddo Gardens. Get your zen on, Richie. Nice and centered, focused, relaxed.
I need to do that when I'm on set with Andy Serling. With you guys, I don't need to do my transcendental meditation.
It takes,
because we you know
more than Yaddo Gardens.
They have downward dog. Why don't they have a jockey? Just a jockey position to be some kind of a yoga move, right? If you just stood in your jockey position, wouldn't your legs getting tired?
Makes sense.
There you go.
Don't ask me. I think I need to meditate again.
Anyway, is there a natural segue to the P.G. Johnson? No? Hard left turn, 18th running, in honor of the terrific late Hall of Fame trainer, P.G. Johnson. 2-year-old fillies, mile and a 16th. On a good turf course, number 6, Be Your Best. 7-5 morning line favorite, and this is a big reason why, Richie. Her debut, July 31st. Be Your Best. Like she has a lot to learn, but she has lots of talent.
Man, does she have talent. What a stride. You sort of take a step out away from horses there. Didn't corner that well, but look at when she gets over to her right lead. And the way she reaches over the ground, she jumps back to her left lead here. When she hits the front, gets a little bit lost. She back to her right lead. But look at the ground she covers. This is a tremendous stride and incredible mechanics from a young filly that still was looking around.
And once she figures it out, like, look out, Brett in Ireland, heavy favorite in the PG Johnson, Paul, who has the most upside to pull off what would be a significant upset.
Well, I would think it'd be the Chad Brown runner in Idea Generation. The thing about Be Your Best that's scary, when you look back at that race, I've looked back at it multiple times. Jose Ortiz looked through his legs on the far turn, and then he looked through the left at the top of the lane. He knew he was loaded. Now, ID Generation for Chad Brown was lights out, supposed to be working great in the morning. And this was the horse that ran in the no contest race and actually ran second. But if you watch that race, Irad never really stopped on this horse, and I thought that Towhead actually beat this filly on the square. Now, Towhead did come back running another maiden special weight and ran third, but I do think, obviously, Chad's horse has got a big shot.
She's supposed to be potentially Breeders' Cup Juvenile Filly turf good. So, yeah, and these are the races that these fillies emerge from for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies turf. The PG Johnson, much more on the feature. Race 10 as we are rolling 11 deep on this final Thursday of the Saratoga meet. Second race, start of the early pick 5, $20,000 claiming sprint, 6 furlongs, called to post. Bronx Bomber, the 5-2 favorite, will meet the field. Would you want, here we go, let's start with Ragtime Blues, and there he is, Jose Gomez in the saddle, currently 3-1.
I like this horse a lot. Has speed, turns back from a mile. When the track was very, very demanding earlier in the meet, he ran a decent mile, gets 5-pound break in the weights with Jose Gomez, an apprentice that rides well. You get in to steal with 5 pounds, Paul.
Bronx Bomber, the favorite.
Yeah, Bronx Bomber. This one for Eric Cancel. Shohei Ohtani was the Bronx Bomber last night.
So rocket. Lost in Rome 7-2. Bet down.
Stepping up in company, runs second to Quick Return, a 2-time winner at the meet.
Long-term thinking, Dylan Davis, 3 wins yesterday, including the feature.
You know, this is a horse that was claimed by AC Avila. A lot of people don't know AC Avila. He did a lot of his training on the West Coast, and he's sharp.
Very sharp. Musical America. It's been a struggle of late.
It has been a struggle. Showed improved speed last time, but stopped readily.
The Nomad in Sky We Trust has been moving from barn to barn.
Yeah, it has been moving from barn to barn. Drops from 25 to 20 off the claim and didn't run that bad last time out.
Casalsa on the outside. First after the claim, Peter Walder.
Well, he has been popular at the claim box lately. A horse that has speed and should definitely be involved early.
Field for the second start of the early pick 5, up over $350,000 in the pool. Paul, your strategy. Let's see the ticket.
Yeah, I thought it was a difficult sequence because you do got some babies in this sequence. So $64, 1, 2, 6, 7. I'm using another horse. Obviously, it's a 3, Lost in Rome. My worry is 0 for 8 this year, so I left him off. Race number 3, 4, 5. Serious life for Ron Moquette. I think the 5, numero 6. I wore number 16. Let's go, numero 6. Well, I mean, I don't know if it means 16 because it doesn't, but it's...
If it was 16, I'd be like,
whatever.
Oh, you're Colton.
2, 4, 5, 6 in race number. Obviously, value engineering. The 4 is probably going to be a lot of singles. I just don't know. 1 for 6 the last 2 years. Race number 5, I love Bees and Honey in there. I do think the 2 Family Time could surprise in there. WW Fritzy looks like the speed. I think Family Time could go to the front end. And then in race number 6, Inflation Nation is going to be tough. I'm going to use Balsa getting on the turf for Brad Cox.
Go get him, Paul. Best of luck, and everyone playing this early pick 5 at Saratoga. We check in with Acacia.
Taking a look at your favorite Bronx Bomber, who does get a significant drop in class for Linda Rice. And this horse makes a lot of sense. He is one of those horses, as a lot of Linda's horses are, that carries a lot of condition from race to race. But he was striding out nicely in the paddock. Last time out, he was kind of mid-pat chasing. He just looked tired. He kind of threw his head up, came off the bridle, and I think that the drop in class makes sense. I like that Eric Cancel has given him a big warm-up out there, and he's gotten into the bridle nicely and framed himself up well. He makes a lot of sense. Jose Gomez gave Ragtime Blues, the 1, a strong warm-up right out of the post parade, which I've noticed Jose tends to do, and I really like that about him, especially for a horse that's cutting back in distance something that I also like. First off, the claim for Kelly Breen, and he immediately cuts him back. It seemed like that was the intention for him. And you could see his strides were just shortening last time out with going the mile. He's built more like a sprinter, moves like a sprinter, has run his better races sprinting. And with that strong warm-up here from the inside, I'd imagine he should be forward from the inside post, and liked what I saw from him out on the racetrack. The number 7 Casalsa is a reclaim for Peter Walder, something that I always pay attention to, and especially as it's a sharp claiming outfit for the same owners too in Paradise Farms Corp. As this horse has a lot of speed. He's been kept pretty quiet out on the track though with Luis Saez, and you might have noticed that they kept him in the saddling stall for a long time. That's something that Peter Walder does with a lot of his runners. I see it down at Gulfstream, even up here in New York at Belmont and Saratoga. He likes to keep his horses really settled in the paddock, and then sometimes you will see them kind of get the blood flowing a little bit more on the track. But for this horse, he's been kept pretty quiet. I do like that Luis Saez comes back aboard. We'll see if he can clear from the outside, but the fact that the team dips back in for him to try to get a win here at Saratoga, I think could be significant. And Richie and Paul, just wanted to let you guys know, I go to hot yoga every morning, so if you're looking to find your zen and your peace and say namaste, you're more than welcome to join.
I'm down as long as you get Richie and I's wardrobe together. I ain't afraid of tights.
You're not afraid of a tutu, we know that. You put one on a Churchill in front of a national audience, which was awesome.
I'm not comfortable with tights.
Our great director, Mitch Levitas, just reminded me. I forgot about one of my best moments at Churchill was that the night before that, a nun came. I just had the winner come rolling down the thing. She had 5 across on the winner. Mitch just reminded me of that. Some good days at Churchill. Yeah.
That's fantastic.
Nuns and namaste. First flat race of the day, Richie, and you're all on the one, yes? Ragtime Blues.
Ragtime Blues, apprentice Jose Gomez, an apprentice who's gained so much experience riding with the best riders day in, day out, has Angel Cordero Jr. as his mentor. Just a kid that really sees a race, and to me, you're stealing when you're getting 5 pounds with him.
I think that mile is going to help. It's going to help.
You know? Yeah. And that starting gate, the MiG is going to take you inside the starting gate. Terrific feature coming up very shortly on Saratoga Live. All set for the early pick 5. Johnny I standing by. It's post time.
And they're off. Bronx Bomber is going out for the early lead. To his inside is Ragtime Blues up to challenge. So it's Ragtime Blues and Bronx Bomber right together. Casalsa sits off of them in third. In Sky We Trust is next in the fourth, followed by Long-Term Thinking in fifth. Then Musical America, and trailing the field is Lost in Rome. It is Bronx Bomber in front now after a quarter and 22 seconds as they go around the far turn. Bronx Bomber in front by a length. Casalsa has moved into second. Ragtime Blues is dropping back down at the rail. In Sky We Trust on the outside. And then farther back it is Long-Term Thinking and Lost in Rome, and they're coming for the quarter pole with Bronx Bomber and Casalsa, and now Ragtime Blues is getting back into it again. Ragtime Blues is coming on the outside of Bronx Bomber. Bronx Bomber is the leader. Ragtime Blues runs in second, and in Sky We Trust, next in third, inside the 8th pole. It is Bronx Bomber, Ragtime Blues, and Bronx Bomber. Ragtime Blues takes the lead here, and Ragtime Blues wins it here by a length. Bronx Bomber was second. In Sky We Trust finished third.
Right on cue. The apprentice, Jose Gomez, Ragtime Blues, grinding away, puts away the favorite Bronx Bomber late.
Ragtime Blues was very good coming back off the mile race, gave him more foundation. But this was a tremendous ride from Jose Gomez. He sent hard from the inside to establish position, realized that Bronx Bomber, he couldn't keep up with him. He backed off patiently, sat in the pocket, waited. When Casalsa fell away, he was able to come out from behind. A lot of apprentices wouldn't have had the presence of mind to back off and give his horse a breather. That was the key to victory.
No, I couldn't agree with you anymore. The way he pushed out of the gate, and he knew that he was coming out of the mile race, and I said it right before the race, that was going to be the key, the extra little fitness. So he pushed Eric Cancel in the 2, who did the right thing. Eric did the right thing. Let's go to the front end, try to pass me in the lane. He just needed somebody else to be lapped onto him so the 1 couldn't get out. As soon as the 1 got out, the race was over.
Exactly.
I'm not trying to be critical. Could Eric Cancel have blown this race open? Could he have built a bigger cushion when they straightened out in the lane? Can we take another look?
Yeah, I really don't think so. You know, he had gone 22 flat. It was a quick first quarter, 45-1 for this level of horses. I think Bronx Bomber was giving him his best. He just got outrun by Ragtime Blues, who got to back off, get a little bit of a breather. And also, Ragtime Blues is carrying 118. Bronx Bomber's carrying 123. It's a 5-pound break in the weights for riding an apprentice jockey. And again, that's a big edge when you got a kid that sees a race the way Jose Gomez sees a race. That was his 107th career victory. He is odds-on favorite to be the Eclipse Award winner this year.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, in Ragtime Blues, all of us picked Ragtime Blues. I don't think that's happened.
Well done.
I don't think that's ever happened when we've all picked one horse.
Well, that 5 pounds off with Jose counteracted all the weight we put on him.
Great minds go to Yaddo Gardens and do yoga. The starting gate. What goes on inside the starting gate? How it all works? What goes on inside? Your guide in the gate, Richie Migliori. That's next on Saratoga Live.
Here's your story, let's begin. The world is fine, come on, dive in. The future's here, it's right before your eyes. Step by step, you're on your way. Welcome to a brighter day. Don't you know it feels good to be alive? You could be alive.
$1,000,000 now, 9 to bid. Here we look at 9 now. They do $1,050,000. Last call. Here we look at Bruce, $2 million even. Thank you.
We take pride in what we do.
I'm an assistant trainer. Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom. I love what I do.
We are New York Racing. New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Race 2, our first flat race of the day in the books, and it went to Ragtime Blues and apprentice jockey Jose Gomez, who joins me now. And Jose, tell me about your trip on this horse, as you were tucked in behind, you had a tip out, and your horse really re-rallied nicely in the stretch.
Well, yeah, of course. The original plan was to break, see where he was at, and
I knew that some horses on my outside had some speed, and mine didn't necessarily have to be in front. So I just kind of got him out of there, you know, running without having to take him back too quick. Got him comfortable, took him out of there, waited a little bit, and when the time came, you know, got outside. And when he seen that clear, he came home running.
He looked great in his warm-up, too, and I noticed that you give all your horses a big warm-up out on the track. Talk to me a little bit about that as a rider and just your game plan and getting a horse set up before the race.
Well, yeah, of course. I try to typically ask if I can turn them loose before, because, you know, some horses are real headstrong. So I knew Kelly. I've been working with him for a while, and I knew I normally like taking his horses away and just getting them a good warm-up if I wanted to break sharp.
Now this one, as you mentioned, for Kelly Breen, who's given you a lot of opportunities. The first win at Saratoga for the owner, Spouty Racing. You won a stake here this summer. Talk a little bit about what this Saratoga meet has meant to you.
Well, my first ever Saratoga meet, just coming here too in general, it's great. You know, I never really expected to be doing as good as I'm doing. You know, I'm just grateful for the opportunities I've been given.
It's been fun for all of us watching you too. Here's to many more wins and closing out strong, Jose.
Thank you very much, Acacia.
Apprentice jockey Jose Gomez with another win. All that hard work really paying off for a young man with a very bright future, Lafitte.
Talent, Acacia, the right attitude, and you touched on this, Richie, but having Angel Cordero as a mentor, like, incredible to have that kind of, who had one of the greatest jockeys who ever lived, period, him teaching you the ropes.
It's like having, if you're playing a hockey player, having Wayne Gretzky
pretty much
teaching you. You know, you're a boxer, you got Muhammad Ali teaching you, so on and so forth. I mean, you're talking about one of the greatest riders in the history of the sport. And pretty cool there, Jose Gomez gets a ride for the guy who started him, and Kelly Breen wins a race for him in Saratoga.
Go ahead.
No, it's giant. I mean, like, listen, the kid has the skill. So now you can pick a brain of a Hall of Famer that's been in every situation, every spot. I tell everybody, well, Mike Scioscia was my mentor, and if it wasn't for him, I would have never made it. But Mike was in the World Series in every single spot and just gave me the confidence. And I'm sure it's the same thing with Jose. He just can pick Angel's brain, and he's getting better and better.
Yeah. Another win. Everybody except like the three of us submitted a claim on Bronx Bomber.
Wow.
22-way shake headed to the barn of George Weaver. There is so much focus in racing, and rightfully so, on who's going to wind up, which horse in front at the finish line. It's all about winning. Who's going to wind up in the winner's circle? And yet so much of that is often decided like at the start, in the starting gate. What exactly goes on inside the starting gate? Here's Richie Migliore.
The post, the barrier, the stalls, the iron monster, the starting gate. There are so many key and important times in a race where jockeys have to make quick decisions, when to move, when to sit, wait behind horses. But to me, one of the most critical times in a race is leaving the starting gate. If you don't break cleanly, you can get shuffled back, taken out of position, and it's hard to get a horse in a good rhythm. Starts are so important. I want you to know what goes on inside the starting gate. Come on with me.
Hey, wait for the throw. All right, yeah.
Key to breaking sharp from the gate is having your horse warmed up, alert, but settled. You want them relaxed. We've got a great gate crew here in New York, and they know all the horses, their habits, what to expect. Put them in the gate, get them square, looking down the track, and be ready to go.
Try to get as relaxed as I can on my horse before we go in the gate. And once I get in there, I want to let him walk in and take a deep breath and make sure the gate guy get up, because I want to make sure he starts setting his feet correctly. And you know the ones that's going to sit in there and be still, but I just want to keep it as relaxed as I can going into the gate with the horse, where the horse can feel like he's going to do his job. I'm going to just stay out of his way.
You get one that cuts right to the gate, sometimes they'll balk. It's a kind of a closed space. Some horses are a little claustrophobic. Important to pick up your feet so you don't get your legs caught on the side of the gate. You could feel their energy. Sometimes you'll feel their heartbeat beating on your leg. Again, want to keep them relaxed, settled, get them square. The assistant starters are so good at getting the horse nice and balanced. Sometimes you get one that's leaning a little too far, you'll take your leg, push off the petition, get them where you want them to be. Looking down the racetrack, all four legs square on the ground. Last horse gets ready to go in, you're going to take your half cross, take a piece of mane,
one hand, other hand free in case horse breaks left or right. You can correct them, and you're going to be leaving here in a hurry.
Well, a lot of people wait on the guys to say one out to get all set and ready. You know, I'm not, you know, you can hear the guy say one out, but I'm mostly paying attention to the guy with the button. That's how I break so fast out the gate, you know. I'm a button guy, you know, or I listen to the last door sound and the button. And after that, early position wins the race most of the time.
So many moving parts that make a horse break well or break poorly. It's important to have great communication between the rider and the assistant starters, as well as the official starter, and working with the trainers to make sure that if a horse is a little bit nervous, they school them, they get them where they're relaxed around the gate. It's not always the horse that's the most keyed up that breaks the best. It's the horse that's alert and settled and balanced in the gate. Then you can leave the gate in a hurry.
Great stuff, Richie. And there it is, that iron monster. First and foremost, what was it like for you to be back in the saddle inside a starting gate?
It was a lot of emotion going on, and it kind of took me off guard. I didn't expect to kind of have all those range of emotions. You know, it's something that I haven't done in over 12 years. I didn't want to stop when I had to stop, so it was taken away from me. So even just to be in that position, Paul, to get on a horse, be in the middle of them, and then go in the gate and, you know, and be with the gate crew. These are guys that I have such long-standing relationships with over the years, and just talking with them and feeling that camaraderie again, a really strong emotional morning for me.
Adrenaline's the best medicine. And I'm sure your adrenaline was coming up, and you were probably hoping, I hope there's 5 others in here. I want to just go one more time. Everybody always asks me, can you go out there and play? I said, yeah, if you can give me a shoulder and a couple knees, I'll go out there and play a couple innings.
Gary Stevens has a few spare.
Yeah, exactly.
Around. I don't think people realize just how confined it is and feel almost claustrophobic. And it's horse, rider, and assistant starter in there.
A narrow space. There's a small ledge for the assistant starter. They're so athletic, they're so strong, and yet that they can make themselves so small on that ledge and get out of your way. It's really, I mean, they're tremendous athletes in their own right, the gate crew.
My thing is, Kay, you ride 10 races on a card. How many times do you hit your leg on the gate? I mean, and here's the thing is, you called it the iron thing, and if you listen sometimes to European racing or Australian racing, they call it the machine. So it is an iron gate, and you can hear it rattle if you're up close. How many times do you hit your leg on a day?
Too many. Your legs are just constantly bruised. I mean, I broke my instep leaving the starting gate one time, and the way it healed, it looks like the stirrup shaped how my instep is now.
Oh my God.
But, you know, it's a part and parcel of the game, but having the kind of gate crew that we have in New York and pretty much all over the country now, they got wonderful gate crews, very well trained, very patient with the horses. And again, these people put themselves in harm's way to protect the horses and the riders. I mean, very brave.
Yeah. Sounds trite, unsung heroes. That's exactly what they are, the assistant starters. Great stuff, Richie. That was terrific.
Yeah, good stuff,
really
Richie.
taking you inside the gate. This guy knows all about the inside of a starting gate and the winner's circle. 1,000 trips to the one here. John Velasquez pretty much holds every record for a rider. Saratoga looking to pad those stats. He'll ride Sirius Light in the upcoming third.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Happy Gal is in front, late run from Balenciaga Betty, but it's Happy Gal hanging on. Happy Gal has won it.
Somebody's problem was everybody's problem today. The daughter of Run Happy punched home by almost 7 in the end.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
It will be McCulloch, and in Italian wins the Diana Ocean Road State of Rest to win it here by a length. Domestic Spending and Tribovan, and here is Domestic Spending to take the lead in deep stretch and win.
Daredevil, returning to stud on U.S. soil.
the only first crop sire to see 2 offspring win the Grade 1 Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 1 Preakness Stakes in the same year. She dares the devil, taking the Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 2 Azeri Stakes, and champion Swiss Skydiver, winning the Preakness and the Grade 1 Beholder Mile Stakes. With more exciting prospects on the track and multiple 6-figure sales in the ring, Daredevil's career is just getting started, only at Lane's End.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. Strength of New York breeding. More information, go to nybreds.com. Live look at a Kentucky bred, numero 6. Paul likes her quite a bit. These are 2-year-olds, maiden special weight, 5.5 furlong sprint on grass. We welcome Maggie Wolfendale to the show. Maggie, 2-year-old fillies, right in your wheelhouse.
I like to think so, Lafitte, as I too, like Paul, am very interested in numero 6, but I do think that Serious Light is much the filly to beat in here. She looks sensational, but she did get a bit of a pace to close into last time out, but I even physically like her more this time. But numero 6, first thing I'll say that is she's a filly that is really taking her time to tuck up. I mean, she seems to have just a very laid-back disposition, even though she does have cotton in her ears. She just kind of still looks very much like a baby. But watching her turf works, and it's kind of interesting that Joe opted to run her on the dirt for her first start here in Saratoga to take advantage of these restricted maiden special weights, because her turf works have looked good from the get-go, and that's where we see 3 subsequent works from her, since July 15th, since coming up here. Like I said, she looks like she should appreciate the turf switch, much more of a broader, flatter foot to her, and while frosted isn't the greatest influence, the dam handled all surfaces, and the half is a multiple graded stakes placed turf horse who went 4 for 16, and another sibling, another half, went 3 for 15 in turf start. So there's plenty of pedigree too to get this one to move up on the green. Number 2, Sly Sloan, one of 2 first-time starters in here, only sold for $24,000. This New York bred daughter of Central Banker is a half to Devious Mo, who won a New York Stallion Series stakes, but sprinting on the dirt. The dam, though, was half to a graded stakes winner on the turf. I don't necessarily see turf with her. I could be completely wrong. She doesn't have any turf work showing for trainer Mark Hennig. And watching her sales workout, she did work a pedestrian 10 and 4 and asked quite a bit for that, and just has a bit of a short stride. And what I noticed is, horses can only really extend their legs as far as their neck, as far as their nose. So longer necked horses are able to have that longer stride. She has a very short neck. She is wearing blinkers first time out here. She's one I like to take the wait and see approach. Look, she might have a bit of speed because she's built that way, but she's also going to have to break from the inside. Taking a look at number 7, Run for Cover. Now, at least on the PPs, she does not show a work since she debuted last time, and she was a part of a pace with Influential, which came apart, but Influentialist still salvaged 4th. Granted, she did have a start before her. And Run for Cover, she looks exactly the same as what she did first time out. She looked incredibly fit and lean that day. She looked very sharp, like she was going to show speed. It's the same thing once again. Is she going to improve at second asking? Guess we'll have to wait and see, Lafitte.
For Mark Cassie, Maggie, saddled Boppio, big upset in yesterday's With Anticipation with Dylan Davis, who will pilot Run for Cover. 2-year-old fillies, Richie maiden special weight. This restriction all sold for $50,000 or less, or did not meet the reserve at their most recent sale. For those that are the uninitiated, those that don't follow horse racing on a day-to-day basis, why do these types of races exist?
I think it gives horses that, have maybe less of a pedigree or sold for less money for one reason or another, a chance to compete without having to compete with maybe 2-year-old that went for $1 million.
Mm-hmm.
You know, people have the same upkeep. It doesn't matter if a horse costs $5,000 or $500,000. It costs the same amount of money to keep them in training during the month. So it's giving these owners an opportunity to have a bit more of a level playing field.
Relatively new, just in the last few years. Like, this is one addition I think is really, really worked. You got a nice filly, first-time starter. You don't want to run them in a claiming race, but running a maiden, so you don't want to get clobbered either.
No,
Here's a great option.
It is. And in New York and Churchill Downs started doing it, and I applaud both of them because there's other places, Turf Paradise has done it, Canterbury's done it, where they do the maiden optional claiming. It's almost kind of like that, right? So, like Mig says, like, okay, you look at the 6 in here, Influentials, who's very, very good. They only paid $37,000. They might have to put her in a maiden 50. You know what I mean? Instead, they get a maiden special weight. She's not up for sale, and and she's still got broodmare value. You know what I mean?
And she can compete.
Yeah, exactly.
Can be competitive. You liked Numero 6 as well? Yes, Paul?
Yes.
9-2. We'll see her in the post parade. For trainer Joe Sharp, 6-5. Feels awfully short. Trainer Ron Moquette, Johnny V rides. Have a chance to see her shortly. This third race. 2-year-old filly sprinting 5.5 furlongs. That turf course listed as good. Some rain overnight, not nearly as much as Tuesday night, but still some give in that turf course. It has been very firm most of the summer. Post parade, there is Sly Sloan and her short neck. Mike Tyson did just fine with a short neck.
Right, and this is a filly by Central Banker for Mark Hennig. 1 for 24 in the meet. The one win was on the turf.
This is Cashman, debuting filly by Mark Valesky.
And not a tremendous amount of turf pedigree to go on here. One of the things we try to rely on, and no turf works, and you have the ability to work horses on the turf here in Saratoga.
Serious Light and Johnny V working on the next 1,000.
Yeah, 19-1 last time, had a ton of trouble and almost got up with Rosario. Now Johnny V, now 6-5 too.
Numero 6, Paul's top selection.
Yeah, Mare's thrown 2 turf winners. She was a turf sprinter herself. Pedigree's there to back up that move to the turf.
Influentialist broke better, showed more speed in her second start.
Yeah, put the blinkers on, and I think that resulted in that. You get Kendrick Carmouche, who was in that nice little feature with Richie about getting horses out of the gate.
Run for cover. Dylan Davis has come back firing.
Yeah, Dylan really shook off that suspension and really found his form again. Horse showed good speed from the inside on debut.
Great story here, Paul, as you pointed out to me, in Extessa and bred at the University of Kentucky.
Yeah, actually, it's really cool. University of Kentucky breeds a lot of horses. They bred a lot of winners, too. So University of Arizona obviously has the other track school as well. They breed some horses. They'll run at Turf Paradise. So the University of Kentucky bred Extessa. Mine Shaft, I have a hard spun mare.
17-1 currently. When we return, which one of these 2-year-old fillies will graduate? To be decided on the Mellon Turf Course 5.5 furlong turf sprint. The third from Saratoga is next. Start of the early pick 4. You're watching Saratoga Live on FS2.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. On the board in 12 of 14 starts from ages 2 to 4, his career included a 6-race winning streak. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
They come together from every corner of the globe in pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart. The title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation.
The Breeders' Cup World Championships at Keeneland. Tickets on sale now.
There's that starting gate. They'll be loading shortly. Welcome back to Saratoga Live. As always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. What a cool shot in Cherie DeVoe's stable. Tanisha Smith, one of her exercise riders. And that was her son, Cannon Calderon, with the great Maybe, who just broke his maiden last week.
Very cool. I love to see.
Got to start early. Got to start early.
Love to see kids with horses. It's just what a great thing for kids to have access to horses. So many kids don't have an opportunity to pet them, touch them, be close to them, to feel that energy.
And that horse is a runner, by the way, and you could tell the mind to let a little baby up there like that, and he's just loving every minute of it. He's like, what do you got there? He's hoping he had a couple peppermints, but I just got a couple of pieces of straw for you.
Make sure and not tell Cannon the story about what happened when Richie met Aladar.
Man.
Took a piece out of his
Easy to be a firm fan after that. I'll tell you.
Gearing up for the third here. A Serious Light. What happens at the start here? Just tardy lead getting out of the blocks.
Yeah, it's broke a little slow, and what happens, particularly with young horses, they come together quick. Horses are like water. They'll flow to empty space. And you saw she just kind of had a steady back. She didn't have to check, but she had a steady out of position and cost her a lot of position. And she had run on her mind, Paul.
No, she did. It says taken up. Now you can see Joel. He's still got a ton of horse. He doesn't know where to go. Do I save ground? Do I go inside? He decides, let's go through the middle of the pack here and then cut down. I guess he'll cut to the outside here and try to run down. But at that time, probably had too much to do. But still an impressive race after that break. And that's why this horse is 4-5. But the problem that you have here is, does it happen again? Is this horse going to break bad again? And that's your worry for a horse that's, odds on.
It's motoring late. See how she starts today. And Influentialist, Paul, no such problems leaving the blocks. She was the filly in front, made the lead, ran well at a big price. Influentialist, what do you make of her chances this afternoon?
Well, her first start, she bobbled at the break, so I had to draw a line through that. It was a legit bobble. She showed some speed. Maybe she got a little bit tired last time with the blinkers on, so maybe she can outfoot this group and maybe discourage them early.
Check in with Maggie.
Let's talk about Influentialist and her blinkers. Last time with those put on for the first time, she was closed in quite a bit, wearing a 3/4 cup French cup blinker. And today, Connections have cut her all the way back to a very small cheater cut. Look, you can see her entire eye as she is approaching the gate. Furthermore, she's actually a little bit more subdued. So I'm wondering if, well, I don't see any other confirmed speed necessarily, except for Run for Cover, who did go with her. But she's on the inside of that horse, so I think it would be in their best interest to flash her early speed. But maybe Connections felt she got a little too into the bridle and trying to get her to relax today, because she is, in her demeanor, a lot more relaxed too. Let's take a look at the second longest shot on the board. First-time starter, Mrs. Cashman, did work 10-3, asked quite a bit for it. It's a very petite individual. It's a good thing Manny Franco's on her back, because he does fold up well on the smaller horses. But what I liked about that sales workout, she really stuck her neck out and tried. And she has been so professional so far as they are approaching the gate here. She looks fit. She warmed up beautifully without the pony. And despite not having an abundance of turf pedigree, I actually think she should take to it. Mark Valesky actually is a decent influence on the turf, and it's funny, the whole family, they've been bred the dam back to some sort of progeny of Gone West throughout. Every single horse that she has produced has been some grandson or great-grandson of, or I should say, whatever, filly, granddaughter of Gone West. So yet again, Mark Valesky, proud citizen, Gone West, Lafitte.
Connecting the dots. Maggie, Mrs. Cashman, Manny Franco won the nightcap yesterday here. Richie, numero 6, actually number 5, and all set for her turf debut.
Yeah, I just think there's a lot of turf influence. I liked her turf works as well. Mare was a proficient turf sprinter, and she's produced 2 turf winners.
That's the reason I went. I just was going with a new face. I thought the 4 could get overbet, because a lot of people are going to see that trouble. The 6 and the 7 sort of duked it out last time. I do think the 7 it comes back in with a nice little work, a bullet work, so maybe the 7 will show a little bit more speed. So I was just looking for a new face on the turf and Joe Sharp's been good on this move. Dirt to turf, he's 27%. So
that'll work.
He's been making some good decisions.
Numero 6, Jose Ortiz, as you look at number 7. Run for cover, Dylan Davis, Mark Cassidy teaming up, as mentioned. Bobby Yo yesterday, and the with anticipation. And for Davis, who had to serve that suspension, Richie, 7 days, was it? 5 days?
Yeah, I believe it was 7 days,
No,
right? Because
seven
he
days.
did, he made a move, wasn't that egregious, but it was just enough where a horse caught his heel. It caused a spill. Dylan owned it. He manned up. He took it. He did have the right of appeal, which he would have probably lost and had to serve the same dates next year. But he said, no, I deserved it, took it, got it past him, came back riding well.
And riding well and winning races. Post time, watch the 4, Serious Light. See how she breaks. Post time for the 3rd, live from Saratoga. Here's Johnny I.
And they're off. Numero 6 quickly out for the lead, quickly in front by 2 lengths. And now moving up is Influentialist. Influentialist has moved into 2nd, run for covers on the outside in 3rd, and then it is Extessa, followed by Serious Light. On the inside is Mrs. Cashman, and trailing the field is Sly Sloan in 7th. The leader is Numero 6. In front by a half length, the quarter 22 and 2. Influentialist runs in 2nd, run for covers on the outside. The favorite, Serious Light, is down towards the hedge. As the field comes for the top of the stretch now, Numero 6, the leader. Serious Light being asked for more here. Far outside is Run for Cover. Then it's Influentialist. In behind horses, Mrs. Cashman. The field is in the stretch, and it is Numero 6 holding on to the lead here. Serious Light giving chase in 2nd. Numero 6 opens up here on the field. Numero 6 has a 3-length lead. Then Run for Cover moving into 2nd. They come on for the finish. Numero 6 is the winner by a little more than 2. Run for Cover 2nd, and the favorite, Serious Light, checked in 3rd.
Numero 6, numero 1. And this afternoon, broke like a rocket. Top selection, Paul, Mig, Maggie. From the start, Richie, like she was shot out of a cannon.
Punch play of the day. We'd show the gate feature, and boom, the race was over. No?
I'd like to think that maybe we helped a few of these guys hone their gate skills. No, all kidding aside, Numero 6 left there with run on her mind, and she got very comfortable on the lead, Paul.
Yeah, she really did. And you hit the nail on the head. You're like, wow, she broke out 3 lengths in front, and then when Jose let her out, she was really, really gone. I thought the 7 Run for Cover ran very, very well, considering the 4 Serious Light actually broke well today, but we're no chance of catching the number 6, who was the number 5 today. And again, 105 and almost 106 for 5.5 furlongs for maiden special weight. So you still some give in the ground, Mig?
Oh, there's definitely some giving around. You can still see the throwing back some peel. I was wondering why Jose was staying off the rail a little bit, but yeah, and you could see some of the peel right there. Yeah. But maybe he feels like that path's a little bit worn, and he tried to just find the path that he was comfortable with. No excuses for your favorite, but this filly really took to the turf.
Expecting Serious Light down on the hedge, saving ground to turn it on, and Numero 6 started to run away from her. Johnny Velasquez asked Serious Light for her best, just wasn't there, having to settle for 3rd. Numero 6. You were saying something, Paul, about Joe Sharp, dirt to turf?
Yeah, he's 27%. And the other thing about Joe is that I've noticed when his horses get played at the window, you go to the window too.
5-1. Well done, team. Numero 6, Highlander Training Center. Jose Ortiz. Results, reaction when we return. And star jockey Flavian Prat seamlessly made a very difficult transition from California to New York for summer at Saratoga. Mission accomplished. Big meet. Mild-mannered, lets his riding do the talking. That's next.
Performance determines success.
And Constitution has won!
Now, he's earning his stripes by siring stars.
Independence Hall wins the Hagyard Bayette.
Law Professor just in front, and Law Professor. American Revolution, fireworks in the stretch here in the Cigar Mile.
Constitution, a natural-born leader.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. and offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Final Thursday of the meet. Welcome back. You're watching Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Run Happy. Eclipse champion with record-breaking speed. Run Happy now the sire of winners on all surfaces, dirt, turf, and all weather. Drinks on you two at the post-bar Paddock suite after cashing in with that 5-to-1 shot.
We're putting a lot of weight on these horses. We're kind of piling on, but they're overcoming us.
That's right. You all had the one horse in the second.
And this is a
race. Ragtime Blues.
Is this a? He is. You know, it's subtle, but you can see it. I love the gray roans. You can see it on his face. Pretty cool looking. She's a really cool looking horse. By Frosted, probably obviously gets the gray from Frosted. I have a Benchmark mare. Very interesting pedigree. Benchmark stood in California for a long time, but that double to start the pick 5, not that bad. $52, $53 for $2.
Not known as a prominent turf sire. Frosted, this filly handled it beautifully, and yeah, just had the jump on the field right from the start.
Yeah, there's a lot of that turf influence coming from the female side of the family. You bring up Benchmark. The Wygots had a lot of those California breds by Benchmark, and a lot of them were good sprinting, 6 furlongs on the turf at Hollywood Park.
And the winning pilot, Jose Ortiz, standing by with Maggie in the winner's circle.
Sorry. Here with Jose Ortiz. Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh. But Numero says you broke like a shot. For a filly that hadn't had the dirt speed, she really had 5.5 turf speed. You could just tell from the beginning that she loved it. Did she feel that same way beneath you?
Yeah, she broke really sharp, and I was convinced that I was going to be on the lead. So I sent her a little bit out of there. But the way she broke, she won the lead. So I just kind of go as slow as I can. Last time she went very fast on the dirt, and she faded. So I want her to finish today, but she was doing very, very nicely around the turn. She put her ear off, and I was very happy from the 3-8 pole to the quarter pole. It felt like I have a lot of horse.
And Joe had been working her on the turf, but chose to run her on the dirt for her first start up here. I'm sure Connections were excited to see her get to this surface.
Yeah, he was very confident. He called Steve this morning, and he told him that he really liked her. And I rode her with a lot of confidence. He was right.
Good. Your new agent, Steve Rushing, as well. Also, your brother's IRAD's agent. And gosh, Steve's been around for my entire life and has been such a great agent. How is that relationship working out?
It's been great so far. Steve is a classy guy, top of the line, you know, and relationship with Ira has been amazing too. You know, working with. I think we'll be great down the road.
Quickly, I want to ask you about your mount in the PG Johnson. Be Yourself. You were aboard her last time. She was impressive. I mean, one of the more impressive debut 2-year-old fillies that we saw on the turf for Horacio De Paz.
Yeah, she looked great her first time out, and we were very excited about her going into that race, and she showed up. Well, we think she was gonna do, but I think she showed us more. You know, it was very, very impressive, and she's been working nice for this race. So hopefully she show up today again.
Wishing you the best of luck. Congrats here at Numero 6.
Thank you, Maggie.
And that's what you like to hear from a 7-5 shot in a stakes race for her second start. Be Yourself in the feature later, Lafitte.
Really good in that debut, as you mentioned, Maggie. PG Johnson later today. We march forward. Race 4, solid allowance race. $80,000 optional claimer, mile and an eighth. Good inner turf course. And the current favorite, Value Engineering at 9 to 5 with about 24 minutes to post. That's what we're talking about, this riding colony here in New York. Oh, the Ortiz brothers and Johnny Velasquez, who just won a 1,000th race here at Saratoga. For star jockey Flavian Prat, he was dominating in California, a perennial leading jockey. And a few months ago, he had a difficult decision to make, whether or not to uproot, head east, and ride with the best of the best. French jockey Flavian Prat has experienced success everywhere he's gone. He had become one of the most prominent riders in California before moving his tack to the East Coast this spring.
4 straight graded stakes for Chad Brown and Flavian Prat. They're putting on a show.
Well, living in California was definitely not an easy decision. You don't want to be in the comfort zone and kind of, try to challenge yourself and see what could you do somewhere else. So that was my thought process, moving on the East Coast and riding with obviously a great colony of riders and different tracks. At that point, I thought it was the right thing to do.
Stepping out of his comfort zone is not something new for Prat.
I left home when I was 14 to get to the jockey school. I actually tried to leave when I was 13 and the school didn't accept me because I was too young. I think I cried for a whole day. Never been that sad in my life.
In fact, Prat's first introduction to horse racing wasn't with thoroughbreds.
I grew up in the harness business with my dad, who's a trainer. Now my brother was working with him. Obviously, when you see your dad, working from 5:30 to 1 p.m. and going back to the barn from 3 to 6, you learn what's hard work, and I just think it's an amazing way to live. In France, it can happen where there's a racetrack where half of the card will be harness and half would be thoroughbred. I love to go on the weekend with my dad and see the thoroughbred and then went a few times to Longchamp with my mom and some friends. So yeah, it's always been in the back of my mind.
Drugier, and she will deliver here, coming from off the pace under Flavian Prat.
By 2019, Prat had grabbed some of the attention of trainers nationwide, enough to get the call from Hall of Famer Bill Mott in America's most prestigious race, setting up the biggest moment of his riding career.
Obviously, we had seen that he was doing very well in California and was a good rider, and we put him on, and it couldn't have worked out better. What a great trip he worked out for him. He was 3 wide around the last turn, but he was able to avoid the contact that some of the other horses had on the inside of him. We actually did not get bothered. We took a slight little bump coming out of the turn, but really nothing that would have affected us one way or another. Then, of course, 24 minutes later, they hung our number up and made us the winner.
Winning the Derby was a strange experience. A lot of mix of emotion because obviously you win the Derby, so it's great, but it's by disqualification. There's always going to be some controversy, and yeah, I didn't cross the line first. And then you have to wait. We had to wait a long time before they decide to put Country House as a winner, so hopefully one day we'll cross the line first.
He's been close since. Second with Hot Rod Charlie, third with Zandon in the Derby. Flavian Prat and his graded stakes wins this year in New York, 7 of them, Paragrade 1s, Met Mile and the Acorn Belmont Day. Prat headed west this weekend today with Flightline in the Pacific Classic. Richie, you actually conducted that interview. What was your biggest takeaway in your time spent with Flavian Prat?
Just how grounded he is. It's obvious he's a good rider. You can watch that on the racetrack. But speaking with him and understanding the upbringing he had in the harness game and seeing how hard his father had to work and understanding getting up early in the morning, going out and having to do it every single day, respecting and understanding that work ethic, Paul. And he's just such a classy individual.
Yeah, he is, and he's one of those guys that can take his talents anywhere. He's very, very intelligent, first of all. I think when he got here to the United States, he got I get pigeonholed as a great turf rider, and then you look at his resume right now, and he's riding Flightline and Life is Good, the two best distance horses right now in America, and he's going to have to make a choice, and obviously we'll see what happens this Saturday out in Del Mar with Flightline, but he's just cerebral, and he puts his horses in the race. The thing about it is he's more aggressive than you think.
He is
from the harness world.
And
Right?
but he's as technically sound a rider as we have here. This is a colony full of incredible talent and Hall of Famers and future Hall of Famers galore. Nobody is better than him. He may not do some things as good as some other guys, but he does everything well. He is the soundest.
I'll tell you right now, there was not one person, especially in that jocks room, that thought he would come in here and be in the top 5. He right now, he's surging to the top 3 right now. That is tough to do with the guy.
March into this colony and
100%.
do that?
Yeah.
It's not like he's 7th or 8th now. He's 3rd or 4th. He's moving.
And he's riding really good horses.
Yeah.
A lot of Chad Brown runners, but still, and you guys know as well as anyone, athletes need to keep challenging themselves. Flavian Prat did, and it's paying off. And when we come back, that guy he'll ride. His mount in the upcoming 4th, Value Engineering, 9-5 favorite. Prat looking to win a few more before heading west for the Pacific Classic, where Flightline awaits.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the Law pops the cork in the champagne.
Tis the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tis the law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:15 post on weekends and 2 p.m. start on Fridays, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to 6-figure pools and a low 15% takeout. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
My favorite race is Cigar Mile 2020 True Timber. I know how much my horse loves the sloppy track. I got outside position, you got speed horses, and you the horse that can sit right behind them. Jack Stinson, he texted me that morning, Kendrick, what do you think? I said, don't worry about it, brother, I got you. My horse break good. I want to send him a little bit so I can let him relax a little bit going down the chute. Down the backside, I wasn't worried about the kickback. Even within the 16th of a mile at the gate, a couple dirt hit him, he didn't even mind. He just shake his head and he just kept running through it. At the 3/8 pole, I asked him and he moved up so sweet. I mean, he was right in my hand the whole time. And once I got to the 1/4 pole, I just pulled the trigger. You know, I figured if I pull the trigger, it's gonna be hard to beat me from here to make up the ground on a sealed racetrack. When I got to the 8 pole and I started asking him, I mean, you can feel the horse responding.
True Timber is going to pull off the upset here. in the Grade 1 Cigar Mile.
For my mom, my dad, and my wife and my kids, I know how much it meant for them just as much as it meant for me, you know. The fist pump at the wire explains it all. And I'm saying to myself, man, I think this is a Grade 1.
Was this a Grade 1? Oh, this is my first Grade 1. Oh, we got out Grade 1, baby.
Coming from Louisiana to win one of these races, the Cigar Mile, and the African-American Jockey, for myself, for my family, for the people that's out there that's seeing this and never thought it could be done. It can be done if you work hard.
You're not smiling right now. I don't know what to tell you. Kendrick Carmouche, he'll be riding Glynn County in his upcoming 4th race. Said it before, when Kendrick wins, everybody wins. And tomorrow, it's not a Grade 1, but he is riding in the Grade 2 Prioress. He'll ride Smash Ticket, Contender, wide open. 3-year-old filly, 6-furlong sprint, Smash Ticket. Kendrick's mount, second start for Rob Atras, Paul. It looked good in her East Coast debut.
She really did. She came from the Todd Fincher barn. Todd Fincher, a guy that has a lot of his horses in New Mexico and in Dallas as well. And he shipped his horse out to Del Mar. And then obviously went to the Rob Atras barn and was really game. Now, Betsy Blue is going to fly at her late. Now, Betsy Blue came back to win very nicely out of this race. So that franks Smash Ticket's effort even more.
There he is, Kendrick Carmouche. He'll have a chance for another Grade 1 on an outsider. Saturday's Jockey Club Gold Cup. He'll ride Tax. 3 years ago, won the Jim Dandy here. Right in front of him, Flavian Prat. That Prioress is deep, loaded, wide open. The Friday feature, Grade 2, top-class female sprinters. Meanwhile, the Thursday program rolls on. 4th race coming up, $80,000 allowance optional claimer, mile and an eighth, inner turf course listed as good. We check in with Acacia.
We'll start with your current favorite, and that is 1 of 2 for the Chad Brown barn in Value Engineering. Came back in that last race, making his first start as gelding. And I had noted that day that it didn't necessarily lighten him up, but he did seem to be relaxed. He looks much more tucked up today off the back of that race, where he did finish 3rd. Just came running, just didn't quite have enough. He was flattered as Soldier Rising, the winner of that race, came back to run 3rd in the Sword Dancer with a 103 Beyer speed figure too. And Value Engineering gets a little bit less ground here today to go the mile and an eighth, which I like for him. And one thing I noticed too from that last race is that in the past he's gotten a little bit keen in his longer races. He didn't do that last time, so maybe the gelding has helped with a little bit more focus. And I do think off the back of that effort, fitness should really be where it needs to be now. I feel the same thing with the 5 Bye Bye Melvin. Now, last time out, I said he was probably about 90% fit. He also came back off of a long layoff as a new gelding, and he seemed like he was so much more focused. I guess Graham Motion thinks that too, as they do take the blinkers off him. Showed some speed last time out, and it really kind of kicked away well, I thought, but was just caught late. He's a horse that, again, looks more tucked up today. He's the half-brother to Mean Mary, too, so you should absolutely assume that getting a little bit more distance to work with today would be in his favor. He's dappled out from head to toe. He looks tremendous here in the paddock, and a horse I've always liked, and I think is primed and ready to run his best today as he framed himself up really nicely on the walking ring. The 6 Street Ready comes off of a narrow defeat last time, and I had liked him out as a price that day. I didn't necessarily expect him to be on the lead, but certainly wasn't mad at it, and he hung on well, again finishing behind Soldier Rising. He is one that has really progressed for Ian Wilkes, and I would expect once again that he'll be a horse that they'll use his early speed because he runs with his head kind of up in the air a little bit. Not quite Channel Maker level, but he does seem to be a kind of trickier horse to ride and to keep balanced. Luis Saez really seems to handle those types quite well, and putting him on the lead, I think, was the best case scenario to get the most out of Street Ready, and would expect him to be forward once again today, Lafitte.
Channel Maker, Acacia, he has become the poster boy, hasn't he, for the example of, okay, here's a horse who runs with their head way up in the air.
He's effective doing it. It's
$3 million.
I mean, mechanically, it's not aesthetically pleasing. You know, it doesn't look as it's efficient, but it works for him.
Cyberknife too works for him.
Yeah. But now they said they're going to make him go over fences. They better teach him to put his head down because he needs to see them fences coming.
He'll go right through one. It's like watching a giraffe. It's like watching a giraffe.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
He'll figure out how to put his head down, or he won't be jumping fences long.
Channel maker. Post-parade brewing for this 4th race. Who'd you wind up with here, Paul?
I went with Flop Shot, the 2. You know, it seems to me, this meet so far, the Chad Brown horses, whenever they've had a bad race, they've come back with a good one next. And, hey, the U.S. Open's going on right now. Serena Williams still alive. Let's go.
Incredible story. Incredible story.
It really is.
Lots of sports in New York. Mets beating the Dodgers 2-1 in that miracle catch.
Lafitte's not bitter about that
no,
at all.
Not at all. Like, I lost sleep over that one.
I'm going to start counting how many times you've...
That's 11. It's a gamble drawn inside. Then Flop Shot, Paul's top selection.
Yeah, this is a horse that you just can't explain the last effort, and I think that this 6-year-old can turn it around today.
Glenn County exits the Grade 1 UN. Kendrick Harmush rides.
Has not been showing any speed in longer turf races. Will he find a bit more speed to put him in position with Kendrick? Because there's not a tremendous amount of speed signed on here.
The favorite, Value Engineering and Flavian Prat.
It's interesting to note that he's actually the second choice in the Will Pays. The 5 is actually the favorite.
Oh,
but
my mistake.
This horse is maybe tough to trust.
The favorite, Bye-Bye Melvin and Mean Mary's brother.
Mean Mary likes to go to the lead. This horse, they take the blinkers off. Makes me feel like they'll want him to settle a little bit more. Does have one race, a very good race off the better than year layoff.
Street Ready that just missed it 27-1.
Yeah, if the idea of the 5 is to take the blinkers off and that horse is 1 off the pace, then Street Ready, and I would think Louis Saez will take up the running early.
Runners in this 1 1/8 turf affair. Race 4, 7 minutes. Still looking at Street Ready. Louis Saez rides back in the irons for his last race as well. This is on the 31st of July. Right here, same level, Paul. Street Ready trying to steal this thing at a big price.
Yeah, trying to steal this thing. And like I said, if you look at Value Engineering, saved all the ground and just no pop. And you're wondering, okay, this horse was 2-1 and was the favorite. It's Chad Brown, it's Flavian Prat, but they're just flat as can be. And I just thought Street Ready ran a way better race.
Digging. Yeah, did everything but win. Picked off late. Street affair. Nailed late at a big price. Currently 5-1. And yeah, Value Engineering, Richie, you just saw him finishing 3rd in that common race. The strong connections in Klarman and Brown and Pratt. Relatively cold on the board considering. What are you expecting from him today?
Well, I think he'll get a good trip right in behind the pace. And again, I'm not seeing a lot of pace sign on. I do think the intention, taking the blinkers off of the 5, Bye-Bye Melvin, is to get him to settle. He was on the lead last time. He fought it out. And I think Street Ready gets to go to the lead and set things pretty soft, Paul. I'm going to pick the 6 Street Ready because I think the pace of this race and the flow of this race is going to benefit him.
Well, that was my thought process behind the 2, because if you look at Flop Shot actually got ran down by Value Engineering when he went to the front end. And after that last race, I'm wondering, okay, is Manny going to send here with the 2 and get in position? If he does not get the lead, then he can sit in a good spot. So I think Manny leaves with the 2 out of there and maybe can set it up for his stablemate, or if the 6 decides to go, then he can lay off the 6.
Good crowd on hand. Value Engineering, couple near misses at Saratoga last summer, seeking a first win this summer. There's Bye-Bye Melvin, 2011 Derby winning tandem. John Velasquez, Graham Motion, his latest. First week of August facing similar pole. Bye-Bye Melvin in front, but about to be swarmed.
Well, it looks like he's going to get swarmed by about 10 different horses, right? And then now you're looking, okay, wait a second here. Is he gone? But he fought. He loses race by a neck. And a lot of people will go, okay, he's 4th by a neck. When fields are bunched up like this, it's not that great of a race. Sometimes I tend to disagree. I mean, he was right there at the wire and did most of the running the whole time.
And coming off of a layoff. I mean, he hadn't run in over a year.
Yeah.
You know, and now Johnny Velasquez stays put and the blinkers come off. That feels to me that there was a conversation. And Johnny said, you know, Graham, I think he would just settle better if we take the blinkers off of him. You know, he's a bit of a different horse now. He's a, you know, an older horse now that's gelded. let's change him up a little bit. And I believe that gives the 6 an easy lead.
What's scary, Lafitte, he ran his lifetime top off a year layoff. So the gelding, he might have gotten better with all this time off.
Bye-bye, Melvin, the 19-1 Saranac winner here in 2020. Check in with Acacia. Acacia, what are we seeing from Flop Shot and Paulie's top pick here at 9-2?
Well, I like him better today than I did last time. And so good luck, Paul, as for the first time, I guess we're all going in different directions here as far as the picks do go. But Flopshot was really energetic last time out, and he was off the back of a win and a little bit of a freshening too. And he was going a further distance, and he is a little bit of a handier type of horse. And for him to go the 1 3/16 and just be as kind of sharp and fresh as he was, he's always a horse that physically is really appealing to the eye. I think this is a better spot for him. And I like that he does seem to be a little bit more settled, as Manny Franco has kept him with the pony. He got on his toes in the post parade and he was acting well. He seemed like he was alert, but he wasn't doing too much today, which I think was a positive. He was a little bit wide throughout last time too, until the latter stages of the rail, and he just really had nothing to offer. But there's absolutely a reason that he could turn things around. The 3 Glynn County to me is a little bit of a wild card. I agree with Richie. There doesn't seem to be much pace in here, and Street Ready really got the biggest warm-up, once again saying he will likely be the main pace setter. But Glynn County is coming out of a Grade 1 race. That said, he was very far back last time and really didn't do any running, but he's actually run some okay races prior in good company, including a 3rd in the Fort Marcy. He does have the front wraps today, which he has worn a couple times in the past. For me, that's usually a negative with turf horses, because you just typically don't see them when they're running on the grass. He was also very sharp back in the paddock, getting the tack on. He's gotten himself up into a little bit of a lather. He looks like he's a horse that should potentially be forward, though he just never seems to show much speed. I wonder if we'll see him and Kendrick Carmouche be a little bit more aggressively handled getting out of Grade 1 and graded stakes company, but I would just like to see him conserve his energy a little bit more. He's another one that did have a big warm-up, and to me, he is a bit of the wild card in how Kendrick decides to handle him in a race that doesn't appear to have a lot of pace on the feet.
And the price, Acacia, 6-1. You guys are doing so well when you're all picking the same horses. And the first 2 winners, the last one at 5-1.
Yeah, but you see, now we're hedging because it's a 6-horse field. We got 3 covered, so we're just trying to keep it.
Somebody will likely walk away a winner. Let's take a look at It's a Gamble. Ron Lombardi, homebred, trained by Kelly Breen. Just like this impressive New York-bred colt, Andiamo a Firenze, Richie. This was the funny side on the eve of the Travers. Andiamo a Firenze, odds on, and performs accordingly.
Yeah, a horse that's just got a lot of speed. You know, his brother, Firenze Fire, very precocious.
Don't bite nobody.
He runs in the family. I wonder if he's had a talk with his little brother and say, look, if you're ever in a real dogfight, this is what you do.
This is what you do. You want to be famous? Do this. Firenze Fire's little brother, Andiamo a Firenze, now 2 for 3. And Paulie, next stop, the Grade 1 Champagne. I got to get used to saying this. The Grade 1 Champagne at Aqueduct.
I know, at Aqueduct, yeah. And Rain is his friend. He seems like he loves it. His older brother loved it too, Firenze Fire in the Rain, but he can flat out run, and he's going to be a formidable foe, definitely.
Andiamo a Firenze. Is he of that caliber? Do you think he can compete the best?
Anytime a horse possesses that much natural speed, I believe that they can step up.
Watching his stride, does he strikes me as shorter distances would be more in his wheelhouse. At first glance. That's a Richie question.
Well, I always kind of felt that way about Firenze Fire, too, and he did win the Champagne going a mile. Sometimes the precocity will carry them a little further. It's when everybody else matures that then they're better at 6 and 7. But I agree with you. He's definitely got more of a sprinter-type build. And you guys don't remember, and we were going back to Aqueduct, but I remember, because I'm old, when they used to run an Aqueduct meet before Saratoga. They'd stop Belmont, we'd go to Aqueduct for 3 or 4 weeks, and then come up here.
I don't remember that.
Secretariat ran his maiden there. This is his debut at Aqueduct.
I might have caught Chop at 30-1 at one of those meets.
You may have.
or a Chop. That's probably people out there.
Monarchos Derby winner, 2001. All right, final thoughts. They're moving into line, guys. And Mean Mary's brother, as Acacia pointed out, bye-bye Melvin and John Velasquez. Where will he be as forward lead? Where are you expecting him early?
I think he stalks. I think the blinker's off. They're speaking of intention to rate a bit more. I think Street Ready's on the lead, and we'll see how it plays out from there.
Hoping Manny sends flop shot.
Something to watch early. Post time for the 4th. John Embrial standing by.
And they're off. Flop shot, and it's a gamble. And now moving up is Bye Bye Melvin and Street Ready as the field goes through the long stretch run here into the clubhouse turn, the long straightaway. It is Street Ready who has the lead. The favorite Bye Bye Melvin now moves up. Bye Bye Melvin now takes the lead. Street Ready runs in second. It's 3 lengths. Back to It's a Gamble and a Flop Shot. Then comes Value Engineering, and Glynn County is at the back. And the opening quarter mile in 23 seconds as they head around the turn. Bye Bye Melvin opens up here by 2.5 lengths with Street Ready next in second. And then on the inside, It's a Gamble. And alongside is a Flop Shot. Another 3 back to Value Engineering, and Glynn County is the trailer. As they head up the backstretch, it is Bye Bye Melvin in front here by 3.5 lengths. Bye Bye Melvin ran the opening half mile in 50 seconds. Street Ready remains in second. It's a Gamble, Flop Shot right together, third and fourth, then Value Engineering, and Glynn County is at the back. They're all chasing Bye Bye Melvin, who leads by 2. Street Ready still in second. Bye Bye Melvin is the leader. Now Value Engineering is making a move on the outside of Street Ready. They're heads apart, second and third, going after Bye Bye Melvin. Midway around the far turn, it's Bye Bye Melvin, and on the outside, it's Value Engineering. As Value Engineering follows the move of Street Ready, then comes Flop Shot. The field comes off the turn, enters the stretch. Bye Bye Melvin, then Street Ready. Value Engineering is dropped back. Flop Shot is in third. Glynn County is down at the rail. It is still Bye Bye Melvin with the lead here. Now opening up. Bye Bye Melvin, the 8-5 favorite, will deliver here under jockey Johnny Velasquez, and it's going to be a photo for second between Street Ready and the late closing Glynn County.
Alex Campbell's homebred, Bye Bye Melvin, and Johnny Velasquez by daylight in the 4th at Saratoga.
Well, the race was decided in the first 1/8 of a mile. It looked like Luis Saez with Street Ready was going to cross over and clear and make the pace. Johnny Velasquez was looking for cover. He actually wanted Louis to cross over and clear. And when he didn't, Johnny just got tired of fighting with his horse. He put his hands down, let him go to the lead, and basically got to slow down in the middle of the race so much, Lafitte, he had plenty left. And a lot like his sister, Mean Mary, he will fight you for it.
Yeah, and I don't know about that run-up time. 23 and then obviously 27 in the second quarter, but this is 2 days in a row. We saw Dylan Davis steal a race going 140. This is Bye Bye Melvin. This is a horse that is almost grade 2 placed, and they let him go 139 and 9, basically 140 for a mile. You have no chance of passing this horse. None.
Yeah.
Case, you touched on how good he looked, how fit he looked this time. Second race off the layoff in the paddock. Slight time off. Bye Bye Melvin. Another win, John Velasquez. Top of the stretch here, loaded. As unconventional as the beginning of the race was, Richie, because you know that's not the way John Velasquez and Graham Motion drew it up on the chalkboard. You wouldn't think.
No, you could see Johnny's intention was to ease back and follow. I mean, and he just got to a point where, well, you're not dropping over to give me cover so I can hide behind you. And he put his hands down and let his horse just go on and get comfortable.
It's a good family. Good family. Bye Bye Melvin, trained by Graham Motion, standing by live with Acacia.
As Mean Mary's little brother gets back to the Saratoga winner's circle. Graham, it seemed like Bye Bye Melvin was keen on having the front end if maybe Johnny wanted him to settle a bit. Just talk me through about how nicely he relaxed setting the pace today.
Yeah, there's not much little about him. You know, like I was just saying to Ian, the one thing I was worried about was that our two horses might get hooked up early, but you know, once Ian's horse didn't go on, I think Johnny just let him go on. I mean, he's a free runner just like his sister.
He was gelded before coming back off the layoff. The blinkers coming off today. How much has he matured?
Yeah, a lot. I mean, he was tough, a little bit like his sister, which, you know, gelding him really helped him. He's a much kinder version of his former self, but he's a big guy and he's tough in the morning.
Seeing him get back to the winner's circle today as he is now an older horse and coming back onto the racetrack, how validating and rewarding is that?
Yeah, it's very cool. You know, we've given a lot of time. I wish Mr. Campbell was here today to watch him because he would have got a big kick out of it, but I'm sure he's watching in Florida and is very excited.
Hope he enjoys the win from home. Congratulations to you and your team.
Thank you.
Grand Motion with the win, Lafitte, as we see Bye Bye Melvin coming back to get his picture taken.
Might be Mean Mary's little brother occasion, but as Graham mentioned, a big boy, kind of a locomotive out there. Bye Bye Melvin.
Mean Mary's younger brother. We won't say little brother, but nice to see another winner for Mr. Campbell. Alex Campbell's been an owner for so many years. I was winning races for him back in the 80s, and he breeds a good horse, and this horse has got that typical Uncle Mo stride. Reaches out and down, covers a lot of ground.
I wouldn't discount this horse going forward either. I mean, you look back, this horse's second career start in the Kent, the horse lost to Gufo. So, you know, this horse has got a lot of talent, and maybe now at age 5, he's obviously put back-to-back really good efforts together.
And the moments that Johnny Velasquez, Graham Motion have enjoyed together, already 11 years. 11 years since Animal Kingdom won the Kentucky Derby.
That's incredible. Time flies, and Johnny's working on towards 2,000 wins in Saratoga.
maybe probably the best pickup mounts maybe ever getting that pickup mount.
Supposed to ride Uncle Mo.
Animal Kingdom.
Uncle Mo scratched. Robbie Alvarado's going to ride Animal Kingdom. Made the switch. Very hard to criticize when it works.
Yeah.
Very hard to criticize when it works. That was Johnny V's first Derby victory. Grade 2 Flower Bowl. A Grade 1 for decades. Field of 7, mile and 3/8 on the undercard of the Jockey Club Gold Cup. Warlike Goddess, the defending champ, one of the best, if not the best, long-distance turf females in the country, Richie. Warlike Goddess in the Glens Falls, tuning up for the Flower Bowl, and yeah, she's ready to defend that title.
I mean, this is a paid public workout. Look at Joel Rosario with the blue helmet cover, purple silks on the outside. Gives her a little bit of rein here, gives her a couple of little short little hand rides. It takes another peek back and lets her glide under the wire. I mean, you can't win a graded stake any easier than Warlike Goddess won the Glens Falls.
She's just so talented. Got to give credit to Temple City Terror. Actually ran a really good second that day. But, you know, in the Breeders' Cup Flavian Prat turf, Julian probably hit the lead a little early in that race, but she broke so badly in that race. She breaks good in that race. We're looking at a mare that have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, looking at 7 in a row. It was just a hiccup at the gate. But she's come back as a 5-year-old now. And here's the other part. She's 3 for 3 here at Saratoga. I mean, she's uber talented.
Her Flower Bowl, awesome last year. And look, there was, because of the discrepancy in terms of a Grade 1 versus Grade 2, there was talk of her running in the Grade 1 Sword Dancer against the boys. She's tuning up to go back to the Breeders' Cup. As you mentioned, like, as she ran third, she ran very, very well in that wild finish. But she's explosive. She's classy. Can't wait to see what she does in the Flower Bowl. And for Bye Bye Melvin, impressive. John Velasquez, Alex Campbell, homebred, trained by Graham Motion. 4-time winner now, 2 of them at Saratoga. We are going to be saying goodbye on Fox Sports 2. Coverage moving to Fox Sports 1 in like 15 seconds. Saratoga Live continuing on Fox Sports 1 for the remainder of the program. Still have the featured event. So much more on this final Thursday of the meet. We'll see you on Fox Sports 1. Coverage continuing from Saratoga.
Every hair, every muscle, every contour, every pulse. In the juvenile,
Essential quality have won.
In the Belmont,
Essential quality has won the Belmont Stakes.
well named.
Stay fabulous. Resorts World.
Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes-winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, the only horse to defeat 2019 three-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Well, King for a Day was basically a clone of Uncle Mo. I mean, good speed, the ability to carry it over distance of ground, real professional horse and a really cool horse to train.
Sire maker extraordinaire Uncle Mo, represented in New York by King for a Day. Visit IHDVStallions.com to book your mare today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome to our viewers on Fox Sports 1. Overhead look. Gorgeous Saratoga Racecourse. This is Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Closing week continues. Where did the summer go? Fan Appreciation Week. Just 5 days left, but 5 really good racing days left at the Spa. Fans taking it all in at the 1863 Club. We are outside the paddock. Welcome, everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. We are going to stretch this out as long as possible. 11 races today, 13 races on Saturday, and today's featured event is still ahead. It is the P.G. Johnson. Really good addition. 2-year-old fillies. That's coming up in race number 10 as we take a look at the schedule for the remainder of the afternoon. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. Pick 6 gets started in the 6th. Again, rolling 11 deep this afternoon. The late Pick 5, one race later. P.G. Johnson, race number 10. So I welcome in my co-host, champion jockey, Richie Migliori, Paul LaDuca. Richie, let's start with the significance of the P.G. Johnson, these 2-year-old fillies on grass. Why an important race?
Well, P.G. Johnson, Hall of Fame conditioner, based in New York for the majority of his career. Trained over 2,300 winners, was inducted in the Hall of Fame. Biggest win came with a homebred, a horse that he bred, and he also owned in Valponi to win the Breeders' Cup Classic. But he trained a lot of good horses over the year. Kiri's Clown, Nasker's Breeze, Possible Mate, Dismasted. So many multiple Grade 1 winners. Quiet Little Table. I'm going further back, but just a rightful thing that a race should be named in his honor. Somebody who had so much success, particularly here in Saratoga.
It's like 36 consecutive years, something crazy, with a win here. P.G. Johnson and Paul, while we look at the field, but these fillies could be Breeders' Cup juvenile
100%.
filly, turf-type fillies.
Yeah, and be your best. You're 7-5 favorite. Look like a filly first time out. I mean, she looked impressive. And I want you to pay attention to Jose Ortiz. Watch him look underneath his legs around the far turn right there, and then he's going to look to his right, knowing I got everybody buried here. Let me just clear this field. And she circled this field, Mig, and she hit the front and just kept on going.
She's looking around, she's changing her leads back and forth, and she keeps putting more distance between her and the field. And I'm a person that watches gallop outs. I believe in them. I think it's a barometer of things to come. She galloped out around the clubhouse turn and continued on to the backstretch. Like, there's no distance limitations here whatsoever.
That's a 1 1/16 in the P.G. Johnson. Paul, who do you think has the most upside to pull off an upset?
Well, ID Generation is a horse for Chad Brown that was very highly touted first time out. Now, that was the race that was declared a non-contest. They could not get the gate off the racetrack in enough time, so a lot of the jockeys pulled out of the race and it was declared a non-contest, which was the right call by the stewards that day for the safety for the jockeys. Now, Idea Generation and Towhead, they seemed like they were still racing and going at it. And Towhead beat this horse on the square. Towhead came back in a maiden special weight race to run third. So it's really hard to tell how good Idea Generation is.
Exciting Thursday feature, exciting closing week. The stakes rundown, stakes race after stakes race. Tomorrow, Grade 2 Prioress, female sprinters, Jockey Club Gold Cup, Flower Bowl. Saturday for the second year here at Saratoga, and then the marquee events for 2-year-olds. Grade 1 Spinaway, Sunday 2-year-old fillies, Grade 1 hopeful on closing day. All right, so there's only a few days left. If you haven't signed up, you still have time. Join us at Naira Bets today. Use that promo code TOGA200 and earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at nairabets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. Race 5 coming up. Field and updated odds, allowance, optional claiming event. Back to the main track, mile and an 3-year-olds and older. Number 4, Bees and Honey, the 9-5 favorite. That's next here at Saratoga. And when we come back, we'll look ahead to the Jockey Club Gold Cup, where Shug McGahee has won 5 already. Has first captain going on Saturday. Shug, the Hall of Famer, trying for yet another Jockey Club Gold Cup this weekend at Saratoga.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Happy Gal is in front. Late run from Balenciaga Betty, but it's Happy Gal hanging on. Happy Gal has won it.
Somebody's problem was everybody's problem today. The daughter of Run Happy punched home by almost 7 in the end.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Danzig was a Woody Stevens special that he called Seth one day after he was 3 for 3 and was fast and had a problem and looked like he was going to have to retire him, and said, "You need to stand this horse." And he talked him into doing it, and he turned out to be one of the premier stallions of his time.
Danzig's one of the legends of Claiborne, and his influence is far and wide throughout the thoroughbred gene pool today. And you'll look through and see a great influence of Danzig, and we're just trying to keep it going here at Claiborne with Silver State, War of Will, and Warfront. So we feel like we're in a great position, especially with War of Will and Silver State, to keep it going. We love War of Will's foals. Like I said, Silver State has a great book of mares, and he's going to have a really big chance of continuing that legacy.
The Danzig line 10 years ago, 15 years ago, people weren't sure what it was going to do. And it's still continuing on with Hardspun and Warfront, who now the sons of Warfront are looking like they could be really okay on a number of fronts. So that was one of the reasons for War of Will, plus the fact he won a classic on the dirt with the Preakness, and then come back and win a Grade 1 on the dirt or on the turf at a mile. So he's a big, pretty horse. He's gotten well supported, and Mr. Barber's bred a lot of very, very nice mares to him, and the offspring are good so far.
It's amazing that Danzig, legendary sire line for generations at Claiborne Farm, 100 years, doing the usual, unusually well. Final Thursday of the meet, horses in the paddock for the 5th race. $62,500 allowance optional claimer, mile and an eighth, fillies and mares. And looking at Bees and Honey as we welcome Acacia Clement to the show. Acacia, how is the favorite looking to you?
Well, she's been a little bit spicy here in the paddock, Lafitte. Once they got the tack on her, she started tossing her head around. She was kicking out in the saddling stall. She's acting a little bit more like a bee today, I would say. Now, she is a graded stakes winner, having taken the Comley at the age of 3 at the end of her 3-year-old season for Reeve McGahee, Shug McGahee's son. As obviously a familiar set of hands as her last start with Shug McGahee, including in the Delaware Handicap where she finished 4th. It looked like a really rainy day that day. She was a little bit antsy in the gate to my eye too, and was kind of in that two-path pressing the pace and drifted out and flattened there to finish 4th. So a little bit back to the drawing board for her today. She's very long in her frame. She carries a lot of good substance to her, and she's actually filled out quite a bit from 3 to 4. She had some good size at the age of 3 too. Physically, she looks like 2 turns, a mile and an eighth, well within her scope. She's just doing a lot here in the paddock. She's really on her toes, and as I mentioned, just being a little bit tricky here in the paddock. So we'll see how that does fare as she tries to get back on track. The number 3, Sweet Wilhelmina, is stretching out in distance for trainer Scott Lake as she does come in off a few sprints. The distance is, of course, the question, but she is very long. She's a very tubular kind of build to her. She's forward, but she's not doing too much. She's dappled out. I thought that it could be interesting as she is stretching out in distance and there's some more speed to her outside, how that could play out as far as the pace is concerned. Could be relatively quick in here, especially with a horse like her, who she was kind of out-footed at the break last time out, but she's pretty sharp, and Manny Franco climbs aboard, a good gate rider as well. Speaking of speed, the 6 WW Fitzy is Kendrick Carmouche in speed to the outside as she went out of the Wilson chute to go a mile last time out, and she was hustled out of the gate and then just ended up fading there that day. But once again, she'll be making her 2nd start here at Saratoga, 2nd start over this racetrack, and I wasn't in the paddock for her most recent start, but she's carrying great weight off the back of that effort. She looks very strong. She's a big, solid filly. They saddled her outside of the saddling stalls, but she's minded her P's and Q's quite well. She's done everything well so far. We'll see if she can run back to some of those big numbers that she ran in Kentucky and at Oaklawn Park. Lafitte?
Very capable. Acacia on her best day, WW Fitzy at 2-1, the second choice. Paul, who did you wind up with?
I like obviously the 4 Bees and Honey's the horse to beat. I like the 2 a little bit, Family Time. I understand the horse doesn't have a race over the racetrack, but I think the 2 could be the main speed with the 6. It's going to be interesting who gets to the front end here and if Junior Alvarado decides to send, because it looks like Family Time's got one way to go, where WW Fitzy does too, but she's rated before in the past. She likes to win races too, Richie. I mean, 11 for 32, it's tough to throw mares out like that.
Got to respect her. She's winning better than 1/3 of her starts.
Yeah.
I think she might have needed a race over a tiring Saratoga surface that has tightened up. I think the race over the track's going to help her. And she can stalk. She doesn't need the lead, so I think even the outside post kind of helps that cause.
Yeah. Acacia mentioned, looks better, fit. There she is. WW Fitzy, that race under her belt off the layoff. Flying Peace Stable colors, Jay Provenzano and Kendrick Carmouche in the saddle. Post-parade time for the 5th. And we'll start with Lucky Peridot at 6-1. The Florida bred, trained by Peter Walder. There she is with Jose Gomez. Gomez looking for a 2nd win this afternoon.
Has spent the majority of her career on the turf where she's 2 for 22. She's 3 for 8 on the dirt. Maybe she's getting back to her preferred surface, but she's going to have to run better than she has in the past to compete with these.
Family time in from Kentucky for trainer Dale Romans.
Well, that look well, this filly by not this time. She's gone 1.25 miles before, so I don't think the 1.8 mile is going to be the distance. Is she's fast enough?
The Sweet Wilhelmina, 12-time winner.
Yeah, another one with that winning profile, 12 for 33, excuse me, stretching out in distance, and she does have a race over the track.
Bees and Honey, Jose Ortiz looking for a second win.
Yeah, this is a filly to beat in here by Union Rags. Jose looking for a double on the card.
Never sleep on Uriah St. Louis like a pro.
He picks off some races at big prices, Uriah St. Louis. Love to see a lot of pace on here to set up a late run for her.
W.W. Fitzy, as Paul mentioned, just a win machine.
Yeah, an Illinois bred. Well positioned out of a Stormy Atlantic mare. 11 for 32, like we were talking lifetime. 420,000 in the bank.
Typically forwardly placed. Outside draw, Kendrick Carmouche, the field for this 5th race. And Bees and Honey, 2-1 second choice now for Shug McGahee. Go back to her last win. You do have to go back to last November, Richie, in the Grade 3 Conley at Aqueduct.
Man, big run from her here. She just swooped up on the outside under Jose Lascano and just smothered the field in the stretch. That race is a bit of an outlier, though, isn't it? I mean, she's never really run a race before or since that you can compare this to.
She's a really tough read because when you look at her races as a 3-year-old, she progressed all the way up to this race, right? And boom, 97 by her. She absolutely explodes. And then obviously now it moved over to Shug. And the horse as a 4-year-old maybe needed that race, and then the 1.8 mile race was a little bit more progression, and maybe the Delaware handicap was a little bit much to ask with the sloppy racetrack, and the regression stopped. Tough read, because if she gets back to where she was as a 3-year-old, she buries this field.
Shug McGahee would love to win this one, right? Bees and Honey, eager out there. Here's the race he'd really love to win this weekend. Yet another Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup. He trains first captain. We get to see this again. Dynamic one in the Suburban, with absolute slugfest to the wire. And first captain, he's going to get beat, but just tough as nails in between horses.
Gosh, he kept fighting, and it's not a good position to be in. You're getting a little bit crowded from the outside. You don't have a lot of room to work with on the inside. And he didn't blink. He fought all the way to the wire. He's got that beautiful way of going. Incredible pedigree by Curlin out of America, bred by Bobby Flay. $1.5 million purchase right here down the street at Fasig-Tipton.
What a race. Really, what a race. And you're right, Mig. He was in between horses, and that's really tough to do. Now, the Dynamic one has gotten him twice. He got him as a 3-year-old in the Curlin. He beat him by about 8 lengths. Well, first captain as a 4-year-old said, you know, buddy, I'm getting a little bit closer. Nose this time. We'll see what happens.
Shug McGahee, first captain, Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup for the 2nd year here at Saratoga, 8 deep. Todd Pletcher trains half the field, but he doesn't train the favorite. Olympiad number 2 for Bill Mott, Richie, and the big question coming in, Razor Sharp coming in to the Whitney. He'd won 5 straight, including the Stephen Foster, and then he got Life is Gooded. He just wasn't that he didn't beat Life is Good. He's one of the best older horses in the country, but he finished off the board. How do you think Olympiad responds in the Jockey Club Gold Cup?
Well, at first blush, you go, well, he got beat nearly 10 lengths, and, you know, it wasn't one of his better races. But if you dig a little deeper, I think the fact that he was trying to close ground into Life is Good, who's just a really top-class horse that's capable of going fast, and I just think he used himself up, being put into a long drive, trying to win the race, trying to get to Life is Good.
In November, the Breeders' Cup Classic, a race that often decides champion older horse, horse of the year, and things are starting to unfold. Epicenter last week in the Run Happy Travers. Flightline this weekend in Southern California in the Pacific Classic, and the Jockey Club Gold Cup here, where 3 horses have won and eventually captured the Breeders' Cup Classic. Exciting closing weekend. And the Thursday program rolls on. Acacia getting closer to post time. Still 3 minutes out till this 5th race.
And we'll take a look at a horse that Paul mentioned has pretty much one way to go. That's Family Time for Dale Romans. Was disappointing last time out at Churchill Downs. So it does come in here a little bit freshened since June, which I think could be a positive for her as well. She does have that early speed, and she was able to clear last time out in that Churchill race when going 1 1/8. And physically, she looks like more distance the better. She's a very big filly by not this time, and you can see her ears flicking around up there. She got a good warm-up from Junior Alvarado. She's very fit in here. It looks like this could be the right spot for her, if anything. I guess you do have to question coming in off of freshening, going the 1 1/8 at Saratoga. Physically, she looks ready for it. I am wondering, though, as I mentioned back in the paddock, how that pace could potentially shake out. Wanted to circle back to the 4 Bees and Honey. As I mentioned, she was bubbling over back in the paddock. Fortunately, she's not doing much better out on the racetrack. Jose Ortiz did keep her with the pony. He didn't take her away and give her a gallop out on the track. He's been trying to get her to settle, and she's actually doing a little bit better as she starts throwing her head around again. You can see she's gotten herself pretty hot. It's not hot out today. The sun is shining, but it is so much cooler than it has been in Saratoga. And I was in the paddock when she won the Comely, and she was sharp saddling that day. She had good energy, but she was not doing as much as she is today. So that's just a bit of a concern for me. Can she win this race? Absolutely. But when you see a horse acting like this, especially when they have something to prove, it's just something else that they have to overcome. The amount of energy she's expending before they even go in the gate, Lafitte.
Fine line, Acacia, between good energy, ready to roll, and wasting too much energy. Rich, did you see Bees and Honey catch Jose Ortiz with her head?
Yeah, they turned around. They started heading back towards the starting gate, and she threw her head up. And as he was standing up to pick up a canter and caught him on the side of the head, I mean, thankfully he had a helmet on. He didn't catch a square in the face, but she did catch him.
How common is that?
It more common than you'd want it to be. You know, listen, I already had a big enough nose. I didn't need to get popped in the nose by one. I was always a little bit more cautious, Paul.
I always used to say, I remember when I owned horses, Mike Smith rode a lot of my horses because me and Mike were close. I'm like, you sure you don't want my catcher's mask to ride with? It's only about an extra couple pounds. We can weigh you in.
Jose Ortiz with Bees and Honey and doing everything he can to keep her as settled as possible.
Yeah,
but
she's kind of boiled over to me. I mean, she maybe she'll overcome it, but it seems to me like the atmosphere, maybe Saratoga got to her a little bit. It's a cooler day. You know, I always talk about it. I don't mind seeing a horse with a sweat on, particularly on a warm day. It just tells you their coolant system's working properly. But on a day like this, when you see one starting to get some lather on the neck, to me that's a negative. If she can run her race back from the Comely last year, she'll be very tough, but I got questions.
And we're not talking about some 20-1 shot. This is the 8-5 favorite.
Yeah, no, I really am not enamored with the way she's been acting. And the flip side of that is you got WW Fitzy being the classy 6-year-old mare that she is, and you can see that lather I'm talking about there.
And obviously going 1 1/8, you'd be less worried if you're going 6 furlongs, obviously, right?
Yeah, I still would take it as a negative sign because to me that's a horse that's worried. There's too much nervous energy going on. Something's working on her. She's just not happy with something.
What really caught my eye there was the discrepancy. Bees and Honey and how profusely sweating and lathered up she was right next to WW Fitzy, who, much cool, calm, collected.
It was a glaring difference there. You know, one just edgy, again, makes you feel like internally something's worried. Even the way she's turning into the pony here, that's negative. That's a horse that's just reluctant to be going forward, and just not good body language from her.
You know she's going to win by 12 now, right?
Well, she may.
She may, but that's coming.
But if I'm watching this warm-up and I still haven't made my final decision, I'm going to go away from her, and I'll take my chances more often going away from a horse that acts like that, because in the long run, it'll work out in my favor.
I hear you.
You can tell Jose's going to his last resort. He still has his legs out of the stirrups, and she still hasn't loaded yet. He's still trying to get her as much as he can to settle down and try to keep as much gas in that tank.
And also, what's in and out of character for horse? Like Shackelford used to run better when he acted like that.
Yeah. A mess before the Preakness. Know what he did in the Preakness?
He won.
Won the Preakness. Post time. All set for the 5th. Live from Saratoga. Here's Johnny I.
They're in the gate. And they're off. A stumbling beginning for number 2, Family Time, has now recovered as the field goes into the clubhouse turn. W.W. Fitzy on the outside, and down at the rail, it is Sweet Wilhelmina. Sweet Wilhelmina has the lead. W.W. Fitzy races in second after that stumbling start. Family Time is next in third, and on the outside, Bees and Honey runs in fourth. At the back of the pack are Lucky Peridot and Like a Pro. The quarter went in 24 and 3/5 seconds, and now the field is on the backstretch. And it is Sweet Wilhelmina who has the lead here. Sweet Wilhelmina in front, challenged on the outside by W.W. Fitzy. Sweet Wilhelmina leads by 3/4 of a length. And W.W. Fitzy races in second midway up the backstretch. Then it's a break of 2 lengths. Back to Family Time, along with Bees and Honey. They're heads apart, third and fourth. And at the back, it's Like a Pro and Lucky Peridot. Opening half mile in 48 and 1/5 seconds, and now there's a half mile to the finish. It is still Sweet Wilhelmina, and now W.W. Fitzy moves right alongside. W.W. Fitzy has now taken the lead. Sweet Wilhelmina back in second, down on the inside, and then comes Bees and Honey as the field continues along and heads for the top of the stretch. W.W. Fitzy and Bees and Honey. It's W.W. Fitzy with the lead here. W.W. Fitzy by 3. Bees and Honey in second. Sweet Wilhelmina down on the inside, and Family Time is in fourth as they go past the 3/16 pole. It is W.W. Fitzy with a 2.5 length lead. Then Bees and Honey in second, followed by Sweet Wilhelmina and Family Time. W.W. Fitzy in front as they come on for the finish. W.W. Fitzy won by 2.5 lengths. Bees and Honey was second, then Sweet Wilhelmina and Family Time.
The Illinois bred, 12th lifetime win, W.W. Fitzy in the 5th at Saratoga. We're going to go right back to the start of the race. And Richie, what happened with number 2, Family Time, leaving the blocks?
Yeah, she's going to lose her footing out of the gate. Kind of see she bellied down first, and then she stumbled. Man, and that was a real awkward stumble. She did an amazing job of being able to keep her feet because she had one foot way to the outside and the other foot way to the inside. And a lot of times a horse will go right on their nose. Pretty incredible athleticism from her to keep her feet.
Both horse and rider. It looked like Junior. It just shows you how strong these guys' core is. I mean, Junior was basically almost in a full handstand when that horse went down to her knees. But W.W. Fitzy just sat off the pace and just ran on with it. Bees and Honey, you know, ran well. If she
did run well.
Yeah, if she didn't have those antics, she probably would have went off as favorite and been right there. But can't give anything away to this mare. By well positioned. We talked about a horse that likes to win races, and a lot of people look at current form. 12 for 33 lifetime. She's got as much wins as Sweet as the 3 horse in here, and the other horses combined, and another one to rack up.
Puts her right on $500,000 in earnings with that victory, $120,000 pot here, and a lot of race riding going on from Kendrick Carmouche. He drifted out to try to, you know, thwart the 4 Bees and Honey's momentum a little. Bees and Honey went inside, then he kind of slowly drifted back. He was always clear, and he was the best horse, but, you know, when you see a guy kind of meandering paths like that, it's to inhibit the horses behind him.
Convincing win.
Yeah.
Prop uncocked late. Kendrick Carmouche finished second in the feature yesterday, the With Anticipation. There's trainer Robertino Diodoro had W.W. Fitzy ready to roll. Right here, Kendrick Carmouche asking her for her best. The Illinois bred responds. You mentioned Bees and Honey didn't look the part pre-race. She ran well, but no match, not close. This is W.W. Fitzy dominated.
No. Yeah. But Bees and Honey ran well. I mean, despite the fact that I think she really kind of sapped some of her own energy, you know, in the post parade.
Yeah, you're right.
W.W. Fitzy, Jay Provenzano's Flying Peace Stable, the winning owner. Kendrick Carmouche, the winning rider. W.W. Fitzy, 6-4-3-2 in the 5th at Saratoga. When we return, world-class trainer Christophe Clement, Belmont Stakes winner. Last fall won his first Breeders' Cup event, Pizza Bianca. And it's a real family operation. Christophe and his son, Miguel. That story's next.
A Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes. and added a Grade 1 with turf credentials in the Maker's Mark Mile. From ages 2 to 4, this versatile son of War Front proved his class at the highest levels. Now his first foals have arrived. War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Sharing the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced the winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill Farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
Spun to Run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gateway.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Closing week coverage continues. Welcome back to Saratoga Live. We just saw Jay Provenzano's W.W. Fitzy glide under the wire. Kendrick Carmouche winning pilot, trained by Robertino Diodoro, standing by live with Acacia.
W.W. Fitzy, what a cool customer she is, as Robertino Diodoro joins me here, and she picked up her 12th lifetime victory. Talk to me a little bit about training a mare like this, as she was just the ultimate professional in all the preliminaries today, too.
No, you said it right. She's very professional, big heart, loves her job, and, you know, it'd be nice to have a barn full like her. She's awesome.
Now, she had that race at a mile last time. It seems she did appreciate a little bit more ground today, too. How much of a benefit do you think having the start over the track did for her?
I think it definitely helps. Another thing, I think she likes to have something to run at, where Kendrick did a good job sitting off it. Last time we were forced to be on the lead and down on the inside as well. But definitely second start over the track's a big benefit.
And Kendrick today, as you mentioned, really seemed to always have her in the right spot. A little bit of race riding there from him, too, and kind of making sure he kept the foes at bay.
No, he did a good job on the far turn. That 4-horse was creeping up, and I think he just opened her up a little bit and got a jump on her, and no, he did a great job.
And quickly want to ask you, coming up in the next race, you are sending out a 2-year-old firster in Gucci Boy, as owner Jay Provenzano kindly reminded you you're saddling in the next race. What can you tell us about that firster?
He's a big horse, a horse that probably wants to go two turns eventually. But we'll see what happens. He's done everything right in the morning, very professional, good-minded horse. So, again, we'll see what happens.
Best of luck there. Congratulations with the win here, W.W. Fitzy.
No, appreciate it. Thank you.
All class was that mare, and she showed it out on the racetrack, Lafitte.
Just knows how to win. And Robertino Diodoro right back to the paddock. Gucci Boy, he'll try to go back-to-back. Big price, though, for the first-time starter, 26-1. W.W. Fitzy was not. 3-2 at post-time over Bees and Honey. Sweet Wilhelmina, 6-4-3 in the 5th. At Saratoga, turning the page, race 6, 2-year-olds. And back to grass, 5.5 furlong dash, $105,000 purse. There they are. Take a look at number 6, Inflation Nation. 9-5 favorite, trained by Christophe Clement. Thoroughbred racing, it's all about, there are so many families with deep roots in the game. You know, generation after generation, the family staying in the sport year after year. Case in point, Christophe Clement and son Miguel working together, father and son, and enjoying every minute of it.
Take one turn and we go in, okay?
What is it like working with your son on a daily basis?
Complete nightmare. Funny. No, it's a lot of fun because we get on very well. It's challenging sometimes, but in a good way. And no, for a father, if you share a passion with your son, it's always a great thing.
Unfortunately, probably for the household, bad days become twice as bad because you deal with two individuals that experience the bad news and the bad results, and the good days become great days. No, I love it.
Was it exciting for you when your son said that he wanted to come and work in the same stable?
No, very much so, because I'm a lucky man. I've got a great team, so Miguel just, has added to already a really good team, and he makes it great. And it's also fun because by traveling, Miguel saw things that sometimes we didn't see, and so he can just bring something to the table, which I think is important.
Explain to me your kind of divide and conquer, how you make things work between the two of you at the stable.
It's very simple. I'm always right. That's rule number one. And if in doubt, just refer to rule number one.
No, he's very much the boss, so that's correct.
It's not true, by the way. I do believe that, we do share. I share a lot of things with Miguel. I give him a lot of freedom on a lot of things where I think sometimes it's easier for him to make a decision than me.
Who is the one that's grouchier in the morning?
Who is grouchier in the morning? It's got to be Miguel.
I strongly disagree, but rule number one is the boss is never wrong.
Who is more fun in the stables in the mornings during training?
It's got to be him. I don't think I'm fun, but that's going to be him. Maybe none of us, I don't know.
Who takes a defeat harder?
Oof. No doubt, he does.
Now, Miguel, you are in charge of the Saratoga division. Your dad does Belmont, and then here in the summer, you're both here in Saratoga. What's that division like?
It's actually a bit easier on me, to be completely honest, because the stable's very much informed, and now that I come here during the Saratoga meets, you just keep continuing.
Okay, last question, because there's kind of a stereotype, if you will, that Clement Stable is a turf stable. Tell me a little bit about what that means to you, because you've had a Belmont Stakes winner as well.
Correct. I was lucky enough to win the Belmont, the Jockey Club Gold Cup, the CCA Oaks. I had very good dirt dancers.
They used to label him like the mile-and-a-half turf trainer, and then horses like Pure Sensation and Disco partner. Then they started labeling him the turf sprinter trainer, and now with 2-year-olds they call him a 2-year-old trainer. And I don't know I wonder what the next label is going to be.
That doesn't matter. As long as we are labeled as something, I'm okay.
So what we learned, Christophe Clement always right. Miguel takes the losses harder. Miguel and Acacia married earlier this year. Really fun watching Acacia fire the rapid-fire questions at him. The father-son relationship and producing dividends. You've talked about, Richie, that Miguel overseeing the Clement stables up here at Saratoga, and what a big part of their success he's become.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, listen, Christophe has been on the Hall of Fame ballot and is certainly a future Hall of Famer. Miguel has been doing a great job, and one thing that Christophe was very careful about doing, he sent Miguel abroad. He had him get a more rounded education, not just his way of doing things, but other people's way of doing things. And that's a wonderful gift for a father to be able to give his son, to get that well-rounded education.
You got to give Miguel credit, because let's be honest, your hardest critic usually is your father. So like, working underneath your father, and sometimes it can be very hard to work with family and get along, but it seems like they got a perfect connection. Miguel, you can see a little bit of quiet type. He knows that dad's still in charge, but Christophe also says, hey, I can take off the reins of Miguel because he knows what he's doing. And a lot of horses that he has prepared up here, Miguel, have done very, very well.
Yep.
Acacia there with her husband Miguel, and another topic was the sweet moments, the victorious moments, like what we saw on the undercard of the Run Happy Travers. Gufo in the Grade 1 Sword Dancer, Richie, who just became only the 7th horse in history to go back-to-back in the prestigious Sword Dancer.
Worked out an absolutely perfect trip. They added the blinkers. It kind of kept him in the bridle. There was continuity to his run, a nice flow. He's been a horse that can be frustrating because you know how much ability's there, Paul, but sometimes he drops too far out of it. Sometimes he jumps too much in the bridle. They got everything just right in this Sword Dancer.
He's just really talented, and I think sometimes he just falls asleep on the racetrack and says, oh, do I need to run now? And if you looked at his last race before he won the Sword Dancer, he was so far back, and he came rolling home. But with the blinkers back on, Joel gave him such a great ride to not be so far back, and came home like he loved Saratoga, like he did. 2-time Sword Dancer winner.
He's been like a project, difficult to figure out, really quirky. So when he puts it all together and he focuses, like that's what he can do. Now a 2-time Sword Dancer winner, Gufo, for the Clements, and perhaps they'll celebrate another win together very shortly, as represented by the favorite in Inflation Nation. There he is, currently 9-5. Time for the Pick 6 on this Thursday program at Saratoga. Coverage continuing on Saratoga Live. 2-year-olds sprinting on grass in 17 minutes.
Among active sires standing at stud in 2022, only one sire has been a top 5 sire on the general sire list each of the last 8 years. Curlin, ranked number 5 in 2015. In 2016, Curlin was the leading sire of Grade 1 winners with 5. A sire of 8 graded stakes winners in 2017. He sired 34 individual stakes performers in 2018. Number 2 on the sire list in 2019 with 11 graded stakes winners. He was number 4 on the general sire list in 2020. Last year, Curlin sired 13 graded stakes winners.
Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths.
Curlin, a true breed shaper.
Surrounded by benches and flower pots, it weighs 300 pounds, is constructed from yellow pine, and has a ball at its apex covered with gold leaf. It is the Man o' War pole and greets all who enter Saratoga's main gate. John P. Greer never left Man o' War's flank after the champion set grueling fractions in the Dwyer Stakes at Aqueduct. John P. Greer briefly headed Man o' War at the 8th pole. The Chestnut shrugged off the challenge to stop the clock in world record time. In 1959, Naira dedicated a white and gold pole shortly before the facility's grand reopening after a 3-year, $34.5 million renovation. It was the pole where Man o' War surged past John P. Greer. The Man o' War pole stood in Aqueduct's backyard until video lottery terminals were installed. It was restored and relocated to Saratoga in 2010. After all, it is at Clare Court, where Man o' War learned to accept a saddle and rider. Saratoga is also where the Chestnut captured 5 stakes during his legendary career. Grand Central Station has the clock, Old Yankee Stadium has the bat, Saratoga has the pole.
Around every corner, another piece of history at Saratoga. Like, that pole belongs right where it is. Richie, Man o' War like the Babe Ruth of thoroughbred racing.
One of the greatest horses in the history of our sport. I don't like to compare generations, but the way he dominated as a 2-year-old and a 3-year-old, only beaten once up here to a horse named Upset, and he had a world of trouble that day. Shouldn't have lost.
Shouldn't have lost, yeah.
He was sold right here on the grounds by Fasig, tipped in 1918, was led back to what's now Clare Court, and that's where he was trained to a saddle and bridle. And the first time he ever galloped on a racetrack was back at Sir Single, what is now Clare Court. An incredible talent and a horse of legend. And if you see pictures of Curlin now, go back and look at pictures of Man o' War and tell me that Curlin doesn't look like Man o' War.
Really?
It's incredible.
Like a modern day Big Red. And when Man o' War lost here, as a 2-year-old in the Sanford, Maggie Wolfendale standing by. We have 2-year-olds in the paddock. And Inflation Nation currently 8-5. What are you noticing from these freshmen as we get set for the Pick 6 at Saratoga?
And Lafitte, Inflation Nation actually was my pick last time, and oh, it hurt on the wire, that's for sure, as he definitely ran very well that day, and absolutely no problems with him here yet again in the paddock. But I do think he is facing a crew of interesting horses, primarily the ones either getting on the turf for the first time or making their debuts in here. As we'll start with the Brad Cox trainee. That's number 5, Balsa, as he's a son of Street Boss, and I actually really like the Street Bosses sprinting on the turf. And first time out, I just thought he looked heavy. He just didn't look that fit. He didn't run very well either. But while today he is a very broad type of horse, everything just looks more solid on him, more toned and defined. He was a little bit obstreperous to get the tack on, but he's settled down nicely. But I think it's an indication of him being sharp, and I really like the switch to the turf. The dam only won 1 race, and it was on the turf. Now the sibling hasn't been much, and maybe she's just not a producer, but I think this is a much better spot for him. And 2, I think he benefited from a fitness perspective from that debut. Next, we'll move on to number 7, Mo Saturdays. This one only sold for $60,000 from freshman sire Motown. He was proficient, obviously, on the turf, and so far he's only hit at 2 for 25 with his 2-year-old first-time starters. But watching that workout in which he went 10-1 over the synthetic, he just has a really big, floaty, high knee action. So that right there says turf to me. And while it's not, you know, a really glimmering pedigree, he looks like a turf horse, and he's actually fairly physically mature. I do think Al Stovall, he can win with a first-time starter. He is a guy that likes to bring them along a little bit more slowly. But watching this horse's workouts in the morning, in which you can they only have the dirt workouts, he's very aggressive in those works. He's very calm here in the paddock, so we'll see how it translates to the race today. But he has just been outworking every single horse from the pole, and even going way back to the beginning of when he shipped in here for Al from Kentucky. He actually stuck him in with Mask Parade, and he was going just as well as him. So I think he's a little bit of an interesting proposition. As we'll check in with number 8, Bolt Above. We saw Mark Casse pull off the upset with a son of Bolt Dwaro yesterday in the With Anticipation, and this one, well, 2 works ago, worked with Boppy O on the turf. He was going just as well as him. Maybe not quite as good on the gallop out, but again, Boppy O had those 2 races under his belt, so fitness may be a factor there. As Bolt Above comes in here looking very fit, is incredibly professional, but in my heart of hearts, I don't think that 5.5 furlongs is really going to be his cup of tea. For me, he speaks of one that wants to go a bit further than this, as the dam was actually a good 2-year-old, and there have been some minor turf winners in the family. Lafitte.
Perhaps a jumping off point for Bolt Above, Maggie. Big upset in yesterday's With Anticipation. Jack Oxley, Mark Casse, Bolt Doro 2-year-old. Boppy O, 20-some-odd to 1 in the With Anticipation. Today, the female equivalent, PG Johnson, a little bit later on, 2-year-old fillies on grass. Paul, who'd you wind up with in this 6th race?
Just a tough race. I mean, I ended up on the 5 Balsa, if I'm not mistaken. First time getting on the turf. But it just speaks to the volume of this race, because if you look at the 6's first race, I understand this is a full field, but I thought this horse, 3-2 strong favorite. But that just shows you there's some other horses here that have been working well in the morning. The 7, Most Saturdays, supposed to have been working very, very well. I even think the 4 at 8-1 for Danny Gargan, who had a winner yesterday with Luis Saez, his main man, could be a runner here too.
You understand why Inflation Nation's a 3-2 favorite, but beyond him, scramble amongst these 2-year-olds in this turf sprint.
It really is, you know, and you've got a lot of first-time starters. We look to pedigree to kind of give us some of the, you know, fit some of the puzzle pieces, lead us in certain directions. And also, we're in Saratoga. You hear whispers about horses, too.
100%.
Most Saturdays, perhaps, at a price. Normally, those whispers, when they spread, it's reflected on the board. Number 7, most Saturdays at a healthy 6-1. Post-parade, Clubhouse, expensive colt, showed speed and tired in his first effort.
Yeah, a lot of speed. The mare's an interesting producer. She's had 2 foals, both improved in their second start. One to win, the other came back to win the third start.
Gucci Boy, Flying P, Robertino Diodoro looking to go back-to-back.
Out of a mare, very fashionable, that won on debut, going 5.5 furlongs on the turf here in Saratoga.
Listen to the music. First-time starter, co-owned by Randy Hill and Reeves Thoroughbred.
Yeah, McLean's Music Firster gelding here. They paid $60,000 for it, and Louis Saez aboard for Danny Gargan.
Paul's top selection, Balsa, Godolphin Homebred for Brad Cox.
Showed good speed on debut and stopped. The Grand Dam Forest Heiress is a very fast 2-year-old, and this horse does have a turf work, so Brad Cox must have seen something he liked.
The favorite, Inflation Nation, currently 6-5.
Yeah, the horse to beat. He was giant first time out. I'm a little bit unlucky to lose that race. Dylan Davis will be back aboard.
Some buzz surrounding that colt most Saturdays.
I love the horse's work tab. I love to see an uninterrupted work tab. Speaks of a horse's overall health.
Bolt above, Kendrick Carmouche.
Yeah, it's a Bolt Dior of a Quiet American mare. Quiet American, to me, probably the best broodmare sire maybe ever besides Secretariat.
Texas Pride for Dwayne Lucas.
A first-time starter starting on the turf for Wayne Lucas isn't normal. Usually he'll give him at least a try in the dirt, so feels like they're kind of reaching a little bit.
And Terrace, first-time starter by Triple Crown winner American Pharaoh.
This is interesting pedigree because the bottom side Dynaform, we lost him to early because that's a lot of stamina influence. I'm wondering how the 10's going to run here.
Sustenance draws in, and John Velasquez will ride him.
And it seems like Grand Motion's barn everywhere. Colonial Downs here, it's taking off, and they've been winning a lot of races yesterday. They've already run 1 on the card, and this horse does draw in with the same connections that won a little bit earlier with Bye Bye Melvin.
2-year-olds started the pick 6 in 5 minutes, and this is your last chance to take home your share of $10,000 when you bet Saratoga with Naira Bets. Hit the late pick 5 today. You win a share of $10,000. A bonus is available to new and existing players. All you have to do is opt in at NairaBets.com. Another look at the favorite. Inflation Nation, Dylan Davis, 3 wins yesterday, including the With Anticipation. Richie, what did Inflation Nation show you in his debut?
Well, I thought he ran extremely well. You know, he was a little bit slow early. He made a nice run into the stretch. He angled out here. So when he got over his right lead is when he started to really find more, and you gotta like his stride, the feet. I love the way he sticks his head out and reaches for ground. Looked like he was gonna get by, but he faced a very tough customer, a horse that fought him all the way to the wire on the inside. Now, was that a question? You know, it was his first start. Did he get a touch tired late? Did he just hook a horse that had a little more fight in him? Or when he hit the front, did he say, oh, my job's over? That's, young horses will tend to do that sometimes.
You could really see him level off, pin his ears, like he was really digging late. Inflation Nation just got nipped at the wire.
Yeah. Some people will say, okay, the horse hung. But
I didn't see that.
I didn't see that either.
I didn't see that either.
When horses hang, they're bunched up. They were 6 lengths clear. So I just think the other horses, they just kicked away from the rest of the group. So just ran into a better animal. That's it for me. So I think the 6 obviously is the one to beat in here by far.
6-5. There's Listen to the Music. Louis Saez, last year's Travers winning jockey, last year's Saratoga champion jockey, co-owned by Randy Hill and Reeves Thoroughbred. Dean Reeves, Patty Reeves, and the success that they've had, Richie, this meet, Big Invasion, who is just an absolute machine, a 2-time stakes winner. Isolate Dakota Gold for owners. 4 stakes wins at this meet. That's huge.
It's huge, and Dean and Patty Reeves love Saratoga. They enjoy their time here and see their horses running. Big Invasion's a great example, Paul. I like to talk about. All good horses possess speed. It's how they learn to use that speed. And now that he's become a horse that's so effective rating, he still has that speed. He just turns it on the last quarter of a mile.
I can't wait till they stick him in against some horses that think they're good. And here comes this New York bred. I think he's going to rip some horses' heads off when he gets into open company.
He's a train. He is a train. Listen to the music. Reeves Thoroughbred co-owned. Maggie, what is he showing you?
He looks great out on the racetrack, and Connections giving off vibes in the paddock that they feel awfully confident about their son by McLean's music. Now, the dam, she went 0 for 10 and did produce a minor turf winner, but the dam is half to Quiet Resolve, who's a multiple graded stakes winner on the turf, as well as being Canadian turf horse of the year. So there's definitely turf pedigree on the bottom side. And what you watched with this horse warming up here beneath Luis Saez is a horse with great suspension to his stride. You know, that elevation that turf horses often get. They're the horses that want to have something to bounce off of, and you can see that with their stride. So I definitely think he lands in the right spot for the surface, and he looks fit, and as you can see, he's being the utmost professional. Just kind of looking at him, though, he gives the impression that he might want just a touch further than this, but he does come in with some quick workouts, so I wouldn't be surprised if he could be effective at 5.5, and he is a nice 10-1 as of now. Number 10, Antares for Wesley Ward. He's so wound up. I mean, they could barely get the tack on him. It is overflowed to the racetrack. Yeah, he might have some speed, and he's well spotted here for Wesley Ward, but is he doing too much prior to going in the stalls? We'll see. And for a Wesley Ward, first time starting turf sprinter, to be 8-1, that's a little chilly for me, like it is out here on September 1st, as I'm a bit interested in the horse that maybe is getting a little forgotten. That's number 12, Sustenance, in here. Son of the Factor. I love the Factors on the turf. There's not much in the first generation to speak of, but the dam is half to multiple graded stakes winner, one in Europe, also one in the U.S. named Fantastic Fellow, and this one has a turf hoof to him. Was very aggressive as he showed speed in that debut race at Delaware. He could be dangerous here. He's incredibly fit, shipping in for Graham Motion. I saw Graham and Anita in the paddock. Obviously, they have a winner already on today's card. Feels like the group of horses that Graham entered today, he might like. And at 17-1, this guy, I wouldn't be shy of at least using him, Lafitte.
John Velasquez was aboard for that win. Bye-bye Melvin, Maggie, in the fourth race. And Paul, you've often touched on this, how these horses that get in off the also eligible list, how often they are simply overlooked.
You know, Maggie makes a good point. You know, the Factor, very, very good influence on the turf. Vindication, we were just unlucky not to see him. He was the son of Seattle Slew. He won every race as a 2-year-old. We were unfortunate to not see him as a 3-year-old. So there's definitely precocity there with the 12. And Graham's barn's going good. 17, that's not the worst 17-1 shot I've ever seen.
Won a Derby together, Velasquez Motion, Animal Kingdom. How much educating is going on out there, Richie, when you're in the saddle and many of these 2-year-olds, several first-time starters? How are you treating this warm-up differently than with older horses with more experience?
Well, a lot of these horses, and we're watching them, are acting really good with the pony. And trainers have gotten better and better and better about schooling horses with the pony. But you're constantly trying to show a young horse the ropes, if you will. You want them to get an overall view of things. You're treating them like a student. You've been out there thousands of times. This is the first time a lot of these horses are ever doing it, and you want to give them a good experience.
It's almost like, you know, you play on the backfields, and you have replacement umpires, you have all that, and you interchange this and that. Now let's get the real umpires, let's get the real chalk out there, and guys are throwing 98. Is the ball game starting, about ready to start? And these horses sense it, just like we used to sense it as players. You go out there, this and that. 5 minutes before the game, you start getting those nervous butterflies, but they're good nervous butterflies.
And win, lose, or draw, important for a young prospect to have a good experience.
Yes.
Not like running off fighting the rider or shut up, sawed off in a bunch of traffic, that kind of thing. That experience itself, a positive one for their development moving forward, especially in their debut.
You're trying to develop a horse for a career, not for a race. You know, years ago, Paul, you were instructed by the trainers, and not to give the horse a race, but make sure that they got educated. Yeah. They wanted them maybe to get a little kickback, to see different situations. They'd rather see a horse finishing the last eighth of a mile and finish fourth and get a good education and have a good experience, because they'll be a better horse for it in the long run.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, sometimes you see these horses empty out at 2 years old, and they don't progress as 3-year-old, and that's why.
Inflation Nation had a good experience first out, nearly graduated on debut. And based on that effort, the odds-on favorite for Christophe Clement, Miguel Clement, steps forward with Dylan Davis. Odds-on 4-5. All set for the pick 6 on this Thursday at Saratoga. John Ambriel standing by.
They're all in. And they're off. Balsa going out for the early lead. Inflation Nation runs in second. Clubhouse is down on the inside, next and third. Listen to the music. Now moves up from fourth. On the far outside is Antares as the field moves along here with Balsa the leader. And then listen to the music running in second. Inflation Nation and Antares right together, third and fourth. And then it is Bolt Above at next in fifth, followed by Sustenance in sixth. Most Saturdays is next in seventh. A break of 4 lengths back to Clubhouse. And then it is Gucci Boy as the field comes for the top of the stretch. And it is Balsa with a narrow lead. Inflation Nation, the favorite, moving into second now. Most Saturdays is down at the hedge as the field comes down for the 8th pole. So it is Inflation Nation now taking over as Most Saturdays gains up the inside. Inflation Nation trying to hold off Most Saturdays. Late move from Clubhouse. They come on for the finish. Inflation Nation by a half length. Most Saturdays was second, then Clubhouse, and farther back, Gucci Boy in fourth.
Stirring stretch drive in the 6th at Saratoga, and the favorite delivers with Dylan Davis. 3 wins yesterday, strikes here. The chalk in the first leg of the pick 6, Inflation Nation.
Yeah, and then a big run from the 7 Most Saturdays, but Inflation Nation sat the beautiful pocket trip, had the benefit of a race under his belt. So from a stamina or, a fitness level, it certainly helped him in getting that good inside-out trip. Good trip for the 7 Most Saturdays, too. He had to wait momentarily for room, but he got through it plenty of time. And when Inflation Nation saw him, Paul, he just did a little bit more.
And that just shows you, we showed the last race, and everybody might have thought Inflation Nation was hanging. He held Most Saturdays at bay, and Jose Lezcano had a ton of horse at the top of the lane. He had to actually stand up, and at the end of the race, the 6 never was going to let the 7 by. It would have maybe been interesting if Jose could have been able to get outside the 6, but I don't think he had that opportunity. He rolled the dice along the pine, and there you see Miguel Clement.
He's like, no, my dad's not always right.
Guys in the truck are pretty good. Let's do the feature, and then the horse will win, huh?
It's like, Dad's not always right.
Yeah,
he's like, yes, I said he's always right on the interview, but no, he's not always right. The style that you want, Richie, tactical speed, and they'll give you a second move.
Yeah,
in the perfect spot, accelerates late.
He put himself in a really good spot today with the benefit of the race under his belt. He knew why he was there. And when you get to sit in that pocket and the horses relax, save ground, come out. You saw, it was really interesting watching Jose Lezcano when he went to split horses there. He was still being mindful, responsible about Manny Franco inside of him, even though his horse was stopping. Yeah. And that's when a rider is really looking out for the riders around him. He didn't just go in there like a bully and, well, you're done, it's your problem. He went in there holding his line very carefully, and I like watching guys ride that responsibly.
Maggie told you some reasons why Most Saturdays might be live. You guys touched on it. Big effort here at 10-1. Just like Inflation Nation, essentially doing everything but winning. He won't be 10-1 next time, I promise you that.
Yeah, he won't be. That was a good ride, too. And, Jose did the right thing. I mean, he came up the rail. He had nowhere to really go. But you got to give credit to the 6. 6 was able to battle back. And another winner, I think Dylan Davis got like 5 or 6 wins the last 3 days or so.
He's going well.
Yeah.
Coming back off that suspension. Drinks all around at Nove. Louis Lazanero.
Did they call? I got a rip on. Did you guys call each other for the jacket match? I mean, goodness gracious.
They look good in the winner's circle. And this colt has a future, Richie. Inflation Nation. 2 solid efforts, like a whisker from having won both of them.
He does, and showing the ability to sit in that pocket and race as professionally as he has in both of his starts. Certainly more forward progress with him, because also from a barn that builds them into a career. They're not, cranking them up to absolutely just win first time out. They're capable of winning first time, but if the horse has the right mentality to do it. So big run from him, big run from Most Saturdays.
Onward and upward, Inflation Nation. Guys, it's been a blast. Before we let you go, the feature, P.G. Johnson, who wins?
I think the favorite gets the job done. I think this is too impressive in that race. So I'm going to go with be your best.
Be your best?
I think it's all about be your best. So be your best. Stay classy, Saratoga.
She might be special. For Paula Duca, Richie Migliori, I'm Lafitte Pinkai. We'll see you next time. Greg Wolf and the rest of the crew with the remainder of the program coming up next. And for Bill Mott with Olympiad in the Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup, how will he respond to that loss in the Whitney? Can Mott capture a fourth? Saratoga Live continues.
It's difficult to get a sire that can upgrade your mares like this stallion can.
This horse does produce runners, very talented runners, 3-year-old runners, Derby contending runners.
This horse is priced where anybody can afford to breed to him, and if you're trying to improve your mare, he's a horse that's shown he can do it.
There is no younger AP Indy that moves his mares up like he does.
The November sale has become literally a Star of Stars sale.
Horse for horse, it's probably incomparable with any other sale in the world.
Whether you're a consignor, you're a buyer, or you're just a fan of the sport, it's the one you want to be watching. The best mares foaled to the best stallions. I think it's really one of the highlights in the industry.
All of the top broodmare prospects will be converging on a stage that you will literally have buyers from all over the world fighting it out while those horses are standing in the auction ring.
You can barely move inside the pavilion. There's so many people here, and the buzz is electric. You can't replicate that anywhere in the world, in my opinion.
To have horses in this phasing-tipped in November sale is what all owners dream of. It means that your mare was one of the best racing on the racetrack. It's the night of the stars.
9-5, give me 10 million. 9-5, now to 9-5, 9-7, give me 9-5.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back, and thanks for joining us here on Saratoga Live. We are brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out americasbestracing.net today. Inflation Nation made good on that debut and winning his second race, and please be joined here by the assistant/son of trainer Christophe Clement, Miguel Clement. We were watching a fun little feature with you and your dad and your wife Acacia prior to this, but it's truly a family affair for you guys, and you've done such a great job with the 2-year-olds that you get up here early in Saratoga. Was Inflation Nation one of those?
Yeah, he was one of the horses that were here. We're lucky. We have a great team, and Dad's been doing this for many, many years. And if it was a family affair, as you know, that means I have a lot of bosses in my life. So, and no, it's all good.
And to you, obviously your mom and dad, not obviously, but they're in Europe right now. But for you, and your dad really kind of groomed you well and made you go overseas and made you do the Godolphin Flying Start program. How much of a benefit has that been for you?
Yeah, he advised me throughout my entire life. He's very, instrumental in my entire, development. I went to Europe. I did the Flying Start. I went to Hugo Palmer's for several years, Mike de Kock in South Africa. I was very fortunate. I was able to have an opportunity that most individuals probably would never have. So I was very lucky that way.
And to this horse, Inflation Nation, I think having that start against a good horse, albeit I know it was tough to take that beat first time out, but nice to get the reward here.
Yeah, without a doubt. He ran very well first time out. He did everything right except win. So fortunately, we were able to pull it off today, and hope we're going on to bigger and brighter things.
You gonna go out on your own anytime soon?
The boss is always in charge. It's whatever suits him.
Whatever he tells you to do. Well, Miguel, congratulations. Really job well done.
Thank you very much.
Inflation Nation, groomed by assistant Miguel Clement for his dad, Christophe Clement, as we welcome in a new crew here on Saratoga Live. Greg Wolf takes the reins here, and he's alongside Gary Stevens.
Yeah, thank you, Maggie. You got the Hall of Famer here with me as we
Bring you the second half of this card. We'll get into the late pick 5 in a moment. This is the way the pick 6 begins with a 4-5 favorite. And Inflation Nation for the Clement Barn. Impressive here, second time out. So Greg Wolf, Gary Stevens with you as we get set, as mentioned, for that pick 5 coming up. Part of that sequence, 2-year-old fillies, Gary, on the lawn. We had a huge upset in the boys edition of this race yesterday, that with anticipation. This looks like it could be a little more formful. Be Your Best was very good first time out.
Yeah, she really was. She was wide into the first turn. She was wide coming into the stretch, but man, was she impressive reaching out the final furlong. Like I said, she lost a lot of ground. This is her first out of her lifetime, and it was ultra impressive. The further she went, the further she widened. By the one thing that worries me today about this race is they've got the rails at 27 feet, and they were out yesterday as well. I ran into Ian Wilkes last night, and he said, man, if I would have known that rail was that far out, I would have never ran. Just for the fact, when it's that far out, it's tougher to make up ground. It's a tighter course, but look, we've only got, 8 runners in there, I believe. Yeah, we've got 8 runners in there, so hopefully it's not a problem. She did handle the wide trip in her debut very, very well. So on paper, it's her race to lose.
Dominant performance in that debut. That is race 10 on this card, our feature on this Thursday afternoon as we are into this final week of action coming up. With us, of course, our Paddock crew, New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling, Jonathan Kinchin with more on the feature. Guys.
Yeah, I don't have any argument against the one with experience, Be Your Best being the horse to beat. Got the job done, and I think you'll agree, a better effort than it looks on paper.
No,
horse
absolutely.
was wide the whole way and ran well. The toughest thing for all of them is to reproduce these efforts or even improve on them. And Idea Generation is pretty good. Just because that was a non-race doesn't mean it wasn't a race for Idea Generation.
Yeah, well, Timeform US actually gave it a figure anyways because there was a final time and there was fractions and gave Idea Generation a 92, while Be Your Best also got a 92. So they ran the same race, allegedly. But for me, Idea Generation was closing into a horse with experience in towhead, and also the fractions were a little bit slower. So I thought the Idea Generation actually ran better. And in a few minutes, when we talk about my pick 5, that's my single Idea Generation.
Yeah, I mean, you have to make a decision, and obviously it hinges on what you're doing in other races, because I can understand the argument to use both of them. And Be Your Best is good. There's no doubt about it, but I think Idea Generation is good too. I don't think you're going to see 7-5 and 5-2. I think you're going to see them both about 6-5 and 7-5.
Yeah, I think it'll be a little bit closer. Idea Generation took a lot of money on debut. There was buzz around this horse, and I don't think many people forgot.
Chad Brown horses, Greg, tend to take money.
They do indeed. He's leading the meet right now. Pick 5 begins in this race coming up, as mentioned, the 7th $50,000 claiming race. This for non-winners of 2 lifetime. And speaking of the leading trainer at the meet, he's got the favor right now, Dream of Change, although a tepid favorite. Jonathan, how are you going to play this pick 5?
Yeah, based on that opinion of Idea Generation a little bit later, I'm going to spread in here. I'm going to use 1, 4, 6, and 9 in here. I'm going to use the 1 Classic Lynn, the 4 Command Point, the 6 Masha B, and the 9 Dream of Change. In the second leg, I'm going to single the 1 Short Summer Dress. And then in the third leg, I'm going to use quite a few in this Turf Sprint: 4, 6, 7, 8, 11. I'm going to single Idea Generation because I think the value of this pick 5 is making a decision in race 10. If you don't agree with me, then use the 6. That's fine. I just want to lean on Idea Generation to try to pick up equity, maybe hit the ticket another time and have it for $1, and then to wrap it up 1, 6, and 9. I think those are the ones that you need to wrap up the pick 5.
All right, so one way to play that pick 5, that's how JK is going to go after it. $247,000 and growing in the pool. We're 17 minutes away from the first leg of the sequence. Again, mile and a 16th over the inner turf. Horses who've not won 2 lifetime. We will see in this first leg of the sequence. And that man right there is going to be on the one who's currently favored, Flavian Prat. What a tremendous first full season here at Saratoga for one of the great riders in our sport, Flavian Prat. More on him when we come back.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
We are back on Saratoga Live. I want to remind everyone it's your last chance to take home your share of $10,000 when you bet Saratoga with Naira Bets. Hit the late pick 5 today. You'll win a share of $10,000 bonus available to new and existing players. You do have to opt in at nairabets.com. Let's head to the paddock set for more.
So the horse who feels like is favored and will be favored is the 9 Dream of Change, leading trainer Chad Brown, leading owner Carvage Stables. I guess she's okay. She's the horse to beat. Maybe one of the most appealing things about her, Jonathan, is she's kind of a new face to the crew.
Yeah, she's only run a few times here in the U.S., so it's you can kind of, there's still an opportunity for her to improve. But, you know, we do this very often on this desk. I'm the first one to single a Chad Brown short price horse. I'm doing it a little bit later. I just need all the boxes to be checked for me to take a shorty because they're always going to take a lot of money. And this one just isn't a standout enough for me to fall in love with it 3-1.
And maybe coming through the inside of horses, she could have been a little bit intimidated in here, so I kind of get that. But you're kind of making an excuse for a short-priced horse. She had a very good trip leading up to it. She broke a step slow, but she saved ground the whole way. She's okay. This is really the one that I like, the 1A, and you know exactly why I like her, Jonathan. She was, I feel like a broken record. She was wide against a gold rail. So I'm betting Classic Lynn, but I agree that Dream of Change horse to beat.
Yeah, Classic Lynn, you know, I loved her when she came back here for her 3-year-old debut. She had a little bit of a tough trip. I think Maggie pointed out she might need one. Then I really loved her in her second start when she, quote, actually needed one, and then she just ran awful, so I'm hoping one more time.
She was against the track last time. Acacia, give us more, please.
We'll get to Classic Lynn in a moment, but starting with your favorite, as you mentioned, with the 9 Dream of Change, she is taking that drop in class, which certainly makes her a major player in here. She's been clearly a tough filly to keep her races going back to back to back, and the 2 times that I saw her in January at Gulfstream and April at Aqueduct, she was very sharp, really kind of prancing on the track, and while she's alert here in the paddock today, she's relatively settled, too. She's dappled out from head to toe. She is coming in off a little bit of a freshening since that July try, and that was a very tough beat at Monmouth. As I noticed that she kind of lurched a little bit out of the gate. Maybe she's not the easiest to get settled early on in the race, but then when being able to save ground and stay on the rail, she closed late up the inside between horses, too, and was incredibly game, just getting nosed out at the wire with the horse outside up for the win. If I'm nitpicking a little bit, I'd say she does look a little soft around the edges coming in off that July effort, which I was surprised about. And again, though, she is a horse that has her races spaced out. She's definitely a major player in here, and I think the horse to beat on that drop in class. But I do think the 1A Classic Lynn is very intriguing in this spot. She, too, takes a drop in class, so she's been facing New York bred company, and as Andy and Jonathan were just saying, she was really up against it last time out. I also noticed that she was a little bit keen early on, too. She was pushed wide into that first turn and then trying to close wide in the second turn, so she never really had an opportunity to save some ground. She looks incredibly fit, really, really strong here. Joe Sharp's horses are always well turned out, but she's really well muscled, and I think this is the right spot for her as she makes her third start off the layoff, too. Lois is climbing back aboard, and hopefully she's able to get a better trip and to settle in here, too. That will be the key for the 7, Art Jessica, who's one of several that come out of that August 5th race. Now, she, versus the 2 that I just mentioned, has already been exposed at this level. That was her first start against Winners. This, I think, is a tougher spot than that one. That said, this is a filly that really was very tough to handle by Jose Ortiz last time out. She was headstrong. She blew the turn, bolted, and then was throwing her head up, and just really, really tough to get her to settle. We'll see what John Velasquez does with her in here today, and if she can be a better factor, as she will have to improve and be a little bit easier on her rider, Greg.
Acacia, thanks. Yeah, you mentioned it. Blew that turn, had no chance after the way she went around that first turn. See with a better trip today if things are different for Philly, who's taking some money. 12-1 morning line down to 7-1 right now. Wide open first leg of this late pick 5 on our Thursday card from Saratoga. Post-parade when we come back.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Keeneland September yearling sale.
A terrific maternal pedigree, Grade 1 winners and champions across the bench.
Echo Zulu parties. Life is good. Next go, superstar.
Go to the back. Good luck.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Happy Gal is in front, late run from Balenciaga Betty, but it's Happy Gal hanging on. Happy Gal has won it.
Somebody's problem was everybody's problem today. The daughter of Run Happy punched home by almost 7 in the end.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Hello, you've reached the offices of West Point Thoroughbreds. Please leave your name and your number, and we'll get back to you as soon as we can.
Okay, starting to move now. He's 4th. He's on the outside now. He's pressing him now. There's the 1, the 7, and the 6. He's on the lead. There's another horse on the inside of him. He's pulling away. He's going to win this race.
We're back on Saratoga Live here on FS1. Thanks for being with us on this Thursday card. Our program brought to you in part by the champion spinner Run Happy, now standing on a legendary stall #1 at Claiborne Farm. Here comes our post parade, and here is Classic Lynn at 9-2.
She's really dirtied up, and against tougher last time. She had a wide trip against the gold rail. I think she's the worst to beat.
She has the extreme outside post today. The rail to this one, the 2.
Yeah, dropped in for 35 last time, didn't do much running. Why is that going to change running for 50?
Rosemary Potatoes, 13-1.
I have a lot of love for Rosemary Potatoes, but after last time, I may have to draw the divorce papers.
Blinkers coming off command point, second back off a lengthy layoff.
The horse or the actual food?
The food I never loved anyway, so the horse is the one
I love command.
I was more committed to.
I do love command point, though.
Here's maybe later Linda Rice, Jose Lezcano.
She's run well on the turf in the past, but her last turf race left a lot to be desired.
Masabi showed a little late interest last start.
Yeah, I thought she ran well. Got a nice speed figures, tactical, should run better, second off a short break.
Here's the filly Acacia mentioned, blew that first turn last start.
Yeah, not the best of trips last time. Jonathan likes that race more than I do, but not impossible if you're looking for a price.
Barkley Tag, Saratoga Stable, Funny Side Connections, 'Tis the Law with the 8.
Yeah, got the win last time, but, you know, got a little bit to close into. Was running against maiden 40s.
Price creeping down shorter on Dream of Change.
No surprise. She makes a lot of sense in here. All the intangibles line up. She's one of the major players.
And the 10, I'm Buzzy, first off the claim.
Doesn't have a lot of tactical speed. I just envision this one getting one of those 3 wide, 4 wide trips around both turns.
So 5 minutes away from the start of our late pick 5 pool, closing in on 400,000 plus. Let's go back to Acacia.
Very pleased to be joined by trainer Horacio De Paz, who sends out Massabee here. And Horacio, this was a filly that you had actually claimed. What was it about her that was appealing?
Her first 2 races off the layoff seemed like she would be a filly that, 3-year-old that can improve throughout the year.
Now, coming up later, though, in the PG Johnson, we're looking forward to seeing your talented filly be your best. How did she come out of that impressive debut win?
She's doing well. She came out of it well, had 2 good solid works, and been training good.
How exciting is it to have a young filly that won so impressively like she did first time out?
It's exciting. That's all, we always, strive to come over here and find a nice 2-year-old like that, and hopefully she continues on.
As, of course, she's got to face tougher today. Any reservations about that, or if you just feel like she's the best one?
No, she's doing really well, so I'm happy to get her back started and, get some more information on, how she'll do second time out.
We can't wait to see her. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Horacio De Paz has a nice runner here, Greg, but of course, looking forward to his talented 2-year-old filly later.
They'll have, I would think, one of the 2 to beat in that race. Idea Generation going to take a lot of support in there as well, but Be Your Best, the morning line favorite. So we wish him the best, and Gary's got big chance here with the 6, Masabi.
Yeah, she improved quite a bit off of the claim. I like what Horatio just said about, wanting to claim her because she's a 3-year-old, some upside. She did improve. It was her best speed figure she's run in her last race. Only got beat 3/4 of a length. I think she's got good tactical speed. And I mentioned earlier at the top of the show, the rail's out 27 feet right now. So she's my pick.
Saw Jose Ortiz, his mounts, he's really picked things up here in the latter second half of the meet. And then here's Flavian Prat. 32 wins at this meet, currently 4th in the standings. It's first full Saratoga. This is what lies ahead for him. On the favorite here, and then Idea Generation in that feature. PG Johnson, all 3 of his remaining mounts, big chance.
Yeah, and he's had huge support since moving his tack out here to the East Coast. The big day at Monmouth Park on Haskell Day. What do you have? 4 big wins on that afternoon, multiple big days here. He's had an outstanding meet.
So 3-1, Dream of Change. The only time on a turf labeled good for Dream of Change. Struggled in that start for whatever that's worth. It is listed good here at Saratoga as we go back to the paddock.
Well, actually, I want to comment on that, Greg. She was 3 wide around the track that day, and that was the first day of racing on the turf at Aqueduct this year. And with the rails down, if you weren't saving ground that day, you had no chance. So to be fair, better horses and way against the track. So I would argue I don't think that was a bad effort at all. I know it looks bad on paper. As far as the 4 command point, you like this horse, Jonathan, second off a layoff.
Yeah, I just felt like, I didn't necessarily trust the 1A Classic Lynn after she ran so poorly last time, and the 9 Dream of Change, so I kind of landed on the 4 command point. Takes the blinkers off. This is a horse that was a little bit naughty in the post parade. I remember the paddock, last time, and I'm hoping that maybe that took a little bit out of her. She seems to be behaving a little bit better here. I'm interested to see how that progresses, if maybe Acacia can fill me in, but I just think she's going to run better here. Second off a break. I think she draws well towards the inside. She'll be able to save some ground as well.
Does Rob Atlas's meet concern you a lot? One of the winners he has earlier this meet is the big favorite in race number 8. Smash Ticket, who won that race. That was one of his winners, a heavy favorite. And he had 2 winners in one day. Otherwise, a trainer that wins at a pretty high percentage has been awfully quiet and cold at this meet. Does that bother you at all?
I don't know. I mean, of course, you got to pay attention to that. You got to pay attention to him being a little bit chilly compared to what he normally is. Rudy being chilly compared to more than what he normally is. I would say that this horse would probably be 4-1 if it was a different situation. I think the board reflects that, and you'll get paid if you're.
That's fine.
Yeah, I'm okay.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
I'm okay with it.
The number 6, Mazbat, finished ahead of that one. I've never been a big fan of this horse. She did run her best race, though, first time for Horacio De Paz.
Yeah, she's tactical, and I think she'll take another step forward, right? She hadn't run since June, mid-June, so she comes back up here. She runs here August 5th. I think she'll take another step forward, and the speed figure came back pretty quick for that.
See how things play out, Greg.
She's coming out of that same race as the 4. I know it was a layoff for the 4, first off the layoff, but this one, the 6, really showed some good punch out, finished her to the wire, showing some late interest in that race. We'll see if Jose Ortiz can team up with De Paz here for a win, 5-1. Money continuing to come in on this 3-year-old filly as we head back to Acacia.
And I just wanted to wrap up what Jonathan was saying about the 4 command point. And he's absolutely right. Last time out, she was off of a layoff and she's taking a drop in class, and she was a mess back in the paddock. They had to bring the outrider pony over for her to get riders up. She was completely washed out. She was expending so much energy prior to the race. And while you can see she's gotten herself in a little bit of a sweat out on track, that's just because Junior Alvarado gave her a good warm-up. She was so much better in the paddock today. She was a little bit energetic getting the tack on, but nothing like it was last time out. She also looks a little bit stronger today. She wasn't carrying excess weight last time. She just looked a little bit light for my taste. So she has strengthened up coming in off of that 4th place finish, and more than anything, she's just acting so much better. So at 6-1, I think there's a lot more to the story there with command point, and out of that race, she was the one that I would prefer, Greg.
All right, thank you, Acacia. Second off a lengthy layoff, equipment change. And you have to think would have needed that first start back. I mean, she was off about 9 months when we first saw her back on August 5th, Gary.
Yeah, and I mean, she figures to improve second off the layoff. Rob Atlas, he's struggled at this meet a little bit, but you have meets like that. He was hitting at 22% for the year, and hitting at 12%. But you know, we've seen a couple of riders, trainers, owners struggle at this meet, and it's just something you've got to work through. And I don't think you can write horses off that are in with a chance, because these guys, they're going to come out of this at some point like they always do. And who knows, maybe today will be the day.
Meanwhile, gate, we see it open on our Jessica the 7. John Velasquez there for David Donk. They get her in. Definitely a cleaner trip would go a long way to helping her cause.
Yeah, she's coming out of that same race that we've been talking about, along with Command Point and Masiva. First turn was no help at all to her last time. We'll see if Johnny V can get over and save some ground.
Pretty long run of that first turn. There was a lot of love for the 1A. Classic Lynn, who has the extreme outside post. She'll be the last in line. We're set for the late pick 5. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
We are set for race 7. And they're off. Rosemary Potatoes is out for the early lead. Now moving up is Classic Lynn to challenge. Classic Lynn goes on with it, grabs the lead from Rosemary Potatoes. Massapie is next in 3rd, with our Jessica sitting in 4th, and alongside is Maybe Later in 5th. And then we come back to Dream of Change, who's on the outside and in 6th. Alongside is Tapplesider in 7th. Then Command Point in 8th. Followed by I'm Buzzy, and trailing the field is Bella Conchita. The opening quarter mile went in 24 seconds, and it is Classic Lynn leading the field up the backstretch. Classic Lynn by a length and a half. Massabee is next in 2nd. Our Jessica, Rosemary Potatoes. Those two are heads apart 3rd and 4th, with Maybe Later in 5th. Then comes Dream of Change in 6th as they continue along after a half and 48 and 2. Classic Lynn leads by 2 lengths. Massabee is 2nd by ahead. Rosemary Potatoes, Our Jessica right together 3rd and 4th. They go around the far turn. Classic Lynn is the one to catch, in front now by almost 3 lengths. Our Jessica moving up on the outside of Rosemary Potatoes as Massabee drops out of it. They're at the top of the stretch now, and it is still Classic Lynn in front as they head for home now. It's Classic Lynn in front. Rosemary Potatoes, Our Jessica giving chase 2nd and 3rd. Tapplesider running in 4th. On the outside is Dream of Change, and putting in a late run here is Maybe Later. And here comes Tapplesider, and here comes Maybe Later, and Tapplesider, Maybe Later right now for the victory by a half length. Tapplesider was 2nd, and farther back, Bella Conchita came on for 3rd.
Maybe Later, 7-1. Jose Lezcano, Linda Rice, first win on turf for this filly in 6 tries.
Yeah, and came from out of the clouds. And I'll tell you what, this turf course is labeled as good, but it's a lot better than what it was yesterday. It was a lot more moisture in it yesterday. We had some high winds this morning. It was steady wind all day long, and just backed off right before the races started, but it's dried this course out a little bit, and we weren't seeing many close yesterday, especially with the rails out, and huge run from Maybe Later and Jose Lezcano.
5-8-2-10 for a moment. It looked like the second biggest price on the board, guys. Tapplesider at 22-1 was going to get this win. In the end, it's Maybe Later.
Yeah, it turned out my horse to set maybe too fast a pace, but I'm going to draw up the divorce papers. And Maybe Later, who burned a lot of money in an off-the-turf race last time where she was an MTO. Well, today they decide, let's not be an MTO, let's run on the turf, and making a big move seemed to work out.
Yeah, you know, look, when you look at this horse's last turf race, she stalked a slow pace and didn't run particularly well. It's very, very hard for me to find these types of horses who take different trips now and then run better. It's just all I had to work with was that recent race. She ran extremely well today, considering.
She really did, but the race fell apart. This is one of those races you take it apart, but they ran. It was mostly long shots, Greg. Maybe Later, she was practically a chalk compared to the horse that ran 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, monster numbers underneath. All 22-1, 21-1 or higher, I should say. 5-8-2-10. Jose Lezcano, always dangerous, especially on the lawn, with another victory here for one of his main clients, Linda Rice. And another look at the finish here on the 5.
Yeah, strong run from her. Like Andy said, they bet her down to even money last time out off the turf, and turns out this is probably one of her better races of her career.
Her form was dirtied up a little bit too. Last time she was on the turf, she was in against a lot tougher. It was so popular, we had to bring back part 2. Jonathan, with the legendary pipes of Tom Durkin, who was on this circuit for so many decades. We'll be back with that second edition next.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit bias.
Maximum Security, he smoked them in the cigar mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Secure your mare's future. Maximum Security.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at our Arkansas's only casino resort.
We're back on Saratoga Live. Our program brought to you in part by Hill and Dale at Alapa. We're underway in the late pick 5 with an upset, 7-1. Maybe later with the victory. Jose Lezcano for trainer Linda Rice, who owns part of this 4-year-old filly as well. Wins for the first time on the grass in the 6th try over it. Returned $17.60 for the win. Big prices underneath. Let's go to Acacia.
And pleased to be joined by winning rider Jose Lezcano, as maybe later gets the win today. And Jose, you've ridden this filly before on the turf, but this is actually your first win on the grass. What did you feel from her today?
Well, you know, the day I ride in the grass in Belmo, you know, she kind of like run off a little bit early, you know, she's right there and he not finished the same way, you know. Today, you know, I broke good. I got like very good grip to the half a mile. After half a mile, you know, the horse in front of me, she started coming back in my face, and you know, I don't know how she went. You know, I'll be honest with you, you know, but he gave me a good race today.
Yeah, it definitely was a nice performance, and she was game over Taplesider too. What's that feeling like from a rider when you have another horse to your inside? You just need a little bit more to get to the wire.
Well, in the last follow, when I really ask is, you know, the other filly keep running, but my fillies is keep going. Sometimes with the horse outside, I see start getting more ground the horse inside, you know.
Well, tomorrow in the Prioress, you're going to be riding Bank on Anna, who you're well familiar with for trainer Phil Serpy. A New York bred, she is stepping up in company, but she went nicely last time out. What can you tell us about her?
Well, it's been running pretty good, you know what I mean? I think she's very nice filly. She run, I think, like 6 times, or he went like 3 or 4 times. And I think she's improved every race she's running.
Well, best of luck tomorrow. Congratulations here.
Thank you.
Jose Lezcano with yet another win on the turf here at Saratoga.
So good, especially on the lawn, and an upset again to start the late pick 5. So 7-1 with maybe later as we move into race 8. And we expected to see a short price on short summer dress. And that's exactly what we're getting, Gary, 3-5 right now.
Yeah, I didn't think she'd be that short. Plus 4-5 on the morning line, dropped down to 3-5. But yeah, on paper, definitely the one to beat. Robertino Diodoro, another one that he's only started 11 races here, but only won 1, so he's been struggling a little bit as well with these short-priced horses.
We'll get more on this 8th field coming up in a moment. Starts the late pick 4. He's a legend in this game, the voice behind some of the greatest calls in the history of our sport. Every time he stepped up to the microphone, he elevated the excitement of that race. It was so popular, it's time for part 2 of Kart Talk with Tom Durkin.
You're a fan of the game. You still participate. You're watching, you're handicapping, you're looking at the races. Can you enjoy a race without hearing the call from a technical standpoint? Or is you just doing it so long in your life, you still listen from a technical standpoint?
I think that switches off. You know, it's been 8 years since I called a race, so maybe a little bit in the beginning, but now I'm rooting more. You know, when I'm in that booth, I can't say, "You're gonna get shut off, McCarron. Get outside, will you? You know, damn it! I got $50 on this 6-horse. Get him out of there!" You know, so you can't do that in the announcer's booth. So I'm a little more vocal now.
It's not funny. I guess it's interesting to me that, you know, part of your decision was obviously you've been doing it for so long, but it's been well documented. Part of your decision is that it just became very stressful, looking forward to having to call the Derby. And was that something that you always felt, or was that just kind of towards the end of your career?
Well, in the big races, you know, yes. I mean, that stress was really palpable. I had a hypnotist in Louisville, and I even resorted to diet and exercise. Can you imagine such a ridiculous concept? Oh, that's how bad it was. But anyway, so I just decided to give up, walk away from all that stress, which was connected mostly with the Triple Crown races. And it's funny, they put this story on the front page of the New York Times, and the headline was, "Stress Fells Triple Crown Announcer." And it was right on the front page of the New York Times. And my friends pick up the paper. "Oh my God, Tom died. He's dead. The stress killed him." I was outraged.
When you retired and you gave your kind of goodbye speech, the day that you called Condo Commando's spin away.
Coming down to the finish, Condo Commando was splash-tastic. By the Moon second, Angela Renee third. And that person that I owe an inexpressible gratitude is you, the racing fan, the horse player. Thank you. Thank you for it all. Thank you for everything.
Why did you feel like the fans and the horse players deserve so much recognition?
Because they are more important. They are the most important thing. I mean, no fans, no handicappers, no horse players, no game. Clear and simple. I mean, it's just all about the fans, you know, for me.
I've never had a chance to come and watch you do the tours here at the museum, and I'm feeling kind of silly for not doing that yet.
It's a fun day. It's a fun hour, anyway. Yeah, I enjoy it. I love the history of racing, and you know, there's just a lot there. You know, drama, comedy, characters like you can't believe, and 400 years worth of history inside the building there.
Well, Tom, I fell in love with this game, with your voice as the backdrop of it, and so many of the horses.
You're really
and
making me feel old right now, Jonathan.
No,
I got it.
But a lot of the horses and the moments that I remember that like I fell in love with, they give me that feeling of that lump in your throat. It's to your voice. It's been an absolute pleasure to talk to you.
When you're given the opportunity, you know, to call Holy Bull and Sea Hero and Cigar and all Personal, all the great, goes on and on and on. You know, if you're given that opportunity, you're really blessed. And I was glad. Oh God, glad is not the right word, but so privileged to be able to have the best seat in the house for those races, man. It's pretty damn good.
Well, I speak for all the racing. We miss you.
You know what? I don't miss going to work every day. And you know what they do when you retire? They don't give you a paycheck on Fridays anymore. If I'd have known that, I don't know. So I can go by here, Stone Street, Oxley, Augustin, Claiborne, Juddmont, Barrett, Evans, Lewis, Campbell, EF, whoever you are, Evans, Klarovich.
JK driving a little too fast there at the end of that. Well done by Tom Durkin. Reeling off the names of those owners, Silks. Card Talk brought to you by Gainesway Farm, home of Tappet, sire of 4 Belmont Stakes winners. That was so much fun. I'm glad we got 2 editions of that with JK. Jonathan, I know you said you grew up on hearing his voice. That made you fall in love with the game. What is there a call that stands out to you as your all-time favorite?
Oh, man. You know, Rachel's Woodward's pretty good. Rachel Alexandra the Great. I talked about it last week. The Preakness was pretty good. Rachel did it. There's all of them. They all just kind of... my favorite one, I just didn't want to bring it up again because I did it when I had Rapoli, was when Uncle Mo came back and he won the Kelso and he said, he's back. Like, those are some of my favorite ones. Just because he told a story, and his voice was just the voice that I remember when I was falling in love with racing. All these races that I can remember, that I think back to, he was involved with them, and it was an honor to talk to him.
I think the Rachel Woodward is, in my opinion, and I can remember the elation when we hired him in 1990. Just, Tom Durkin's coming. It was just like so excited about it. But for me, the ability that Tom had to not just capture a moment, but to understand the moments in a lot of ways, a lot of people don't understand. And when they turned for home in the Woodward and he said the filly's in front, but a dramatic stretch drive awaits, because Tom understood the kind of pace that she was involved in and what it was going to take to get to the wire. So it was not only a great call that rose to the occasion, it was his ability to understand what was going on. He's the greatest, in my opinion. Love Tom.
A lot of us feel that way. He was tremendous. Those pipes, they were golden, and the way he weaved a story in each and every race, made it very special.
I felt privileged to ride with him calling the races on so many of the great horses that I rode, but it made it even that much better with Tom calling those races.
He is missed. One of the all-time greats. That was fun, that edition of Car Talk. We have the 8th coming up, and that is the one everybody's got to beat. Short Summer Dress, 5-year-old mare. She's the 1-2 favorite. Making a nice appearance there in the paddock, coming off a big effort at Saratoga July 20th, and she is taking a big drop in class. We'll be back.
Consistently versatile with 24 Grade 1 winners on every surface, from 6 furlongs to 1 1/4 miles, all over the world.
Switzerland in the Dubai Golden Shaheen. Switzerland wins. Olympiad gets the gold in the Women's Classic.
Churls Fight running on. Mason in front. Churls Fight on the outside. At the wire. Photo for the win.
All purpose, all places, all power. Speightstown.
Racelens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. Racelens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Maintaining a comfortable lead. Power Attack is second, but it is Sharp as Attack with another tremendous performance. He's much better than his debut today. Look at him roll in the Tyro by almost 10 lengths.
It's Sharp as Tekka, and he was sharp as can be today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on Saratoga Live, Jackie Davis there on the left. Huge win for Dad at this meet. Michelle Lovell, breakthrough performance. Katie Tolbert, big part of that Brad Cox barn. Some breakthrough performances by women at this summer at Saratoga. Our program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. And a reminder that the inaugural Horse Racing Women's Summit's been confirmed for September 28th through the 30th at Santa Anita Park. Multi-day event aims to bring together people from all facets of the horse racing industry with the mission of connecting and empowering women in the sport. There it is. Actually started out as an idea just to connect women in California. Quickly, though, gathered national attention, and it has been expanded since. Tickets on sale at womeninracingsummit.com. 8th race next, $32,000 claiming sprint. Let's go to Acacia.
Before we get to your favorite, Greg did want to report that the number 7, she's a black belt, is going to be a late scratch here in the paddock, as every horse that comes in is checked for their correct microchip, make sure that they're wearing the right equipment, and they're also checked for the proper shoes. Certain types of shoes, certain types of bends are allowed for particular races, and she did come in wearing incorrect shoes that are not permitted per the steward. So the 7, she's a black belt, will be a late scratch and will not be saddled here in the paddock. That's why we do have a bit of the delay going on. Taking a look at your favorite, though, the one Short Summer Dress, as she does take a drop in class after finishing second behind talented Smash Ticket and Betsy Blue. Betsy Blue, who came back to win the 2 other than allowance for it with a 96 Beyer speed figure in her next start. This mare, I should say, by Munnings, is incredibly fit. Robertino Diodoro's looking for the second win of the day today. I do wish she looked a little bit better in her coat. For a horse that's 1-2, she didn't wow me completely in the paddock, but she has just been facing so much better and may just be that much more ahead of her company in here today. And I do expect with Kendra Carmouche aboard, she'll be forward from the inside. Robertino Diodoro sends out 2, though. The number 3, Invaluable, finished behind Remain Anonymous, who came back to win a stake with a 93 Beyer speed figure in her subsequent start. This mare is one that's been at the level already, a distant second last time out. And I noticed that she kind of had her head cocked in the stretch, too. She doesn't look like the easiest type of horse to ride. So we'll see if Jose Ortiz can keep her straight in here today. She does come in wearing a ring bit, and hopefully that will allow her rider to have a little bit more control. The 4, Melting Snow, you can see she's escorted by the pony here in the paddock, and she's actually one that I'm not the most familiar with, my first time seeing her in the paddock, but blinkers do go on. She was one that had actually really impressed me physically in here, and even though she's had that pony alongside, she hasn't been doing too much. She has been acting quite well, and we'll see if she does have to improve and turn things around for the new barn. Greg?
Acacia, thank you. Post parade coming up in a moment. Pick 4 again begins in this race. We're 8 minutes from a start. And you can play it all with Naira Bets. Get signed up, started on the app or at nairabets.com. They offer that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus with that code for new members, TOGA200. That'll get you started in a race here where everybody's got to try and beat Short Summer Dress. She ran here at the meet July 20th against a lot tougher field, and she put in a good performance. The figure she earned in that race, too, makes her clearly the standout.
Yeah, and Robertino, not afraid to drop one in. We're getting towards the end of the meet here, just a few days left, and if they blow her, pot of $64,000 for these $32,000 claimers, so they'll put some money in the bank if Short Summer Dress pulls this off.
Could be the one to catch as well from the inside. Kendra Carmouche will be aboard here for her second Saratoga start.
An odd drop, but these are connections that don't mind dropping for a win with Short Summer Dress. I don't know. I'm going to try to beat this horse, but she's way the one to beat, Greg.
Rosa Veloce off the claim for Michelle Nevin, was a beaten favorite last start.
I think she's probably the most likely upsetter, if there is one. I agree with Andy. I think the one's going to be tough, but I guess the 2, Rosa Veloce, is the one you're supposed to try to beat her with.
Invaluable, been first or second in half of her starts.
Not bad to be Robertino Diodoro and have 2 of the remaining 4 horses in the race. She's the second choice right now, but is she a possible upsetter? I doubt it.
And then Melting Snow, this one just claimed as well. Blinkers go on.
How in the heck could I pick a horse claimed off of Tom Amos?
You picked the 4?
No, I'm just kidding.
You know, with Short Summer Dress, Smash Ticket, unfortunately, who won that race, was going to have to be scratched out of Mars Prioress. I guess she has some kind of injury. I hope she's okay. But she was fast. I mean, Smash Ticket looked like a player in the Prioress. Second place finisher Betsy Blue came back with a giant figure in her next start. I'm not ready to call it a key race, but it was one heck of a performance. And she runs back to this race, and she is pretty much a cinch.
Yeah, I mean, she chased around a horse that I was interested in tomorrow in the Prioress, and chased her around there and battled on pretty darn gamely. I mean, she got run down late by a horse that it made
Came
sense.
back with a 96 buyer and looked like a stakes horse.
She's got nothing to be embarrassed about there. I got to be honest. If she stays 1-2, I think that's.
Oh, I don't think I picked against her, but I don't think 1-2 is unfair on her.
No.
I totally get that. I'm going to try to beat her with Rosa Veloce. You know, I see horses that they look too obvious. It's like, you know, the idea of turning down money when somebody's giving away in the street. I'm that guy who turns it down. And with Rosa Veloce, you can make excuses for her. Are you stretching? Maybe a little, but I'm not sure. She was inside last time. There's an argument the rail wasn't a good place to be last time. The time before that, she was 4-5 wide. There is no argument. You wanted to be on the rail that day, and she was against the track. So you can come up with sort of excuses. I like Michelle Nevin off the claim, and I don't think you'll disagree, Jonathan, that her races 3 and 4 back are about the only 2 races that anybody has recently in this field that could beat the favorite.
3 and 4 back, absolutely. Yeah, she does have a couple of clunkers, but you mentioned, I don't even know if we'd call them clunkers because she probably had some excuses based on the way the track was playing that day. You know, I will say the 3 Invaluable, I kind of thought to myself, her last race felt like she was improving. 3rd for Diodoro. If she takes another step forward, I don't think it's going to have to be a huge step, but she could be improving switching to his barn.
Well, there was a time when Pat Reynolds had her in New York where she was very, very good, and at least you could say her last race, as you're saying, you know, Greg, it gives her a chance to be turning back into that horse. Whether or not she is, I guess we'll find out in a few minutes.
Well, she's 4-1 if you want to take that chance. But, Gary, no question that it's her stablemate from the rail with Kendrick Carmouche, who's the one to beat. She could be the one to catch as well.
Yes, she will be the one to catch. I don't think they will catch her, but Robertino's got Invaluable in here as well. And I think if Short Summer Dress falters, Invaluable, I think, is the most likely to pick up the pieces.
She's 1-2 for a reason, and you love to see the fact, too, that it was at this meet. She ran very well over this racetrack, and she's had some time since then as well. And it just seems like with this big drop, these connections just want to get a win.
Yeah, and Kendrick and Robertino hooked up earlier today to win the 5th race, so it's her race to lose on paper.
We're going to say so long on our FS1 coverage, but show continues over on FS2. So we'll have a lot more coming up, including the first leg of this late pick 4 in our FS2 coverage right after a timeout. We'll see you hopefully over there. Short Summer Dress, odds-on favorite, 2-5. Now the price getting even shorter here at this Thursday card from Saratoga with the P.G. Johnson, the feature still to come. Welcome to those just joining us on FS2. Good to be with you on this Thursday afternoon from Saratoga Springs. 8th race coming up in just moments here. Start of the pick 4, Greg Wolf, Hall of Fame rider, Gary Stevens. And our sequence in this pick 4, for those who have not been with us, going to start with an odds-on favorite here, Short Summer Dress. 2-5, actually 1-2 now on the board as we take a look at what's ahead. Races 8 through 11 are feature P.G. Johnson for 2-year-old fillies. And a filly, Gary, that looked very good in her debut. Be Your Best will be the one to beat.
Yeah, she was awfully impressive. Wide on both turns from start to finish and just inhaled them, turning into the stretch, pulled away. Very impressive winner.
So this is the one to beat, though, before we get to that feature in this 8th. Short Summer Dress for Robertino Diodoro. A massive drop in class. Was in an allowance optional claiming race for $62,000 last start. Dropping down to $32,000 claiming in this race today. As we take a look at the pick 4 pool, $236,000 and growing. You can play it by getting signed up with Naira Bets. Play with us the rest of the meet and beyond. That's the offer, that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. With that code for new members right there, TOGA200, and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Let's head to the paddock set, check in with Andy Serling and Jonathan Kinchin.
Beautiful day here in Saratoga. Had a good time with Jonathan out here in the paddock. Well, Short Summer Dress is a short summer price in this race, but deserved favorite at 2-5. I'm going to try to beat her with Rosa Veloce, but it's not going to be easy.
No, and I'll tell people to single 2-5 shots, and I'll pick a 2-5 shot in multi-race types of situations. It's not too often that I'll say it's not a bad wager at 2-5 to win. I honestly think that if you're okay with 2 to 5, this is one of those 2 to 5s you can be okay with.
Yeah, I'm trying to beat her because I think I make a case for the number 2, Rosa Veloce, having some excuses in her last 2 starts, and she has races, but that's because she's a big price. If these horses were the same price, it would be ridiculous. And I don't know that I'm running to take 2 to 5, but I'm not sure it's really particularly bad value. And, you know, there's this notion sometimes that long shots are good value and short prices are bad value, but a 2 to 5 can be good value, and a 20 to 1 can be bad value, Acacia.
It's so true, Andy, and hopefully you and I both being on Rosa Veloce is not too much weight on her. But as far as your favorite short summer dress is concerned, she may just be so much better than what she faces today with the drop in class. As I had mentioned back in the paddock prior, I do wish that she had looked a little bit better in her coat. She got a little bit warm out on the racetrack too, and Kendrick Carmouche, who typically gives his horses a strong, aggressive warm-up, has kept her quiet out on the racetrack too with the pony. So at such a short price, she just didn't wow me. Could she win in here? 150%. But she did feel like it was worth maybe trying to take a little bit of a shot if physically I did, and often do, like what I see from Rosa Veloce, who does take a drop in class. First off, the claim for Michelle Nevin, a couple things that I thought were intriguing. She's one that used to get pretty hot and a little bit washed out prior to her races. She's not doing too much today. She's handled herself beautifully. She's dappled out from head to toe. Manny Franco gave her a lovely warm-up. I thought she was moving well out on the racetrack, and I thought I'd take a little bit of a shot in here with her to potentially upset your short price favorite, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. 6 to 1. Rosa Veloce next door with Manny Franco in the irons as they're set to load up in just a moment. 1 to 5. Short summer dress. And let's talk for a moment, Gary, about short fields and for some reason the chaos that can happen in short fields.
Well, yeah, I mean, in a filly like Short Summer Dress, she's got the target on her back, and she's down in the 1 hole, but Kendrick's so good away from the starting gate. I mean, I just look for him to hit the go button, leaving there, and, you know, not take any chances of getting trapped down on the fence. I don't see that happening. You know, you're more apt in the route races with the short fields, and especially turf races, of finding more trouble than what you do normally in these shorter sprint races, especially when you've got a heavy favorite that's drawn down in 1 hole. One thing about it, Kendrick, he doesn't have to use any rocket science to figure out what he's going to do here from the 1 hole. His mind is made up for him.
It is send, get to the front, and hopefully go gate to wire. And there's Kendrick circling in those hot pink silks, a Flying P stable. Rondi Valente owns a piece of this 5-year-old mare as well. Back down to 1 to 5 in this 4-horse field. She steps in first, the big favorite, Short Summer Dress. As we kick off our pick 4 on this Thursday card, let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
Set for the start. And they're off. Invaluable away well. Now challenged on the inside by Rosa Veloce and a Short Summer Dress. And the heavy favorite Short Summer Dress now takes the lead. Rosa Veloce runs in second. Melting Snow is in third. And Invaluable, now the trailer, in fourth. Short Summer Dress is the leader here by 3/4 of a length. Rosa Veloce in second by a half length. And Melting Snow's on the outside in third through a quarter in 22 and 4/5 seconds. Then it's a break. Almost 5 lengths back to Invaluable in fourth, midway around the far turn. It is Short Summer Dress by a half length. Rosa Veloce on the outside. And then comes Melting Snow, who is in third position. Farther back, it's Invaluable. They're at the quarter pole now. Short Summer Dress challenged here by Rosa Veloce. Rosa Veloce in Short Summer Dress. Then Melting Snow and Invaluable in fourth. They're moving for the 16th pole. Short Summer Dress, Rosa Veloce, Melting Snow, and Invaluable. The 4 of them are stacked across the track inside the 16th pole. And here comes Invaluable on the outside. Invaluable and Melting Snow, and Invaluable got it. She broke well, taken back to last, and comes on strong in the stretch under Jose Ortiz.
From the get-go, this looked a little dicey for the odds-on favorite. Invaluable, her stablemate, with the win here at 4 to 1.
Yeah, and obviously They had some tactics planned. Jose Ortiz, take a look at this leaving there. First jump, this filly hangs a right. You can see Kendrick kind of caught off guard there. Filly started bearing out immediately after the start of the race. Kendrick had his hands full, or his left hand full, because she was trying to lean out, trying to drift out off that fence. She never was comfortable going down the backstretch, using herself entirely way too much. Take a look at this head-on leaving there. You can see her immediately trying to lug out, trying to lean out, not wanting to run true, head up in the air. Just not in a good mood today. We heard Acacia say that she was getting a little bit warm out on the racetrack. Listen, this is the mildest day that we've had since we've been up here. It's like a spring day, not the heat that we've had. It's like 71 degrees, beautiful, beautiful weather. So mentally was not into it today. Invaluable was, though.
Oh, guys, Robertino Diodoro's second winner of the day. Not the one we expected in this race, though.
Right, Diodoro's in the winner's circle, but not with the one the public would like to see him in there. I'm going to say it right now. Short summer dress had no excuse. She was terrible.
Yeah, no, she didn't run very well. You know, it felt like Kendrick almost fell off at the beginning when she broke outward like the way that she did. And this is a horse, Invaluable, that didn't have a number that suggested she could have beat the favorite. But when the favorite doesn't show up and she takes another step forward, this is how things like this happen. And I can assure you at this point, it's at least getting a little bit interesting if we can get a couple more prices in this pick six situation.
Oh, for sure. This is a horse that was a monumental single in people's tickets, and it feels like a good chance for carryover. I was surprised that two people did it yesterday, to be honest. Not easy. We'll see how it plays out, but no excuse whatsoever for the favorite here. They weren't even moving that fast up front.
Yeah, disappointing performance, no question, from Short Summer Dress, but for the barn, Invaluable saves the day. Jose Ortiz with a 2-win day today.
Yeah, and listen, this filly, Diodoro had a backup plan. He had an insurance plan here for Invaluable, or for Short Summer Dress. More than likely, Short Summer Dress is going to a new barn. Invaluable, I don't know if she was claimed or not.
1,
we'll
2,
find
and
out.
3 all claimed.
All 3 of them claimed. So, mission accomplished.
Big upset in the pick 6, pick 5, and a race to start off the late pick 4, even though it was a compact field. That's going to play huge. When we come back, you're going to be the field for the Jockey Club Gold Cup Olympiad. Can he bounce back from that disappointment in the Whitney and keep me in mind? One of several for Pletcher was impressive in his comeback.
Warfront. On the racetrack, his accomplishments included this victory in the Vanderbilt at Saratoga.
It will be Warfront to win it by 2.5 lengths.
Now this son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires. With over 100 stakes winners, Warfront's progeny includes some of the world's most talented runners, both at home and abroad. Ranked #1 by percentage of lifetime stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:15 post on weekends and 2 p.m. start on Fridays, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to 6-figure pools and a low 15% takeout. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
We're back on Saratoga Live on FS2. Good to have you with us. Look at Congress Park, just at the edge of Broadway. And always worth a visit, especially with the weather we have like right now here. It is beautiful, ideal conditions here on the first day of September in upstate New York. Jose Ortiz 2-win afternoon as he wins on Invaluable, the stablemate beating the odds-on favorite in here. $10.80, 2-win day for Robertino Diodoro as well. Trainer here getting it going, owns part of Invaluable. Let's go to Acacia.
And as Robertino Diodoro joins me again here in the winner's circle, you said to me it's a funny game as Short Summer Dress was taking the big drop in class. I want to start with her. What did Kendra Carmouche say to you about how she finished up in here today? Maybe just not herself.
Yeah, you know, inside post with a speed horse is never the best, and Manny Franco was smart. You know, she was the best horse on paper and the best horse in the race, and he got after her early and pressured her, and we were lucky enough that we had another horse in the race to pick up the pieces. But like I said, speed horse and on the rail, it's always tough.
You know, you did have your quote-unquote other horse, Invaluable, who you own part of as well. She picked up the pieces late. As you could see, Jose Ortiz was covered in dirt as he came back.
No, he did a good job, and he even said after, you know, our other horse was probably the best horse today or in the race, but just the way it set up today, it was his lucky day, so it worked out.
As you had also said to me, maybe a bit of a slower meet by your standards, but a 2-win day at Saratoga. That certainly is a good day at the office.
No, for sure. Like I said, it's been slow, but good way to finish up.
Congratulations.
No, appreciate it. Thank you.
Invaluable with the win and a 2-win day for Robertino Diodoro, Greg.
Yeah, congratulations to the barn. Well done. And I'm sure a little disappointed in the way Short Summer Dress run, but still get a W in the end.
Yeah, and you know what? She only had 3 wins on the meet, but everything was running well. Seconds and thirds with the limited number of starters that he ran, and Invaluable got the job done.
Maiden special weight coming up next. 5.5 furlongs on the turf, and a ton of inexperience in this group. Except for Cowashan. Wesley Ward also eligible, draws in, and that is the favorite right now at 3-1. We'll have more on this field coming up in a moment. This weekend, we have a big one still ahead of us. Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup. Todd Pletcher's going to send out 4 runners in this race, and it's a big, seemingly, can it be a bounce-back race for Olympiad? We'll get into Olympiad in a moment. We start with Tax, Jim Dandy winner from a few years ago.
She looks like the speed on there. He looks like the speed on the inside off a win at Delaware in his first race in a year and a half. This is a much tougher field, and it felt like that track might have been kind to speed last time.
Olympiad, he was unbeaten around 2 turns until his Whitney date with Life is Good.
Yeah, he was on a 5-race win streak prior to the Whitney and running into Life is Good. I don't fault him for that performance. I'm just not quite sure he wants a 1.25 miles at this price.
First of 4 for Todd Pletcher. We have the top 3 finishers coming out of the Suburban. Here's their horse who was third, Untreated.
Untreated feels like the least likely of Todd's runners in here, though he did run well in that race last time. But with more pace in the race, any advantage he could have is probably mitigated.
Dallas Stewart going to bring Chess Chief to the party. He's danced a lot of dances.
He tried this race last year and was 5th. He's only got 1 win since then. He'll be a huge price, and all those Dallas Stewart big prices and big races folks will be on board.
Meanwhile, American Revolution, what a quick rise he had last year to a Grade 1 win in that Cigar Mile. Andy, we're still waiting for his breakout performance as a 4-year-old.
I think you're going to see it in this race. I like his chances quite a bit in here. And while the 1.25 miles is obviously unknown territory for him, I believe he's going to relish it. He feels to me like a horse that gets stronger the farther they go.
Beat by Dynamic One in Olympiad, his first 2 starts of his 4-year-old season, trying to turn the tables on those 2. Here's First Captain, missed by a nose to Dynamic One in the Suburban.
This has been the plan since the Suburban. The 1.25 miles seems to fit what First Captain wants to do. He'll be rolling down the middle of the track. He better be rolling pretty quickly.
Shug McGahee, Luis Saez will team up there. Keep me in mind, this horse is interesting for Pletcher. Moved to his barn from Robertino Diodoro and he won first off the bench.
I agree with Greg that this is an interesting horse. I think if you're looking for a price play in this race, a horse to at least throw in if you're playing tries or supers, Keep Me in Mind's going to run okay in here.
And yet another Todd Pletcher runner. Dynamic won the winner of that Grade 2 Suburban. He won the Blame before that. Irad Ortiz Jr. listed.
Dynamic won his last 2 races. He does need to get a little bit faster and take another step forward. The good news is his trainer right there, Todd Pletcher. Todd is great with these types, getting them to continue to improve throughout their career. Dynamic One could take that next step forward.
So let's look at that Suburban top 3 finishers again coming back out of this race, and this was some stretch duel.
This was really fun. You know, it was a great Suburban in 1976 when Foolish Pleasure beat the great Forgo and Lord Rabot, and the picture's up at Aqueduct, and it was 3 of them battling down the stretch. And while these horses don't belong in the same conversation with the likes of Forgo and the Derby winner Foolish Pleasure, this was one heck of a race.
No, you love it. It doesn't happen all the time in racing, but when you get one of these full stretch duels from the top of the stretch until they turn home, there's nothing more exciting. You never know who's going to win. Dynamic One, I thought, probably had the worst of it there, losing ground, trying to close into a pace that wasn't particularly quick. But I thought they all ran pretty well.
Yeah, I respect Dynamic One a great deal, and I think First Captain's a pretty cool horse as well. And I think they're going to have to step forward and hope that both American Revolution and Olympiad don't run their better races to get it done. But I don't think it's impossible with these horses to do it, and they're both good horses, trained by great horsemen.
Yeah, and I think the other part to notice is they're going to probably appreciate those 2 horses, First Captain and Dynamic One, should appreciate the 10 furlongs where we're curious about the other 2.
Well, no, that's a good point. You know that they can run efficiently a mile and a quarter. We don't know that yet, Greg, with the other ones near. But you know what? It can't be a really, really fun race. There's 4 from Todd Pletcher. We got a field of 8. And given some of the field size we've had in some stake races, a field of 8 feels like the Derby.
Yeah, we've had some compact groups in here, and even though Todd Pletcher has 4 in here, it is still wide open. I don't even know if I love his chances to win this race. You can make a case for a lot of runners in this race, and for Olympiad, in a lot of ways, it's a very important race because he'd been so good. You were starting for a moment before the Whitney thinking this might be, you know, a horse in the same, I don't know if the same breath, but at least in the ballpark, getting towards the end of the year, his flight line in life is good.
Yeah, and Manny Franco, he said immediately after the race, or excuse me, Junior Alvarado, immediately after the race that he never was into it, and he knew early on. Here we're looking at Olympiad working out on Sunday on the Oklahoma training track. Just kind of a maintenance drill here. He's out in the middle of the racetrack, more of an open type gallop. Nothing fast, nothing fancy. Went 49 and 4. You see him well out off the fence. Rider not asking him to do a whole lot. If they drop him over on the fence, he's going to go a little bit faster. They know when they're out in the middle of the track, you're not asking for anything fancy. I think they're probably just wanting to freshen him up and go back to the chalkboard, draw some lines through that last race, and hope that the real Olympiad shows up on the weekend.
That work courtesy XBTV, as is the work we're going to see here from Keep Me in Mind. And this is a horse who, back as a 3-year-old, was in just about every big race. He was in the Derby as well. He competed very good in the Jim Dandy against Essential Quality. This was on Sunday on Saratoga's main track, 5 furlongs.
Yeah, and I like this workout. The rider's not asking him to do anything whatsoever right now. They gave him a time of 1:02 for the 5 furlongs, but the actual work started after the finish line. I watched this morning, and he just kept galloping out, and he really picked it up going into the far turn after what they had the clock on. They clocked him from the 5/8 pole to the finish line, but you'll see him accelerate when he gets into the turn. I mean, noticeably, and that's kind of routine with Todd Pletcher, what he does in his workouts. The time that you see recorded is not necessarily the entire picture, and I loved what I was seeing in this gallop out from Keep Me in Mind.
Came back as a 4-year-old, his first start July 22nd at this meet. And amazing that he was still even eligible for a first allowance condition with all the big races he had been in.
Right, and now you know what I'm talking about, the work. He's working faster right now than he was through the front side, and he's on the back side right now. That's a beautiful work.
Javier Castellano will be aboard. He's going to be a price in that race. A lot of ways to go in that Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup. We will have that race for you on Saturday afternoon. It's going to be fun on the final Saturday of this meet. We got a very contentious maiden race coming up next, sprinting on the lawn at 5.5 furlongs. Wesley Ward right now with a favorite. They'll have John Velasquez, the Hall of Famer, aboard. But several ways to go in this race coming up. We'll talk through the field when we come back. 16 minutes away from the 9th. That's
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring. With his biggest and best quality of books in the pipeline, the sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Lady Aurelia down the centre in the white and green colours is going away at the end.
Rachel's Valentina Ratzener and takes the lead.
back on Saratoga Live, program brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Paddock Bar, incredible spot to catch the action from. New spot this year. As we get set for this 9th coming up here, 5.5 furlong turf sprint. Everyone trying to get that first win. And right there, the one to beat on the board. Cowichan, the experience of the field. Let's welcome back in Maggie Wolfendale.
And Greg, they can't get enough of Cowichan, and maybe finally she will make good on the heavy backing that she has received. But we'll first start with Wesley Ward's other horse in here, a first-time starter, Stars on Fire, an Irish-bred filly out of the Australian sire Zoustar, whom obviously produces some good turf sprinters. The Dam's a stakes-winning turf sprinter. This is her first foal, and the Dam also have to a graded stakes-winning turf sprinter. And go figure, she looks like a turf sprinter. She's very compact, very short coupled, really nicely rounded hindquarters to her, obviously wearing the typical Wesley Ward cheater cup blinkers first time out here. Gave her connections a little bit of trouble getting the tack on, but otherwise has not done anything wrong at all. She makes sense, I do think, though, in the presence of some others in here, including her uncoupled stablemate. That fitness, well, she's about 90% there, as number 6 is one of 2 Chad Brown horses, More Than a Diva. Now they're currently making her a shorter price than the 7. I don't necessarily agree with that. This daughter of More Than Ready, it hasn't produced much in the first generation. She was unraced, the Dam. The second, though, Tiz Fizz, multiple stakes winner, graded stakes winner on the turf. Also, Dam have Tiz the Law, Travers and Belmont stakes winner. I guess she's okay turf, but to be fair, she did work with Up and Down last time out. And for me, Up and Down was going way better than her. More Than a Diva is smaller. She comes in here athletic looking and fit in her appearance, but I prefer the daughter of Creative Cause in here. Up and Down. I've liked what I've seen from her, at least when watching her dirt works on XBTV. She seems to always be going better. 3 back out of the gate. She broke sharp on the inside of Clever Joke, who ran third first time out here a couple days ago at a big price on the turf. She's just strong, well-muscled, good size, is keen here in the paddock. She's indicating to me that she's the one that's actually more meant to be a turf sprinter, that she might show a bit of speed here in this debut. As we'll also take a look at one making her second start and finally getting on the turf, I should say, is number 5, Georgie Spirit. I really think she is much more meant for this surface. Massive turf hoof to her. Now, she was very, very rambunctious in her debut, especially when they were trying to tack her up, and then it went out onto the racetrack too. She got hot and bothered that day. Today, complete opposite. And like I said, this is a better surface for her. As guys, this is an interesting maiden special weight here in this 9th. Who do you guys like?
No, I agree very much, Maggie. I think it's a fascinating race. And unlike the last one, there isn't a heavy favorite. I didn't pick the horse that you like, Jonathan, the 8 Illicit, but I agree that he's very, very dangerous here.
Yeah, horse took sneaky money on debut, showed a bunch of speed early. It's like my favorite thing when horses show speed, get a little tired of their debut. They showed some talent. When you show speed, you show talent. And now you just got to kind of work on the fitness, kind of work out the mental part of it.
Yeah, I put her third. I kind of regret it. I was saying to a friend earlier, I regret it. I picked her last time, but I agree with everything you're saying here. I thought Gustignano was a little bit interesting. Now, I know you could just say, and maybe it's the case, she took advantage of the pace that Illicit set. I don't know. To me, she looked like a horse that needed a race. I know that you've got Luis Cardenas riding instead of John Velasquez. I think Luis is a very good rider. I don't worry about that. It's a big price. This horse has a huge turf pedigree, so I thought the horse could run better second time out at a big price.
There's a really cool New York bred named Fingal's Cave. If you're new to the show, Google her, look her up. I knew she was talented because she won first out for Dave Donk. Dave doesn't win first out with horses. And so in this situation with Gustignano, I think this horse will improve because it's not Dave's thing. He doesn't win with horses first out. He gives them races, lets them learn so they can have long careers.
We've been doing this TV show about 7 years now. That was the most creative red board I think I've ever heard. Really, congratulations, Jonathan. That was, I mean, I got to tell you something. You are a genius. As far as Coichin, the number 11, he ran better last time. He got a very good ride by Joel Rosario. Changed the tactics. Nobody rides like Joel Rosario in these turf sprints. No disrespect to Johnny Velasquez. And I think drawing an outside post makes getting that kind of trip a lot trickier.
I zig and zag when it comes to Wesley Ward, but how many tries does this horse need? Wesley's horses, when they're good, they win. It doesn't take them 4 times.
Wesley's had some many great years, not this year, with 2-year-olds.
Here is Tell Me When, who is going to get on the grass for the first time.
He's a potential thorn in the side of Illicit because he could have some speed.
Gustignano, that big pedigree. Dan produced an 8-time winner on the turf, Vision Perfect.
Dave Donk not known for winning first out. They do take steps forward in their second starts.
Vision Perfect was a multiple graded stakes winner, won almost $800,000. Stars on fire, Wesley Ward, the other Wesley Ward.
Is this the other Wesley Ward, Greg? Are we talking about the one nobody's talking about till he wins? She wins, it pays $37. She does have a little bit of pedigree.
Indeed, she does. And supposed to be quick. Ticker tape home 6-1. I like the debut from this runner getting back to sprinting.
I thought interesting. Like the debut, like the long race, now cutting back.
First on turf for Georgie Spirit.
We don't know if more Spirit will be a turf influence. The Warfront was a nice turf runner. They liked this horse enough first time, they even bet off the turf.
2 for the Chad Brown barn right next door to each other. Here's More Than a Diva.
Yeah, the 6 worked with the 7. The 6 was outworked, according to the workout report.
And Dan produced Fluffy Socks as well, multiple graded stakes winner with the 7.
Yeah, I think this is interesting. Now, Fluffy Socks is a slumber, and Creative Cause could be okay as turf sire, but slumber's been very productive. Interesting long shot.
The Speedy Illicit went by.
Yeah, this is the horse I like. Showed a bunch of speed on debut. Took a little bit of sneaky money for a trainer that doesn't have a ton of horses up here. I expect that horse to take another step forward.
17-1, Sweet Lou's got aces.
Yeah, this one goes out for Ray Handel. Is a half to a turf winner, a full to a turf winner, actually. They ran buyers in the 70s, though, on the cheaper side.
And the experience of the field draws in from the also eligible list for Wesley Ward.
Yeah, listen, they're betting on last time. The horse did improve finally and run a credible race. I wonder, Jonathan, don't you think this field is probably tougher than the one that she was in last time? Or at least it appears like it could be much tougher?
I would think so. Like, if this horse was 6-1, look, I'm interested. We can talk about it. But, you know, like Wesley's typically are, these 2-year-olds on the turf sprinting, they get money.
Well, a class in red boarding was delivered up here, Greg. See if you guys can top that.
Approaching the 5-minute mark to post in this 9th. Want to remind everybody about the Naira Bets contest Saturday. Final one coming up at the meet. $300 buy-in, cash and seat prizes. Go to naira.com/contest to get signed up and started. Registration ends tomorrow, 5 p.m. Eastern time. So, Gary, here's the Wesley Ward, also eligible, that does draw in. Experience, usually a good thing. But, again, as the guy said, this is a barn that usually has them ready to fire right off the get-go.
Yeah, but listen, some of these horses just take a little longer to develop. I was on illicit until Kowichan scratched in, and I went with Kowichan. I not disagreeing with Andy about the riders a whole bunch, but I am disagreeing a little bit. Johnny V, very, very smart rider, and trust me, he watched this horse run last time. I don't think you're going to see him try and change the tactics any and go crazy going after illicit early on. I think he's going to ride with confidence. I think he's going to get a good just off the pace trip with her, and I think she gets the job done today.
Meanwhile, ticker tape home for Mark Cassidy. Start number 2, they stretched this filly out, but the debut looked like she was home free. This was going 6 furlongs first time out. And actually, the filly that gets by her and beats her ran very good in a $130,000 stakes race at Woodbine, her next start. The winner of that race, too, that stake, would be 4th in here.
Yeah, listen, Mark has had an excellent meet with these horses coming down from Canada, running here at Saratoga this summer. I love this first race. They tried to stretch her out here at Saratoga, 1 mile and 16. Johnny rode her that day. She was up close to a slow pace and faded. And I like that she's dropping back down into a sprint race again today. She ran a very good number the first time that she ran up at Woodbine. If she repeats that, she's going to be in the top 4, I believe that.
Very interesting. 3 next down winners in that race behind her. Let's go to Maggie for more.
And 2, she was beaten in that mile and 16th race by Be Your Best, who we'll see as one of the short price favorites in the next race in the PG Johnson. And 2, I thought she kind of got hip checked going into that first turn by a horse who was wanting to get out, lost her action very briefly, but still it forced her wide. And 2, it kind of set her off a bit, and she wanted to get fairly headstrong with Johnny V aboard. Well, I was very keen on her stretching out, looking at her physically, because she is a bigger, scopier filly. It makes sense, given the way she ran, given the fact that she comes in here with a 47-4 work to sharpen her up. She was sharper today, too, just bouncing around the paddock. She is intriguing. I totally agree. But JK's convinced me, because Illicit was one that she worked 9-4, which is why she sold for over $500,000 at the OBS April sale. So you knew that she was going to show speed. She gave that impression. And once again, she was accompanied by the pony in the paddock. But I vividly remember saying that while I like her, Ken Sweezy is not a trainer who brings his 2-year-olds, or first-time starters for that matter, over ready to win first time. He lets them get fit, lets them get a race into him, and it's so apparent with her that she benefited a great deal coming out of that race. I'm going to try her here. JK, sorry to weigh you down a little bit, but number 2, that is Gustiamo. She was not, excuse me, not that quick away from the gate. And then she got kind of headstrong in the back, and Jose Ortiz opted just to kind of strangle her back there. She did make up a good bit of ground in the stretch. I thought she looked a bit light, and I questioned whether she'd be good enough to go the 5.5. But look for her, because while she broke a touch slow, she got headstrong. Look for her to be more forward today. She was sharper, and 2, she's put on more conditioning, having that race under her belt, Greg.
Big pedigree to be successful on the turf, a barn that's going to get them better the more they race, as we go back to Andy and JK.
You know, I was thinking about looking at the 6 and 7 more than Diva and Up and Down. I was remembering that I think 3 years ago, Chad Brown had an entry late in the meet in a 5.5 furlong turf race, maiden race here, and I believe he ran 1-2. The second place finish in that race was Selflessly, who went on to win the Miss Grillo. So maybe they're dangerous, maybe they both could run, but the one who has the pedigree, especially the dam side, is Fluffy Socks. I mean, it's Up and Down, the half to Fluffy Socks.
Yeah, look, I like the 8. That's my pick, but I'm going to be rooting for the 7, Up and Down. If you've heard on the show before, Saul Cuman's son Sam named Fluffy Socks. He also named this one Up and Down. Fluffy Socks is his favorite horse.
So what really tells us is that the smart member, as far as naming good horses in the family, not a big surprise, is Sal's son, not Sal.
Exactly. Good luck, Sam.
How does that work, Greg? Does that like come into your handicapping? Children of owners naming horses?
If it works this time for JK, I'm definitely going to start using it going forward, whatever works. 10-1 right now. I actually liked Up and Down in here. I thought it a lot to like, obviously, the pedigree. The second dam, stakes winner, sprinting costume designer. Here's a look at the 1. Tell Me When, getting on the grass for the first time. Luis Saez for Tim Ham. Look, wide open race. I've asked you about this plenty of times before. These races for us as handicappers, Gary, they're tough. These 5.5 furlongs on the grass. But as a rider, again, how do you usually approach these races?
They're tough to ride. They're you know, it's easier riding a route race than it is these sprints going 5.5 furlongs. There's so much stuff going on early. Position, trying to get over and save ground, going to that turn. It's very important. Same as the route races, to save ground on the turf. And you're always fighting for position. It gets a little rough going into the turns. I don't mind the races on the melon course going 5.5 furlongs. Easier to ride than the inner turf course, but not easy races to ride, position-wise.
And not easy to handicap either for the rest of us. As we see that 4 moving in, ticker tape home. Marcassi cutting back in distance again with this filly who looked home free in the debut. That long stretch at Woodbine got to her, and now she only has to go 5.5 furlongs from that 6 in the debut. We're set for the 9th. Here's John Imbrial.
They're all in. And they're off. Illicit broke well. On the outside is Coechin, and now moving on through is Stars on Fire. So it is Illicit. Coming on through now is Tell Me When. It's Tell Me When who has the lead. And then Stars on Fire running in second. Gustiamo, Coechin right together, third and fourth. And Georgie Spirit is running in fifth. On the outside is Sweet Lou's Got Aces. Next in sixth position, followed by Ticker Tape Home. And then we come back to Up and Down. Farther back is More Than a Diva. As the field goes around the far turn. Up front, Tell Me When. Along with Stars on Fire. Gustiamo is in behind. Illicit is alongside. Then Coechin. The quarter went in 22 seconds. The field is in the stretch. And it is Stars on Fire, Tell Me When. Here is Coechin, and here is Sweet Lou's Got Aces on the outside. Coechin and Sweet Lou's Got Aces, and the two of them are together with Georgie Spirit gaining ground now on the outside from third. Sweet Lou's Got Aces, Coechin, Georgie Spirit on the outside. Georgie Spirit gets up in the final stride under Flavian Prat. Georgie Spirit, the winner, breaking her maiden here at Saratoga.
Flavian Prat, 33rd winner of the meet. She was traveling so easy late in this race.
She was, and she was in an off-the-turf race last time out and showed some speed early in that race. Faded late under Joel Rosario. Flavian works out a perfect trip on her, threads his way through. Just a great trip.
6-1. They tried to get her on the grass in the debut, washed off. Went off as the favorite in that spot. Finally gets on the grass here. Start number 2, guys. She does not disappoint.
Stages, good efforts by really the first 3 finishers in here. And the problem with Coechin, it wasn't really a question of giving the ride that Joel gave. My point was, with the outside post in here, Johnny wasn't going to be able to give the same trip that Joel got. And that was the case. The horse was caught 3 wide. It's not Johnny's fault. Horse breaks to the far outside. What's he supposed to do? He did everything right with his horse, just the post probably complicated his decisions and made it tougher for him. Ray Handel almost blew it open with Sweet Lou's Got Aces.
Yeah, I feel a little silly with the 5 just because Jorge Abreu is so efficient on the grass. He does such a great job, and the fact that this horse was entered to try to get on the grass, didn't, and then shows back up on the grass, it makes a little bit of sense. Not that it matters. I use kind of defensively in picks, but they're all dead at this point before this. And so this is a horse that probably made a little bit more sense. I should have given a little bit more respect to.
Well, I don't think it's a question of not giving respect. How many can you use? I mean, you know, you can find reasons to use a lot of horses. That's one of the other things talking about the 11. This was a much, much more interesting race than the one the 11 was in last time. There's a lot going on here. I mean, even, listen, Up and Down ran fine in finishing 4th here.
Yeah,
Probably
I also think
distance.
the 2 and the 8, you know, watch this replay
Caught
again. We're
behind
stuck
horses.
in behind horses and never really got to kind of set themselves down. Those are other opportunities to bet moving down the line.
Right, might have had a horse, might not have, but it's hard to really know. It played out. Interesting race. I think, Greg, one worth watching over again.
And, Gary, we see that finish there. What did you tell me right afterwards?
Well, this filly, the winner, she's by More Spirit. I was fortunate enough to ride More Spirit early on in this career, and this filly, she wants to run long. Keep an eye on Flavian Prat. I mean, she's in the clear right now. He can get her out. He can go, and she's not really responding. And the further he goes left-handed on her with the crop, and she never gets wound up and starts running until about the last 75 yards of the race, and she's just hitting her high gear when she crosses the finish line. So I wouldn't be surprised, and I'd love to see this filly stretch out 2 turns.
Her sire, Met Mile winner, and Georgie's Spirit, start number 2, first time on the lawn. She did take a while to kick into gear, but when she did, it was fun to watch. 6-1 over 28-1, getting by that first-time starter for the Ray Handlebar, and Sweet Lou's got aces. 5, 9, 11, 7 here in this 9th from Saratoga. Tremendous meet for Flavian Prat continues. And our feature still to come. There's Be Your Best, who was so impressive in her debut here at Saratoga July 31st. She's the morning line favorite for the P.G. Johnson. We'll find out if she's best in her stakes debut coming up, going a mile and a 16th when we come back.
Here's your story, let's begin. The world is fine, come on, dive in. The future's here, it's right before your eyes. Step by step, you're on your way. You're welcome to a brighter day. Don't you know it feels good to be alive? You could be
V9 now 9 to bid. Here we look at 9 now. 2 million 50. Last call. Here we look at 50. Here we look at 50. Bruce, $2 million even. Thank you.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Back on Saratoga Live, here on our FS2 coverage of the premier meet in the country. Final week here at Saratoga Racecourse. And the 9th in the books. Program brought to you by Naira Bets, where you can play it all. Georgie's Spirit, first time on the grass for Jorge Abreu in start number 2. And the filly by More Spirit, the Met Mile winner, winning with Flavian Prat, $15.80 for the win. 5-9-11 in the 9th from Saratoga. At pick 5, there was a mandatory payout pick 5 there, $1,103. Let's go to Maggie for more.
Here with trainer and co-owner Jorge Abreu, and this one you were very involved with. Selection of Georgie's Spirit, obviously training her, but also choosing to stay in as part owner.
Well, yes, Robert Foto and Joe D'Agostino told me, if you're in the sale, see if you could find a horse for us, So we find her, and at the farm, she was doing really well, and the guy in the farm told me this filly's okay. So I stay in with 20% on her.
We haven't seen many progeny of More Spirit. Why did you go for her? I mean, given the fact that he was kind of an unproven stallion at that point.
Well, I like her body frame, and I like her physique, so... And then we started breezing her and stuff, and she was breezing pretty well in the morning, fast work, but not a big gallop out. And then I put her on the turf here one day, and she breezed so good in the turf. And then unfortunately, when I entered her the first day, came off the turf, and I said, let me run, I don't want to lose my date, so.
And exactly, you got to participate in this race here. Two, she was just so different today. She was so much more relaxed. Talk about the work that goes into, learning from that first experience and correcting some things that need to be changed.
Well, she was a little high-strung first time out here, even though we took her to the paddock every day, staying her in the gate and all that. So, we schooled her after the race. She was acting a little anxious, not terrible, but she did get a little high-strung, putting the saddle on, and she kind of wear out before we put the jack on. And I said, I don't want this to happen again, so I schooled her a couple of times. It paid off.
It really did. Job well done. Very impressive for her turf debut. Congrats.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Georgie's Spirit, named for the one and only Jorge Abreu. Greg?
It's got a talented one on the lawn there, and as Gary had talked about, going longer might be even better. Be fun to see her going forward as we take a look at the late pick 5 follow-along. Price. If you are still alive, well done just getting to this point with still 2 legs remaining. And up next, it's our 2-year-old race of the day, brought to you by Spendthrift Farm, home of North America's 3-time reigning champion, General Sire Into Mischief. Current odds, be your best idea generation as expected. Top 2 on the board, named after a man who for 36 straight years won a race here at Saratoga and won 8 training titles on this circuit. For more, let's go to Andy Serling.
Yeah, P.G. Johnson, really a legendary trainer, not just here, but of course, so many people remember him for the upset victory in the Breeders' Cup Classic at Arlington with Valponi. But that really just scratched the surface of the kind of impact he had on the game. Kiri's Clown winning a 13-horse sword dancer run back here a long, long time ago. Kiri's Clown was an incredibly popular horse, just as PJ was a very popular trainer. So many good horses. Remember a horse named A in Sociology he had, wiring the field in the Hall of Fame one year, but there's so many others. And also people remember his work when he used to go on the old Thoroughbred Action Show with Harvey Pack and analyze the Breeders' Cup races afterwards. Very popular doing that, but a really bright man, and somebody who was a huge part of racing in New York with success, as you say, Greg. 36 straight years winning a race at Saratoga really only tells part of the story about how important he was to the game. His daughter's, of course, involved in the game as well. Karen Johnson, many people familiar with her work and writing about horse racing as well. But PG, a major player in New York, and that's why we have a race named for him, and it's always nice this year. We come to this race to remember somebody like PG who had such an impact on racing in New York, but elsewhere as well.
Yeah, incredible impact in this game. Actually had a win over the Great Forgo as well in the 1977 Suburban with quiet little table. Legendary P.G. Johnson race named in his honor coming up. Meanwhile, Hall of Famer Belmont, the goddess, returning to do more damage. She has been sensational. Talk about facing the boys. She's going to stay in against her own division, though, in the Flower Bowl. We'll preview her chances coming up.
Catalina Cruiser. He won 7 of 9 starts coast to coast, with 6 triple-digit buyers and 5 dominating graded stakes wins, including a record in the Grade 2 True North Stakes. A son of leading 5th crop sire, Union Rags. A $370,000 yearling with an imposing physical, and one of the best of his generation. There's only one Catalina Cruiser, now standing at Lane's End.
It will be McCulloch, domestic spending to take the lead and win Ocean Road. State of Rest to win it here by a length. And in Italian here at Saratoga wins the Diana in front-running fashion.
Standing at Gainesway.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
There we go. There we go. Come on. Let's go. Come on. Get in there. Woo! Yeah, baby.
Ian Rappaport from NFL Network. I cover breaking news and anything you could possibly want to know about the NFL. We're in Saratoga. We are here for Travers, but not just Travers, I think all the other races too. This is, for me, one of the most fun things, non-football, non-work that I get to do. I'm here with my wife. I brought the family last year, I brought my 2 boys, just to experience all of it, and I mean, for me, it's just one of the coolest things I get to do. There's a lot to like. You get to dress up, you get to drink, you get to gamble, there's all sorts of fun stuff. And I remember talking to Bill Belichick about this at the Combine, and it's a casual conversation, we ran into each other, and I want to talk about football, and all he wants to talk about is horse racing, because this is his world. And he's talking about the different tracks, which has a better viewing spot, which horses he remembers. I mean, the whole thing was so cool, and I think NFL players and coaches love the high-level elite athletes. Awesome race from Epicenter. I mean, stalking and taking the lead and not relinquishing it, that was pretty amazing. Great race and unbelievable time as always, like for real, awesome. We will be back next year, I can guarantee you that.
We have to win eventually.
I think the odds are in our favor, yes.
If you get here to Saratoga, odds are you're going to be coming back. Program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. One of the dominant performers in their respective divisions we're going to get to see for a second time at this meet in the Grade 2 Flower Bowl coming up this weekend. Warlike Goddess for Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott. She was as easy as could be in the Glens Falls, that victory. And Joel Rosario, her new pilot, has been a nice fit.
It has been a nice fit, and the amazing part about her, look, she's not the easiest to ride, but I think that Joel has figured her out already. He's got such great hands. He gets her to settle. It's all about her finish, and I love the comment line. It says, as rider pleased, and it was as the rider pleased. Joel, he only let her run for about 100 yards here, and she pulls away, wins with ease. She'd had a tendency to want to pull up a little bit when she didn't have competition, but that's not a bother for her anymore.
Yeah, not doing much late, as you saw, with those quiet hands down the stretch, and that was such a dominant performance. She's been so good. There's been talk of, is she going to face the boys at some point? She's that good.
She is that good, and I think that she would have a big say-so and the Breeders' Cup turf, not just the Breeders' Cup filly and mare turf, but the Breeders' Cup turf against the boys.
Well, more immediately, guys, we go to Paddock's set Saturday. Can anyone touch her?
Not likely. I think the talk of running her at 1.5 miles was more because of 1.5 mile distance, sort of danced last week. But more importantly, at Keeneland, the Breeders' Cup filly and mare turf is 1 mile and 3/16 this year. So they might run in the turf just because the distance is better. She won in a lot of ways the way Jackie's Warrior did the time before in the Vanderbilt, right? Joelle never asked her at all. Having said that, Jackie's Warrior met a tougher field last weekend. She's basically meeting the same horses with the addition of Capital Structure.
Yeah, and Capital Structure is actually kind of interesting, overcoming that slow pace. But she's got to get faster, and she's got to take. And War Like Goddess got to take a step back. Obviously we're interested in what's going to happen in the Flower Bowl, but looking forward to the Breeders' Cup, I think there's an argument that could be made that maybe she'd be better off going a little bit shorter so that she can let them run away from her a little bit rather than them having to kind of battle with these paceless races, which we're going to see on Saturday. There's not going to be much pace in there. She's going to be very on the muscle, and Joelle's going to be trying to get her covered up and just getting her to wait until the last second.
No, that's an interesting point. You can at least take a look at both races and see how they set up. On the other hand, the Breeders' Cup turf, and obviously who comes from Europe, will be the biggest question, because I don't think we're seeing any killers. I mean, with all due respect to Gufo, we're not seeing a lot of killers. Domestic Spending had his first workout the other day, by the way, 39 and change, first workout back. We're not seeing any killers, so he may not be afraid to take on the boys, depending on the Europeans. And I will say it right now, I'm a Mirror Mission fan going forward. Mirror Mission runs in the Joe Hurst Turf Classic. Walk to the window.
Went on a strange tangent there. I thought War Like Goddess we were talking about. Look, always fun to look ahead to the Breeders' Cup, and we're all excited about it. We're excited about Saturday, too, though. Grade 2 Flower Bowl, and there is Bill Mott, trainer of that outstanding mare, and he has one who is a little interesting in this one, too, Gary, a New York bred, recognized, 8-1 on the board right now.
Yeah, and, the New York program has become so strong. I don't care if there's an NY there or what it is, what company, no restriction. She ran a great race last time out to break her maiden in her third out of her lifetime.
Time for a Paddock report. Let's go to Maggie.
And this one is your Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, this PG Johnson. And we'll start by discussing the two favorites in here, primarily with number 6, Be Your Best. And if anything, she has definitely improved from that first start. She's filled out, she's put on more muscle mass, she's gotten stronger and just more defined. And she was one that in the Paddock, I remember going back in that race, was somewhat unassuming. And maybe that is a reflection of the field that she was in. Maybe it wasn't the strongest of fields. I don't know. I'm just saying that because based upon what I thought about her in that field that day. But I promise you, she has improved from that first effort, and it was impressive nonetheless. As I remember talking to Jose Ortiz yesterday, he said that we liked her, but she ran even better than what they were expecting. So liking what I'm seeing from her as we'll move on to her inside with number 5, Idea Generation. Same thing with her first time out. Very unassuming looking, but she is that kind of typical Dubawi in which they're fairly compact, they're very round through their middle, and she is a bit more tucked up, and she's been a lot better to get the tack on today, which I think is a step in the right direction. From the overall perspective, she isn't necessarily one that I'm going to fall in love with, but I get the appeal, and like I said, she's moved forward as well. Next, we'll take a look at number 3 in here. That is Pachua for trainer Fausto Gutierrez. And she's trying the turf for the first time, daughter of Ghost Sapper. Now, a half was a turf winner and stakes place. The dam half to a graded stakes winner in Japan on the turf, and also dam half to Tom's Reddy's multiple graded stakes winning dirt sprinter. But oddly, I found that the best progeny, the best production that have come from the bottom line of the family have all been tied back to More Than Ready. So I'm not exactly sold on the fact that she's going to move up here with the Ghost Sapper influence on the top side, but looking at her physically, she should like it. She definitely has a bit of a turf hoof to her, a more of a compact filly, though. And while she ran fine, and she's one that has shown that she can pass horses sprinting, she's not the most convincing going longer. Now, let's talk about number 2 in here, Which Ways. I was intrigued by her coming in here because watching her replay in which she debuted 6 furlongs on the synthetic, she looked like she wanted turf and distance, and she came in here prancing and dancing, that's for sure. But she's bubbling over now. She was really bad to get the tack on. I got to give credit to Mark Cassie's assistant here, Shane Tripp, who really did a good job of being on her head and making sure she relaxed. But I'm going to keep my eye on her, but she is very, very nervous. But what a beautiful filly. And I really think if she could hold it together mentally, she could be effective in this spot, judging by her physicality. Guys?
Thanks, Maggie. We have narrowed it down to 2. 2 geniuses up here, like the 2 chalks. Be Your Best. I'll tell you something. She just ran last time, wide the whole way, and finished very well.
Yeah, she was super impressive, and this was a race that there was another Chad Brown runner in here. I think the 10 Free Look. There's a couple of interesting horses in here. Joe Sharp's horse in here, the 9, I believe, had B-plus workouts, was taking money. And she just ran by them all. And we talked about it, and we'll talk about it a little bit more. I think her race dynamics were probably better than Idea Generation's race dynamics, but I don't want to take anything away from how well she ran.
No, she won easily. By the way, Free Look who finished 3rd. She's back in on Sunday. She did have a bit of an excuse in that race. She ran better, but I don't think she was beating Be Your Best. But both of us think Idea Generation can beat her. And you were talking about the figures. She won a race that was justifiably called a no contest because of an issue with the gate not being moved and a lot of horses pulling up. It doesn't change that Idea Generation ran well. The pace was very slow. And Timeform US, which did figures for both races, matched these horses up evenly.
Now, look, if you want to be a naysayer of the 5 Idea Generation here, she's supposed to win this race no matter what in this situation, I think. Like, you can make that argument. She ranged up. She took the lead, and then she kind of got a nasty bob late to get beat. I don't think she gave up the lead. I think she just lost the nasty bob while she was, if you want to call it, hanging. I just think that she was closing into a slow pace in her first start, and I think she's going to take a step forward.
No, I'm a big fan of her chances as a maiden in here, but Be Your Best is no slouch. They are the 2 horses in this race, the main 2.
Call to post. Now let's take a look at the field. We're going to begin with Lady Jasmine. New York bred for David Donk. John Velasquez aboard.
Listen, Dave Donk does a great job. Got this horse to win first time out, as Jonathan correctly said. Not an easy thing to do, but this going gets tougher.
5-1 right now for start number 2. Which Ways, Mark Cassie, Dylan Davis?
Yeah, this is a horse that has some speed. Dylan and Mark Cassie wired yesterday the Colt version of this race. I'd imagine they'll send this one away from their running as well.
And the win for Which Way Synthetic. This is the turf debut. Here's Pachuca, turf debut as well for this one.
I think this one's a little bit interesting. Has some pedigree to move forward on turf, and that's what you need to see. This horse could be the only thorn in the side of the favorites.
30-1, the biggest price on the board on Indian Spideroo.
Yeah, I mean, look, wire to wire last time. I just don't think she'll go wire to wire here. She's just too slow from a speed figure standpoint and from a pace figure standpoint.
Great name, though.
Idea Generation could not get by Towhead in a strange race that was declared a no contest.
It was, but she was extremely highly regarded going into that race. And the truth is, when these connections with these Tattersall horses are highly regarded, they're usually runners.
Towhead, who outfinished her that day, came back and ran 3rd. Be Your Best, Horacio De Paz.
Was impressive on debut, winning after losing ground all the way around there. She got not a slow pace to close into, but it was at least moderate enough.
Turf debut, Damaso with Jose Lezcano.
Yeah, it just feels like this horse doesn't have any turf pedigree to move forward and would have to improve.
And recognized on the outside, Hall of Famer Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado aboard.
Wire-to-wire winner last time. Don't let the ones in the past performances fool you, though. She went pretty slow to make the lead in that.
On a gold rail.
So 7-1 from the outside post. Let's go back to Maggie.
Pleased to be joined here by our old faithful friend, that is Dave Donk, as you send out the New York bred Lady Jasmine in here, Dave. And she was impressive. She handled that field of New York breds very easily. Did that prompt you to take a shot here in this PG Johnson? Obviously, not many options.
Yeah, I don't really have any options besides shipping out of town. So, yeah, she was an easy winner. Johnny really liked her when he got off her. I was pretty impressed by that. I asked him, should I run her back on the dirt? And he said, absolutely not. So, you know, she won with her ears pricked, you know, pretty easy. Yeah, and I don't have anywhere else to run her. She's done well. She's breezed well since. And this is a good, you know, litmus test, and it'll let me know what I have for next year, I think.
I know you're good friends with John Velasquez, but given the fact that he's a Hall of Fame rider, the winningest rider here at Saratoga, when he comes back and says he likes a horse, does that instill confidence in you as a trainer?
Yeah, because he doesn't do that many times. You know, I've had some over the years. So, yeah, he's, you know, maybe my best friend. So, yeah, it's fun to get his input, negative or positive, and that he was a little bit enthused with her was encouraging, and, you know, we'll see what we have.
Can she deal with any other speed presence? Obviously, she showed she can sit off of one.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. The first time my concern was if she was in front. You know, the Woody rule is follow somebody first time around on the grass. So he was able to. I thought that was great. She's very kind. If there's speed, yeah, great, and we'll just see how good she is.
Wishing you the best of luck. Thank you always for your time.
I appreciate it. Thanks.
All right, Lady Jasmine testing her toes in open company for this PG Johnson for Dave Donk. Guys?
Going to be a much tougher test. I thought she looked pretty athletic in that debut, especially cornering around those turns.
Yes, she did, and I love it. He's the easy guy to root for, David Donk.
He really is.
And so is Johnny. And, yeah, if you get a guy like Johnny, Mike Smith, come back and tell you that you get that smirk, that smile, and you can feel that they truly like one. It's got to be a great feeling as a trainer.
5-1 on the board for this PG Johnson, our Thursday feature. I'll remind everybody you can play all the action from Saratoga and beyond with Naira Bets. They offer that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. The code to punch in for new members. There it is, Toga200. And bet any track, anywhere, anytime at NairaBets.com. So the 5-6, as we expected, the two favorites on the board, both at 2-1 as we send it back to the paddock. Oh, excuse me, we're going to keep it here.
Thank you.
I want to give Andy and JK more time than they need. So be your best. Dominant first time out. And just the way she did it, too, looks so professional, Gary. Jose Ortiz back aboard. Jose really has had a much better second half of this meet. He struggled a little bit early with, you know, the news of hiring a new agent, and now he's really started to pick things up.
Yeah, these last couple of weeks, especially the last 10 days, have been exceptional for him. It's a great way to finish up this meet. But more about this filly, you know, all the ground she lost around both turns. Maybe a little bit of greenness going into the turn in that first race. I thought that Jose, watching his body language going into the first turn of that first race, it was almost as if he was being a little bit cautious with her. He kept her out wide almost on purpose and then let her settle into a nice stride down the backside. And she really got into a good rhythm, and he wasn't afraid to lose the ground going around the final turn. And the way she finished up, you could see why. Flavian Prat just gave this filly a great warm-up. He went without the pony. When we were off camera, I was watching him visually, not on the camera, and she's got a beautiful way of moving and was striding right out all the way into the turn. He let her gallop all the way back around past the 3/8 pole and got a really nice, generous warm-up.
Well, we'll go back to the paddock now, guys, and if the 5 or the 6, if they don't run their race or they don't move forward, who do you think might in this race?
Well, I think that's a very fair question. I mean, a lot of people might say the one, Lady Jasmine, and that's fair enough. But Pachuca has the kind of turf pedigree that I like. The dam produced one, she's unraced, but she produced one horse to try to turf. That horse won. And that horse improved dramatically from dirt to turf. Having said that, that horse was more than ready. And while Go Sapper's an okay turf sire, he's no more than ready.
The other thing I like is, like, a lot of times when you're trying to make these cases for these horses that are trying turf for the first time, it's because they weren't good on the dirt. This horse is actually pretty good on the dirt. She's run well on the dirt. Going a little bit shorter, she'll get a little bit of added distance. And, look, I think it makes a ton of sense. And her, like you mentioned, the sibling that ran well on the grass ran well long on the grass.
Yeah, no, I agree. This horse moves forward, and she has a chance in here. Her last race wasn't bad, Maggie.
No, it wasn't, as we'll take a look at number 1, Lady Jasmine. And as always, love catching up with Dave. But I really like the fact that he said that John Velasquez saying that he really liked this filly. And, you know, I know she faced New York breds last time, and she looked good amongst those, but she matches up really well with her open counterparts today. And she looks much the same. She was sharp in her debut. She's been bouncing on her toes throughout the preliminaries here, but that's just her. And I mean, look how well muscled she is. She not to jump on the red boarding bandwagon like Jonathan did. Dave Dong's horses do usually improve with some racing, so I think she's a very intriguing proposition. And Greg, the fact that she's staying around 5 or 6 to 1 indicates that she could be live here.
I just thought she looked really athletic in that debut too, and the fact winning from this barn, and JK says it a lot, tells you something that she has a lot of ability because he is a patient trainer.
Yeah, listen, this is a good race, and I know we've got the two favorites right now. Be Your Best just clicked off at 3 to 2, clicked over to 3 to 2, but we're going to see some horses who it's their second outs today. I think we're going to see more than just those two take step forward.
Pachuca looked sensational in that Ellis Park race. That was a stake on dirt. Turf debuts coming up. We're set for the PG Johnson. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with the call.
There in the gate. Riders are off. The 1 and 2 horses will have a slight delay.
We saw the 1 and 2 getting a little rambunctious there. John Velasquez and Dylan Davis off those respective mounts. As everyone remains loaded. Johnny V, I believe, yeah, still up there in the gate.
Yes.
And he will hop back aboard, it looks like.
He is hopping back aboard. I don't know who started it, the ruckus. I thought the 1 did, and got rather high in the starting gate. Back in the 2 out.
Get a quick look over here. And if everything A-OK.
There we go.
Yep, Dylan will get a leg back up. And she will go back in line. So here we go. We will try again in this PG Johnson. Let's go back to John Imbrial.
Once again, we're set. And they're off. Lady Jasmine from the inside. And there goes Idea Generation. And from the far outside, Recognize is moving up. And Damaso. Recognize and Damaso. 1-2 going into the clubhouse turn. Indian Spideroo is down at the rail and racing in third. Be Your Best is on the outside and in fourth. Idea Generation went wide there going into the turn. Then comes Lady Jasmine, who is running in sixth, followed by Pachuca in seventh, and Which Ways is the trailer in eighth. The quarter went in 24 seconds as they move up the backstretch with Recognize showing the way here. It's Recognize on top by a length. Damaso on the outside next in second, followed by Be Your Best in third. Then comes Idea Generation, now in fourth, 4.5 from the lead. Indian Spideroo is in fifth. Lady Jasmine next in sixth. And at the back are Which Ways and Pachuca. The 2-year-old fillies continue along here after a half and 49 3/5 seconds. It's Recognize and Damaso. They remain 1-2. Be Your Best. Idea Recognition now looking to move up on the outside. And now they're midway around the turn. It is still Recognize with the lead over Damaso. Idea Generation and Be Your Best, followed by Lady Jasmine in fifth. The field now comes into the stretch. Idea Generation moving up on the outside as Be Your Best looks to rally down at the rail. Recognizes there. Be Your Best now comes on through to grab the lead. Be Your Best is in front and drawing away here. Be Your Best was best today in the P.G. Johnson Stakes. Be Your Best won by 5 lengths, a 3-way photo for second among Which Way's Idea Generation and Recognize.
Be Your Best, much the best in the P.G. Johnson. Jose Ortiz, Horacio De Paz. She's now 2 for 2.
Yeah, that was impressive. So she was very aggressive going into the first turn. She was pulling on Jose pretty good, and she probably took about 5 strides into that first turn, and you could see her just settle into a nice rhythm down the backside. He dropped down inside, and I saw Flavian Prat clocking him, and I said, he's not going to get out of there. And he got lucky, and it opened up down on the fence because Flavian did get the jump with Idea Generation, and I didn't know if he was going to be able to get out. I'm talking about Be Your Best and Jose Ortiz, and the gap opened up. And this is a brave move for a lightly raced filly, only the second out of her life to come through a tight opening like that. She didn't get a lot of schooling in her first race. She was wide. She went around everybody in that race. Now she's completely different circumstances today. So a lot better schooling race for her today in her second effort, and she came through with flying colors in the in the P.G. Johnson. I was going to say grade 3, but it's not graded.
Yeah, impressive performance here, guys. 3-win day as well for Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, she's a very nice filly. And congrats to Connections and, of course, Mike Ryan, the owner. But there's Horacio De Paz. And listen, I mean, Idea Generation she just didn't really run. I mean, she had a little trouble in the first turn, but she was bad in here, and that makes Be Your Best look that much better. But there's no denying this is a very, very nice horse.
Yeah, I mean, look, I was solely on the Idea Generation to kind of right the ship bandwagon, and man, I'm going to hop over to the Be Your Best bandwagon. She was impressive in here. To fire through that hole like that and the way she kicked away from these horses, I was pretty impressed.
She's a good horse. I mean, we'll see how strong the race comes back. Obviously, hard to judge these races. They have such slow paces, and it's odd with the 2 Which Way's getting second because that's where she thought would be on the lead. And obviously, she improved dramatically in her second start on the turf, getting second. But no doubt about the winner. She's already in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fields if she wants to go. We'll see if we see her here or we see her in Kentucky in the next start.
6, 2, 8. Big prices underneath, 19-1 and 10-1. But your winner, just a dominant performance from this filly for Horacio De Paz.
Yeah, I want to put a shout out to my friend Carl Keegan, former valet in the jocks room here in Saratoga. Broke this filly, trained this filly for Mike Ryan at Lucan Bloodstock down in Florida, and well-schooled. This filly, she's got a lot of upside to her. She's got a beautiful stride. She quickened today. Completely different dimension than what we saw when she broke her maiden.
Much the best. And Jose Ortiz having a terrific Thursday afternoon. Nice to ride ones like this, too, that can quicken like she did. For that man right there, a nice training job from Horacio De Paz to get this filly ready to go. 2 for 2 to start her career. 3-win day for Ortiz. P.G. Johnson in the books. We'll wrap it up when we come back.
Whether it's Division I or Grade 1, top athletes have certain traits in common. Speed, strength, class, versatility, and most of all, willpower. Claiborne Farms Stallion, War of Will, was a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf. Now, his first foals are taking the field.
Prolumo is the all-natural, non-medicated, targeted therapy top horsemen choose to reduce bleeding caused by strenuous exercise.
We use it for preventative, and also we start horses on it if after a race or after a workout they bleed. The success has been tremendous.
Prolumo's active ingredient, Nodo ginseng, has proven hemostatic properties. Consult your veterinarian prior to administering. Go natural. Visit Prolumo.com to order today.
Back on Saratoga Live on FS2. Winner's Circle lead-in. Brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton November sale, the world's premier breeding stock event to be held on November 6th after the Breeders' Cup. Nominate your star today. Be your best. Look like a star with this performance in our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Sensational coming up the fence and powering away from this field for a win in the P.G. Johnson under Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, and good run from Witch Haze. The big price for Mark Cassie. First time turf, first time going long, and also recognized, set the early pace and hung around for show placing. It's all be your best.
Winner's Circle trophy presentation by the daughters of P.G. Johnson, Karen and Katie. That's something else there. The connections of Be Your Best. Karen and Kathy, excuse me, for the P.G. Johnson. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with winning trainer Horacio De Paz. And Horacio, Acacia interviewed you earlier asking you about Be Your Best, and I could tell you were holding it close to the vest, but now you got a big old smile on your face. For you to have a filly before she even runs, to know how good she is, how exciting is that?
It's really exciting. You just hope that it transcends to the afternoon. So, and she has a lot of class, and she definitely, showed that.
She is the full package. She's shown she can rate, and she has a massive turn of foot.
Yeah, she really does, and she's got, her stride down the lane. Whenever she, Jose said, it doesn't feel like she has a quick turn of foot. She just got a long stride on her down the lane.
Talk a little bit about Mike Ryan, her owner. He is a very well-known bloodstock agent, but he does keep a few. What led to her being still owned by him?
Honestly, he likes the filly, so he really believes in her, and honestly, I didn't ask too much when he said, we're just going to point towards the P.G. Johnson, and I was just excited about it, and we just trained forward.
You get with him, so you look at the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies turf?
You have to off of this, so yeah, I'll get with him and see how she comes out.
Act a little bit more excited, will you? No, I'm kidding. Congratulations here. Big win from her.
Thank you.
Be your best, and Horacio is being his best to be calm, cool, and collected. Craig?
Well, he's got a lot to be excited about early November, you would think. That's got to be the plan, moving on to that Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies turf with this performance.
And he's holding his cards close, no pressure, doesn't expose his hand. First time I met Horacio, he was working for Todd Pletcher. He and Michael McCarthy brought all the horses out to Santa Anita for Breeders' Cup out there. There's this quiet kid that was galloping horses for him, and it was like the foreman of the barn as well, and it was Horacio.
He's gone on to be extremely successful in his own right, as we have one leg remaining in this late pick 5. We're going to close out this card with a tough one, 7/8 of a mile. It's a $16,000 claiming race, non-winners of 2 lifetime. So everyone just with a maiden win to their credit, and no real standout in here. Maybe the speed of the race, the 6, Be the Boss. Right now favored. Wow, 3-1. It would be a 4-win day for Jose Ortiz if he were able to go gate to wire in this race, teaming up with Michael Trombetta. We'll have more on this field when we come back, and we'll continue to look ahead of the weekend. Hot Peppers for Rudy Rodriguez, second of the Grade 1 test, and Wicked Halo getting set for their date, the Grade 2 Prioress for 3-year-old fillies.
It will be McCulloch, and in Italian wins the Diana. Domestic spending to take the lead and win Ocean Road. It will be State of Rest pulling off the upset in this $1 million Grade 1 Saratoga Derby.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Nairo Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions, and offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Nairo Bets.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
They come together from every corner of the globe. In pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart. The title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation. The Breeders' Cup World Championships at Keeneland. Tickets on sale now.
Back on Saratoga Live here on FS2 Regional Networks out in Southern California. We're going to be saying goodbye to shortly here. Beautiful day here in upstate New York. We have the Grade 2 Prioress tomorrow on the card. Friday afternoon, that lucky coin as well. We're going to have a quick preview here coming up. Wide open race in that Prioress for 3-year-old fillies that includes a tepid morning line favorite in Hot Peppers. 7-2 on the morning line. That's how difficult a race it is. She was in that wet track of that Grade 1 test where we had a little chaos. Chi-Town Lady won it. She wound up second.
Yeah, she ran a big race in here. She was 6-1 that day and ran better than her odds said. Finishing second on the sloppy racetrack. Chi-Town Lady Wesley Ward steaming down the middle of the track and tough beat. It's our Hot Peppers.
Speed is her game. There is some other speed in the race, but she's very effective. 5 wins from 8 career starts. She's been first or second in 7 of her 8 tries. And now she gets to shorten up a little bit as well out of that test.
Yeah, and you've got to like her in here. But like you said, wide open race. Angitude for Brad Cox. She's shortening up in distance from the mile, dropping back to 6.
Got to say goodbye to those watching on Valley Sports Southern California and San Diego. We continue on FS2. So we continue along, guys. Let's go to the Paddock set. In this race, I mean, this is one of the very good betting races we have coming up this weekend.
I agree. And letting people know, Smash Ticket, Dave Grenner from Day Race Report, like I said, an injury. She will not be running. I know you liked her chances. I can't speak for you, and I'm really looking forward to this race. I am constructing my play to bet against Hot Peppers in this race.
I completely agree. I've never said this before, and I'll probably never say it again, but I just wasn't overly impressed with the test. I don't trust it. I didn't like either one of those horses coming in. And I just feel like they're going to be over bet based on that performance.
You and I are on the same page, so we'll either sink or swim together. I don't know about you, Jonathan. This is one I like, Wicked Halo. I love the fact that Steve Asmussen brought her up here, and he said, yeah, I could run her in the test. And he probably thought about it. Now, I don't know if there was some reason he missed it, or he was just waiting and laying in wait. And this was her win last on a mile at lower fig. But she had really gotten her act together before that, burying Pretty Birdie with a big fig in the 80s. And I just feel like he's been laying in wait. And maybe I'm just thinking, just like last year, he's going to finish with a flourish.
Yeah, no, I like her in here as well. I think the cutback kind of suits her, and I'll be interested to see she'll be finishing while the rest of them are stopping. You know, the one thing I'm not crazy about, and which I'm sure you were going to guess, is that she's drawn
the rail
down on the inside.
I wasn't crazy about it either, by the way.
Just because she doesn't have a ton of speed, I feel like her cutback's going to kind of like let her be like a kind of stalking finishing sprinter, and it's hard to do from that position.
So, Angitude, the number 6 horse, 90 buyer last time with a third to Tarabi, and I'm wondering where she is because I'm a big fan of Tarabi for Cherie DeVoe. She ran well the mile? Is she better cutting back to 6 furlongs? Because that was a big fig last time. Did she beat the horse to beat?
She did. The thing is that her pace figures, and it's hard to understand the pace figures of this new chute configuration.
Actually, this is like the first day we ran.
Exactly.
There, right?
It's hard to identify exactly, but it didn't feel like it was overly fast early. And if that's the case, then I'm a little bit more concerned. Is she going to kind of get run off her feet going 6?
Yeah, no, I think she's interesting. You know, I love a turn back, and price is always going to be my guide. But I tell you, the Prioress came up, one of the most interesting stakes that we've run here this year. We got a field of 10, one scratching, unfortunately, but still looking forward to a very good race. A race, Greg, that used to be the only Grade 1 sprint going 6 furlongs for 3-year-old fillies in this country in the dirt. Now it's a Grade 2, but it's still a terrific race.
Especially this year, tremendous betting race. As 7-2 morning line favoritism for Hot Peppers would tell you who both the guys are going against in that race anyway. Going to be fun. We'll have that tomorrow as our Friday feature. We have the nightcap still coming up on this Thursday card, and this could be the one to catch on the front end. Be the boss. Jose Ortiz looking for 4 today.
We take pride in what we do.
For me, it's more of a passion than actual work. I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
Clocker.
Assistant starter. Trainer.
ESL teacher.
I love what I do.
There's so many jobs that come together every day. It's a collective effort that really makes this ball go round.
We are New York Racing. I couldn't imagine working anywhere else.
For me, riding horses in the morning is the best thing I can do.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
Like my dream come true.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
When you enter Gainesway, you can feel the hallowed ground beneath your feet. 1,500 acres of the finest bluegrass land in Kentucky that once housed the famous Green Tree Stud in Whitney Farm.
It's a gorgeous place. When I look around, all I see is work, but it is an absolutely stunning property. Just immaculate looking barns. They're more like churches inside. The woodwork, the stained glass, the stone, the tile. I've said it a million times, if I could come back in my second life, I'd like to be a stallion at Gainesway.
The Gainesway roster of stallions includes the generational sire Tappet and stallions ready to make their mark on the sport. Expectations are high for McKenzie. As Street Sense's best son, McKenzie is a Grade 1 winner at 2, 3, and 4 from distances of 7 furlongs to 1 mile and 1/8. He consistently ran the lowest Ragozin figures of any stallion set to retire in 2021.
McKenzie is a stallion prospect. It's the first stallion prospect I was part of at Gainesway. You couldn't be more excited about him. The book of mares he got was unbelievable. So we're really excited about him at Gainesway right now. I felt the mares we got in his first book was a great group. We bred a lot of fast early mares to him. We bred a very nice, well-rounded group of mares that can do anything. So we're going to give him every opportunity.
His first runners debut in 2024. August has been a banner month for Gainesway. On the track,
Caraconti's 3-year-old daughter, Spenderella, throttled the field in the Grade 1 Del Mar Oaks.
Field sent on their way.
To become Caraconti's first Grade 1 winner.
Spenderella striding away. 4, 5, 6 could not have been more impressive.
In the sales ring, a Gainesway offered yearling topped the leaderboard when a gunrunner colt out of Heavenly Love sold for $2.3 million at the Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale.
$2,300,000.
We've been very fortunate to have the support of a lot of successful breeders who deliver us quality product. We try to present that product the best we can, as professionally as we can. It's our goal to maximize results for our clients. We're all very fortunate to be a part of this place, and I think we all just want to do what we can to ensure that it will carry on for a long time.
Back with you on Saratoga Live here on FS2, getting set for the nightcap coming up here. This non-winner's the 2 lifetime claiming race at 7/8 of a mile, and the favorite still Be the Boss. As we take a look at the pick 5, Will Pays to the current favorite, that 6-horse 3,400 plus, but that is not your favorite in the pick 5 as we go to the Paddock set.
This is bizarre. I mean, I thought Be the Boss a little interesting, but you're really not supposed to be taking this horse at a short price, are you? The 2 dirt races. I guess the first race was okay, relatively speaking, but
when I used the horse today, I was like kind of patting myself on the back because I was like, you know what? I don't care if it's a turf horse. He might be good enough to still win, and now he's being bet in here.
I was thinking the same thing. I was thinking, I'm not going to pick the 6 in here, Be the Boss, because he's too much of a wise guy horse, and now he's really too much of a wise guy horse. He's not a wise guy horse. He may be something else. Power Agenda scratching took players out. One's a giant. I think seems dangerous for Jose D'Angelo, who's done a good job here. I took a shot with Rudy Rodriguez to wake him up. But I'm surprised. Didn't you think Once a Giant would be favored here?
I did, and I think that ultimately, you would think that it would change. It was favored in the pick 5, and a lot of times that's a good indication of where money might come late. I thought Once a Giant was the one to beat. You know, second off of that little kind of not short break, you know, almost 2 months, and ran well, has some tactical speed, drawn outside, all the things that make sense.
The one problem with this horse for me is the big figure, the 78 buyer. That was a gold rail race, so I downgraded. I'm trying to wake up Rudy Rodriguez, though, and my man, Louis Cardenas. I want to see Louis win a race up here.
Call to post. We get set for our post break here coming up. And we're going to close it out with a difficult handicapping conundrum. Here's Might As Well Run, 9-2.
Needed turf, not the right surface last time. 2 back, got involved in the tough pace in a race that maybe came a little too fast. Maiden wins fast enough to win a new gelding. I took this one. Wake up, Rudy.
Blinkers on, Stud Puppy.
13 chances at this level or lower. Can't support it.
Named for Lafitte, right?
I thought it was Wolfie.
4-1. I don't think so. Jose Lezcano on board for Linda Rice.
Oh, come on. Come on, Greg. This one does drop, but the recent form is questionable. But in this race, nothing would shock me.
The 4, a little sneaky, but that price has come way down.
Yeah, this horse, you know, I will say, Terra Nova ran this horse maiden special weight a ton. And then finally they just gave up and started running for a tag. Maybe there is something to be figured out about that horse.
Rider's 0 for 43 this year, which doesn't thrill me, but I can understand some of the reasons.
Scotto, some numbers last year that would dominate this group. The recent form, not at all.
Mike Leslie and Joe Parker, I'm rooting for you guys.
The one to catch, Be the Boss.
Yeah, looks like a turf horse, but had an okay run on the synthetic. I thought I was being cute when I used this horse. Doesn't seem like it's that clever.
Lord Brownie, 19-1.
Yeah, I just don't see anything to recommend anywhere in this horse.
Once a Giant. JK, you thought going in the one to beat?
I did. I did think this one was the one to beat. And thank you, Andy. I appreciate that.
That
has some early speed, drawn towards the outside. When it comes to these horses at this level, I just don't want to get stopped.
And Lucky Brody at 5-1 with Manny Franco.
Jonathan magnanimously gave me Lucky Brody. He's such a great guy. You know, the truth is, you go back and figs. This horse's figs are fast enough to compete, which is why the horse is taking play.
5 minutes away, this Thursday finale here at Saratoga. You can play with Naira Bets. Get signed up, started. Go to NairaBets.com. That's the offer, that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus with that code right there, Toga 200, and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Final week of the meet, and play with us all year long and beyond on Naira Bets. So let's go back to somewhere out there, might as well run. 5-1 on the board. New gelding, and a horse who is going to go turf to dirt. Got some time off for Rudy Rodriguez.
Yeah, and I like that they gelded him. I'll be honest with you, Greg. Went through my handicapping this morning, and I got to this final race, and I literally just started scratching my head. I went to the outside. I went to the middle. I went back to the outside. Went back to the inside, and then back all the way around again. Went and poured another cup of coffee. Came back, looked at it again, and I landed on Might As Well Run. I'm rooting for Rudy in here as well. Yeah, look, this horse should be forwardly placed early on. Wanted no part of the turf back in April. He's had time off, gelded, a few things to like.
Meanwhile, Jonathan's pick, here's the 9, Once a Giant. So this horse, you know, there's 50,000 starter allowance races, 2, 3 back. Those were tougher spots. I mean, no one would surprise. I shouldn't say that. A couple of horses in here who would surprise you. Certainly the 9, one of the horses to beat in here, but there's a handful of horses that would not be a surprise at all. 3 minutes away from this finale on the card. Let's go back to Maggie.
This one's a doozy, as I'm just going with my old faithful tactic. Pick which horse looks best. That would be number 1, Might As Well Run. And for a horse that at times has had a little bit of trouble getting out of the gate, coming back as a fresh gelding, I think should really help his chances, as we do see Luis Cardenas giving him a big warm-up here. Hopefully that loosens everything up behind. But a horse that is just really well-muscled, solid coming back off of the layoff, dating back to late April, and obviously the turf experiment didn't really work out, and he hasn't done that well in Rudy's barn, but this is a drop in class, and if he can find his 2 races back at Aqueduct for his previous connections, he could be very effective here. Now, moving on to number 6, I feel like all of us had that same notion with Be the Boss. Well, you know, we could make a reason to like him, and I did. I was, you know, searching and watching his Penn National race when he debuted on the dirt, and what's interesting is Ricky Hendricks, who is, he's just far more well known for his steeplechase horses and even more so his turf horses. So the fact that he was, you know, training and debuting this horse on the dirt, I thought maybe showed that he showed something in the mornings, that he can handle the dirt. And then subsequently faced Scaramouche, who is 5 for 8 lifetime and a stakes winner. So I'm okay with him getting back to the dirt. And furthermore, I was a little concerned for a horse that can have early speed. He was so quiet when they first brought him in, but as soon as those blinkers went on, it was like a completely different animal, and he's gotten so much sharper, which I think is a good sign. Now, number 9, Once a Giant, I picked him last time, and I was a little bit disappointed, though he kind of got drug into the race, probably moved sooner than he really wanted to. He is a little bit more quiet today, first off the claim for, as I'm quickly learning, Jose D'Angelo, one of the nicest guys that we have here, for sure. But he looks much the same. If he can improve a little bit and a little cut back in distance, I don't think will hurt him. Andy, Jonathan, have you guys had the pleasure of meeting Jose D'Angelo?
Absolutely. Talked to him, Maggie, for about 5 minutes right before I came on the set. He's a terrific guy, I agree, and I think a great addition to our training community. Whether or not he can get this one to win, we'll see. Certainly the favorite right now and dangerous. Talking about Be the Boss, Jonathan, I agree with you. It's a wise guy horse. Why?
Well, I just think, you know, an old handicapping thing I learned a long time ago when you're looking at these claiming races is, where did the horses break their maiden? Did they break them for a tag, or did they break them maiden special weight, to kind of let you know if they got a little bit of talent? And I just felt like Be the Boss might just be better than these, even though he appears to be a turf horse.
Well, but his first race in the dirt, he got a figure as a debuter that's good enough to be competitive with routine improvement. It worries me it's a Penn National. If it was at Aqueduct, I'd love this horse. It worries me about that form, but obviously horse to win, but he's no value at 3-1. That's the problem, and I think you agree with that. You know, thinking 5-1 or something. The scratch of the 8 lowered everybody's price considerably. With Might As Well Run, for me, you look at what he did for Jeremiah. He runs back to that maiden win 3 back. Obviously very tough to beat in here. I can say with his race 2 back, you know, those were probably better horses, and he got involved in the pace, kind of came apart a little bit. I give him a little excuse there. Then they try the turf with him back in the right surface. If Rudy's barn wasn't so cold, I'd love him in here, but I figured he wouldn't be the favorite, and I've been picking on Rudy all meet, so now I'll go down with the ship here, or maybe we can cash together.
If you look at the race 2 back and you assume that just because he was 5th, beaten 13, he didn't run very well, he actually ran sneaky okay, especially compared to this group.
Totally agree. New gelding. We'll see how it works out. Greg, closing it out.
He's 7-2 from the rail. Might as well run the one. Been a tough meet for Rudy Rodriguez. Going to have that favorite we mentioned tomorrow in the Prioress. We'll see if he can get a win to get a little momentum here in the nightcap. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial to close out this Thursday card.
And Lucky Brody. And they're all in. And they're off. Once a Giant, Lucky Brody. Lord Brownie now moves up along with Be the Boss. Towards the inside, it's Got the Gold and Might As Well Run up the back stretch. Be the Boss has the lead. Might As Well Run runs in second with Got the Gold next in third. Lord Brownie is in fourth. And Lucky Brody, who's running in fifth. BC Glory Days down on the inside in sixth. Once a Giant is next in seventh. And then it's almost 4 lengths back to Stud Puppy. And farther back is Scotto. The quarter went in 23 seconds. It is Be the Boss, the leader here by 2.5 lengths. Got the Gold is next in second. Down on the inside is Might As Well Run in third, followed by Lucky Brody in fourth. And then BC Glory Days. Be the Boss has a 4-length lead coming for the top of the stretch, the half in 45 and 3/5 seconds. Might As Well Run is in second. It is Be the Boss with the lead. Might As Well Run all out in second. On the outside is Got the Gold down towards the rail. BC Glory Days, then Lucky Brody and Once a Giant. And they're moving for the 16th pole. And it is Be the Boss who bossed this field today. Be the Boss, a front-running winner of the nightcap. Might As Well Run was second. Then Got the Gold and Once a Giant.
Be the Boss in front, pretty much start to finish in here, and that was where we expected to see this horse in front, able to close the deal.
Makes 3-1 look like a gift now from the word go. Jose Ortiz just galloping this horse into the stretch. Nobody was closing any ground on him at any point of the race.
4-win day, JK, for Jose Ortiz. And all of us thought this horse, with the speed he showed in his debut on dirt, was going to be dangerous. We just didn't like how far he came down on the board. Shouldn't have mattered.
Make the front end. When you make the front end in a race where you are arguably the classiest horse, in a race where a lower level race, these are the types of performances that happen. It's just these other horses are in for 16 because they can be discouraged if they're not in comfortable positions, and they can, that's the difference. They all can run about the same speed. It's just the matter of, you know, which ones are more competitive than the others. And this horse, Be the Boss, found the front end with Jose Ortiz and never looked back. And Jose helping me out. I got a little side bet out there just for some candy, not financial, with Jose and Irad. I got +10 with Jose, and I was starting to run away from me a little bit. Jose helping me out with 4 wins today.
Yeah, big Thursday for him. 31 at the meet now. And this race was as easy as getting to the front, and especially lower level claiming races like this. Can you kind of break horses' heart a little behind you?
Yeah, I'm impressed with Might As Well Run. JK talking about horses that can get discouraged back there. And look, he drew the 1 hole. He was chasing the whole way, had pressure on the outside of him. And that was a good race by Might As Well Run off the layoff.
6-1, 3-9, 4-win day. Jose Ortiz. Well, the prices from this finale when we come back from this quick timeout. We'll also look again ahead to the Suburban on Saturday in a rematch of the top 2 finishers from the Suburban. I should say the Jockey Club Gold Cup, and a rematch of those top 2 from the Suburban. Dynamic one, first captain, 1-2 in there. It's only a nose separated them. We'll be back.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Dancing Buck scores a decisive victory on the Saratoga turf.
And it is the New York-bred Dancing Buck who wins it.
And Elegant Dancer scores at Monmouth.
It's War Dancer's Elegant Dancer, winning by 6 lengths.
Interesting note on War Dancer I just got. He is the leading third crop sire for winners and earnings on turf. So he is certainly off to a blazing start at stud.
Now with 34 wins in 2022 and over $4 million in progeny earnings, War Dancer is a sire on fire.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Happy Gal is in front. Late run from Balenciaga Betty, but it's Happy Gal hanging on. Happy Gal has won it.
Somebody's problem was everybody's problem today. The daughter of Run Happy punched home by almost 7 in the end.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on Saratoga Live, program brought to you where you can play all the racing we bring you on the program. Naira Bets, get signed up at nairabets.com, or you can download that Naira Bets app. Be the Boss gets to the front and does not look back. Return to dirt, successful one here. Michael Trombetta trains, 4-win day again for Jose Ortiz, and owned by Joseph Grant and M. Can Do Racing. It's the second win in the 8-race career of this 3-year-old. Man of the afternoon, standing by with Maggie Wolfendale.
The stars really aligning, especially for Jose in this late double. 6-6, Be the Boss, and Be Your Best. I mean, how can you not love those names to begin with? But Jose, let's first talk about Be the Boss and getting back to the dirt. This horse got so much more on his toes once he hit the racetrack. So seizing the bull by the horns and dropping in class, go to the lead.
Yeah, you know, Michael put him in a great spot. He had a big shot to win today. And yeah, he was very sharp when he stepped into the track, so I just keep him quiet, just kind of gallop him easy and jog him easy. Tried to keep him as quiet as I could. He didn't broke like I wanted, but he recovered himself quickly, and he got the lead.
Now let's go back to Be Your Best. I talked to you yesterday or early. The days run together. I talked to you before she ran, and you were very, very high on her. And I always feel as though you have a great opinion on horses and what their future could hold. Did she even impress you more today?
Yeah, she impressed me, but I knew she could do it. Like the way she did it last time on her maiden. Today I just rode it with a lot of more confidence. On the maiden I was 4 wide. She was a little green. Today I went right through the rail, covered her up, ride her like a turf horse. I think she wants to win. We want to win the Breeders' Cup. She had to be seasoned and be on challenging spots. She was inside today. She was very tired, and she went to the rail. I love to see that on a young horse.
What do you, when you're doing that with young horses, I mean, is it a little bit of a gamble at times to see if they react positively, or is it ones like her, you know you can probably take that risk?
Yeah, with her, I was sure I was going to take the risk because she's very, very classy. And I knew from last race she was going to improve big time. And I rode her like the best, and she was the best.
She was. She's impressive. Congratulations on a huge 4-win day.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Mike.
All right, Jose Ortiz not only taking 4 of the races today, taking the late double and the feature. Craig?
Good for him. He struggled a little bit early on in the meet. He made that change with his agent and really picked things up this second half.
I loved what I just heard in that interview. Everything he said, he's a horseman. And He knew what he was sitting on today. He's right. You've got to ride these horses brave. If you know what you've got, especially the young horses, and if they're turf horses, to be effective, they've got to be able to come through those tight gaps. You've got to ride them with confidence. And she got a schooling today like she didn't get in that first one, and she'll move up again off of today's race.
It's your Saratoga Showdown standing. Cyclone Dave creates a $238 bankroll and takes the contest today. So congratulations. That contest free to enter each and every day, and you're competing for real prizes. Look at the stake schedule tomorrow. That Prioress for 3-year-old fillies, the Lucky Coin on the program as well, and then the Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup Saturday. 4 in the race for trainer Todd Pletcher. Rematch of the top 3 finishers from the Suburban, including that top 2 Dynamic one and First Captain. Just a nose separated them to the wire.
Yeah, and this was a heck of a horse race to watch. All 3 of these horses fought to the line. It was a head bob that decided it. You know, I'm looking forward to watching and watching the lead up to this race and reaction of some of the other horses. I think American Revolution for Todd Pletcher is the one that I'm most interested in. Keep me in mind, we were talking about him earlier. Todd Pletcher's got him off of Robertino Diodoro. I loved his workout last Sunday, so it's an interesting race and going to be a great Grade 1.
Yeah, keep me in mind, I was excited to see him come back. And, you know, his first start we saw in that first allowance condition here when he won for Pletcher, but had been with Robertino Diodoro. He was in the Derby. He was in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. He's in all those Derby preps. And then he still only had that maiden win to his credit.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. The horse broke his maiden in a stake race and went through all the Triple Crown and all those big races, still with that first condition. Got that first conditional win. And Todd brave enough to stick him in this Grade 1 back with the Grade 1 horses again.
Sounds like you like Todd Pletcher in the race.
I do.
I'm not sure who, but it sounds like you like Todd Pletcher.
I'm getting close to figuring out who I like. I'll go by Saturday.
Yeah, American Revolution, obviously very talented. Grade 1 Cigar Mile winner from last year. Trying to get that first win of his 4-year-old campaign. That is coming up on Saturday. Of course, tomorrow's program, 3-year-old fillies and that Grade 2 Prioress. We are back tomorrow. FS2 coverage begins at 1 Eastern. We're on FS1 at 3. It was Be Your Best in the P.G. Johnson. Impressive performance. Dynamic one, of course, coming off the first graded stakes win of his career. We'll see him trying to get his first Grade 1 in the Jockey Club Gold Cup on Saturday. Olympiad, try and turn the tables off a disappointing Whitney. We will see you tomorrow, 1 Eastern on FS2.